気張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor.
Green
I
light,
mean, all the time.
black light, can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11, Week 2, Day number 1. Today on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, along with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And how are we doing opening the second week of MPL ID?
I think we're doing great, man. We got 3 incredible matches, literally top bracket matches here, and I just can't wait. Arashi, what about you?
Man, there's just so many exciting games and so many cool new matchups that I can't really wait to see and try and analyze, right? Because I think all these teams have a secret weapon up their sleeves at this point.
Oh, neither can we. But guys, we would like to remind you that MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Our official mobile internet partner is by Telkomsel. Our official gold partner by UBS Gold. Our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli. Our official broadcast by Maxstream, our broadcast partner by TVRI, and our partner Indomart and Point Coffee, and of course MPL ID is supported by PBSI. Now, coming back to your statement before, you were excited to see what kind of gameplay and strategies that they have in store for us for today?
Because I think at this point, the meta is just so fluid, and we've seen inklings of that kind of creative decision coming in, because with the coaches flipping around as well, right? We saw the Hanabi come in, we saw all these other new picks, and the rumors is that there's a lot more interesting junglers coming up right now.
Wow. So what you're trying to say, it's going to be awesome. That's how to kind of summarize the crazy analysis.
Yeah.
You know what else is awesome, Eterna?
The Samsung Galaxy phone, of course. Don't forget to check that out, guys, because if you want to flex, win, and flex again on social media, so it's not enough to flex once.
No.
You gotta flex twice.
Twice.
You need to check out the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series of 5G. It is an epic or awesome smartphone that makes you auto-win in every game. And you guys gotta listen to the specs, right? It's equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy with RAM up to 12 gigabytes. And a memory of up to 1 terabyte.
That's my PC. 1 terabyte.
Terabyte.
It's better. Hey, Arashi, it's better, it's smarter, and it's faster.
It's like 1,000 gigabytes, dude. Like, what?
Okay, how do I order it? How do I order it, Eterna?
You can pre-order it now up till the 23rd of February 2023, and you can get installments at 500,000 IDR per month with benefits up to 7.5 million and free 2 times double memory and a trade-in cashback up to 1 million.
So it's basically free.
It's basically free. And if you guys want to check it out and want more information on it, you guys can go ahead and check out their website, samsung.com/ID.
Wow, man. I just can't wait to get into that. But you know, Arashi, we're going to get into the hot topics, I believe, here for today's matchup.
Of course, everyone's talking about EVOS, the new era against GEEK SLATE with the revamped roster, because for Geek Fan, we've seen insane performances. They've been doing really, really well. And despite all the odds, they're able to subvert the expectations of the audience. And now the question is, EVOS is in a similar situation. Both of them were struggling in the previous season. So the question is, has EVOS done enough to actually rise up from the ashes as the same way that GEEK SLATE has done? Because if you look at the standings from MPL ID Season 11, yeah, it's quite different.
From the bottom in Season 10 all the way to the top in Season 11. These two teams have had a crazy rise, right? And just like you said, EVOS Legends with the new era, this new era team roster that Zace said back in Season 10 that was better than the world lineup, that can be better, has the potential to reach new heights. And I think we can say the same about GEEK SLATE, right? For GEEK SLATE, this composition, it took them all the way to the grand finals of 2 events back to back.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge achievement. And people are talking about EVOS, right? It's just so new, so different. And in a way, that's an advantage because the only real player left there is Versik, but even he isn't in the starting lineup. So maybe it's going to be one of the secret weapons that Zace can deploy when the going gets tough. But for now, that will be how both these teams match up, right? Both very aggressive, very dynamic. And if you take a look at the team head-to-head here in the graph, you can see that EVOS really has a bit of an advantage overall, but they're also a team that has had a much better achievements, much better time in the previous seasons. In the turret control rate though, GEEK has shown that with the new aggressive style, with Beloyski just making those dynamic plays happen for his team, they're actually able to get a bit more of an advantage there. It's a small amount, but it still makes a big difference, especially when the early game counts so much in establishing the dominance in the mid game.
I'm actually quite interested to see the gameplay that both of these teams have with one another, right? We saw glimpses of what they were able to bring out last week, where EVOS Legends, they were able to be very aggressive even from that early game and be able to allow Brands to farm so well up until that mid to the late, where he was just a monster that was unable to be controlled, basically. But of course, there is a lot of highlight now on the mid laners.
Right. I mean, Hijume has been performing really, really well. A lot of people have had their eyes on him in the previous season already, but now he's showing a lot more potential. Whereas on the other side, he's up against a boy as well. We like to call him a man at this point.
Let's go.
Because his weaknesses have been much better. If you take a look at the stats here, kind of, you can see that Hijume is standing out a lot more. But a boy, in the grand scheme of things, has been so critical in ensuring that his team overall performs better as a unit. And I think that's a huge value that he brings to the table. And there are a lot of questions on his flexibility in his hero pool. But in this current season, we've seen that he's picked up several different, more unique picks in the hero, in the mid lane. And I think that just adds another layer of diversity in how GEEK wants to play it, because we've seen them kind of fake out with the mid lane picks, the jungle picks, and the trio players in the mid lane, jungle, and roamer. I think for GEEK is a big factor in how they want to play it out.
It's super dynamic. Honestly, when you take a look at both GEEK SLATE and EVOS Legends, I would actually give the edge over to EVOS Legends when it comes down to how they play through their win conditions, because they just have more win conditions to play with, right? Meanwhile, for GEEK SLATE, usually what we see them doing this season is playing around Chadera. That's about it. When they get ahead, it's mostly just Chadera carrying into that late stage, or them just snowballing with the help of Beloy on something like the Natalia. Meanwhile, for EVOS, they can kind of carry from every single role.
If you take a look at the chart of the team players here, Hijume surely has an advantage in the turret damage, the KDA, and the teamfight participation. So he's a lot more aggressive and a lot more playmaking in a way. If you look at a boy though, he has the advantage in the code per minute and the hero damage per minute. So he's a more efficient player, and he does not mind just being a bit more supportive tool for his team. If you take a look at Hijume here and his highlight moment, it's when he actually was able to do a lot of damage here and provide a bit of a deterrent using the real manipulation, is zoning everyone out. Because again, he's very proactive in how he likes to play out these big team fights. And even though he gets picked off more often sometimes, depending on the situation, he thinks it's worth it, and that's just how he plays around. If you look at it, he doesn't mind splitting away from his team, not only playing defensively, actually being proactive in dealing damage to the turrets as well. And sometimes you see mages try and maintain some distance, but not Hijume, man. He just knows how to play it out to ensure that even on a more defensive hero, more utility hero like the Eve, he can still dish out a lot of damage and be that unpredictable kill factor that his teams usually just won't see coming.
It's crazy to see how Hijume plays, because sometimes he is the enabler for the team, but here in Season 11, we are seeing him kind of transition a bit to that carry role where he is utilizing the damage from his kit. And like you said, he always still has that fundamentals. The fundamentals from Hijume is just absolutely amazing, knowing how to position, even when to utilize that flicker to get out, and knowing exactly how much of a threat the enemy team poses to him as a backliner. 8 times he's picked up this team, and he's still standing at 100% win rate, so that truly is remarkable.
Considering that it's a very defensive hero and there's a lot of dive potential in a lot of the current meta picks, I think it's just impressive that he has a 100% win rate here. And I think for sure he's a big factor, but a boy on the other hand, you can see that he has a more flexible time here, and he doesn't mind being more utility and being those heroes that need to go forward to get value. Like here on the Faramis, just going in, doing the damage, and knowing where to go in. Because sometimes with the Cult Altar, you would do it like a bit too reactively, but he is the one forcing the plays onto his opponents. Here, yet again, against ONIC, is ensuring that even though there's some retaliation coming in from his opponents, but with his backup, his team can just play as aggressive as they really need. And I think being able to supplement the aggression from Beloyski, from Janna on his team, is a big a big thing that makes a boy just so much more valuable. And with so much potential, so much flexibility in the hero pool right now, he has a lot more chance to just confuse how the opponents are going to try and counter him. He has a 100% win rate as well on the Faramis, but of course, only 2 times picked. You have to see a bit more, a bigger sample size before we decide if he is all that.
And it's wonderful to see the progression of both of these mid laners, right? I mean, you can technically say that this is their first time on
Both
the MPL
rookies.
ID stage, and they haven't been together for quite a long time. So, 1, chemistry is surprising. 2, their mechanics are incredible. And 3, confidence is definitely something that we see from both of these mid laners, from both Hijume as well as a boy. And it's crazy that even though Hijume just entered the scene, he already got first team of the week of week 1. That's already something that you can be proud of.
I mean, it's a crazy feat. Not only did he get a first team, you know, okay, Lauren Taz, but yeah, Hijume, right? First team, not only that, but he also captured a title for Indonesia, IESF World Champions.
Right, we saw that live, and this shows again the quality of this team right now, but their keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. So watch out for Beloyski's Franco hooks. On the surface, this is a very simple win condition, but when you're up against Beloyski, and not to mention the rest of GEEK fam, that just exerts pressure at the same time, opening up those windows for Beloyski, I think it's a lot easier said than done, because he just knows when to use it defensively, when to be crafty with it, and when to just make that flashy play using the flicker. And on the other side, for the keys of victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for the side of GEEK fam, beware of EVOS' flanking plays, because right now, if they want to try and get that neat setup, we see that they usually rely on the front to back, on the dive. They don't really want to get flanked around from different sides, and I think that's something that EVOS can take advantage of.
Speaking of flanking, man, Chidera really needs to be aware of the flanks, because I think Luke flanked him just literally there. So he has to be very careful when it comes to the game, right? Maybe it just happens in real life.
Maybe.
It's a real life flank.
Okay, hopefully they're a little bit more aware of the flanking potential. But in addition to GEEK fam's keys to victory, I gotta say they have to be careful of Brands and figure a way to shut him down from that early game, because we saw that heat map last week, right? The way that he was basically like going around like a jungler, but he's actually a gold laner. And the fact is, he does have a lot of, I would say, experience in that field, and therefore he's roaming like he would a jungler. So they need to figure a way to shut him down, because we saw exactly what he could do. But for you guys, if you're wondering what you guys should do, go ahead and grab to the venue or even grab some food and snacks, because there are so many promos on the board. For new users, enjoy a 50% discount at GrabFood to power you up when watching online with the MPL ID XGrab promo code. Or if you want to, see Arashi and Mirko live in the flesh, you guys can come here, 90% discount on the Grab bike or even the Grab car to get you guys at the venue here at Menara Kuningan.
That's insane, 90%. And on top of that, they can win MLBB Hero Skins as well on March 18 just by going and joining the Grab Challenge. And, sure, maybe they can grab here, but without tickets, I can't come in.
How did you get your ticket, Arashi?
Well, you go to bleeblee.com, and the best e-commerce platform just for all your e-commerce needs. Mirko is a frequent patron. I am as well. So if you guys get your tickets, check out bleeblee.com, scan the QR code, and use the promo codes, because the tickets are just flying out of the windows, man. I mean, everyone wants a piece of this MPL Season 11 action.
Yeah. And on that note, we are going to take a look at the starting lineup for both of these teams, EVOS Legends and GEEK SLATE. Will Max be playing once again, but we are going to take a look at EVOS first. It seems it still is the main 5 with Hijume, Psychots, Brands, Taz, and Dreams. But for GEEK SLATE, Luke or Matt?
Oh, wow. Luke or Matt will decide how they play it out, because I think there's a bit of a difference in how both of them play, and the answer is going to be Luke right here, along with Aboy, Chidera, Jana QT, and Beloyski. I mean, this team, with Luke in the helm, in the front line, has been so much more aggressive, and they're a lot more divey, right? Where Matt usually just split pushes and goes for those big 1v multiple member plays. I think Luke is just so destructive on that Luke being the front line for his team.
Well, let's welcome them up on the stage. The team here looking to get another upset victory against EVOS Legends. It's GEEK SLATE.
Geek Slate with the new 5, the amazing 5, you can say. They are looking to look for more this season. Unfortunately, last season they weren't able to make it to the playoffs, but we saw the potential. We saw the glimpses of brilliance that this team can actually achieve.
Well, we also saw that they were improving very, very rapidly, but unfortunately it just didn't come quite in time to make the playoffs. And a lot of people thought that if they were in the playoffs, they would have impressed us all. But on the opposite side, a very frequent contender here comes to the stage.
From 7th to world champions, and now another contender for the title. It's the Tigers, EVOS Legends.
This team has amazed us all. They've made us jaw drop at this point, right? Their chemistry, the synergy that they have, a lot of people are talking about it. This is a newly formed team going against a lot of veterans in their own right. But even then, they're still able to perform really well. And I do believe they are a top contender to win the champion title this season.
They've shown a lot of maneuverability. They've shown a lot of strategic prowess in how they approach these games. And I think they do have the raw mechanical skill as well, provided that the coaching staff here can make full potential use of it. So Coach Age, Coach Texam, I believe, as well as Coach Renault from the side of Geek Slate.
It's crazy. The fact that, again, it's something that we are repeating here and then, again and again, but the growth that these two teams have shown. 7th and 8th now battling for technically #1, but we're also gonna, hint or tease a bit at a big match where you guys can buy tickets right now, unbelievably. It's the El Clasico happening on the 26th of February. This Sunday is where or when you guys can get a peek at that. And if EVOS Legends continue to dominate with RRQ doing the same thing, this will be the battle for the top, literally.
For sure. This is a lot different to what we've seen in past seasons, right? This El Clasico, this time around, I honestly have no idea what to expect between these two, the way and how strong they are this season. But back to this matchup, right? Geek Slate versus EVOS. You can see here, Coach Age just being really confident. What do you think has been the impact that he has on EVOS this year?
It's definitely the flexibility and the surprise picks. He was the man known as the mad scientist way back when he was still in Bigatron. So I think he brings a bit of that into the side of EVOS Legends. And we've seen a bit of the unusual picks. And from what we've heard from him, actually, speaking to the man himself, he seems to be a very adaptive problem solver. So he has no issue shying away from the more conventional picks. If he thinks that there are some problems that his team faces that are difficult enough for him to warrant picking something just completely out of the box.
Again, Age has so much experience in the field. He understands exactly what his team needs. Like we mentioned before, he actually, joined EVOS Legends as just an assistant coach at first. He was looking for the gold, you can say, in the lineup. And even from Zace, just getting mentored over up until now, where he really shines.
You're right. And, when we're talking about gold, we gotta also talk about UBS Gold.
Really?
Yep. Because limited edition merchandise collaboration with MPL ID Season 11 is coming soon.
On
UBSLifestyle.com and e-commerce UBS Lifestyle.
It's not out yet?
Not yet.
I can't wait.
Okay, we've been patient enough for week #1. We're in week #2. Maybe we'll see a week 3, leg 1.
Hopefully it comes out because, I picked up a lot of UBS merch last time. I want to take some more over here in Season 11. I can't wait what they do with the number 11, right?
Right, there's a lot of potential there. I mean, Mirko is one of the casters with the most swag right here. Always all the merch from all the teams.
I gotta
from
get
MPL,
it, man.
from UBS Gold. So
tell them what you were wearing today.
What?
Tell them what merch you were wearing today.
Oh, I was wearing Bigatron Alpha merch.
Oh, really?
Okay. I just knew.
No, I'm joking. It's
that
something purple.
Well, Mirko is definitely very confident for the results later on. But for now, if you look at the supporters here, you said it again, EVOS, one of the bigger fan bases in Indonesia, but Geek Slate has just earned so much. And considering the fact that they've been in the scene for a long time without any kind of huge momentum, I think the past 2 seasons have been amazing, right? It's just a whole different look, a whole different Geek fam, which is part of the reason why everyone thinks that it's time, this is their moment.
For sure. How many seasons has it been in a row that Geek Fam, or Geek Slate rather now, have not made it into the playoffs.
Ever since the franchising started, Season 4 up until Season 10.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see what kind of performance Geek Slate as well as EVOS Legends has for us today. And of course, it all starts in the draft. EVOS Legends with the first pick, Geek Slate with the second, and all these bans and picks are already coming through. The Fanny, Natalia, the Yi banned away by EVOS Legends, whereas the Wanwan, the Kadita, and the Joy taken away by Geek Slate.
Oof, a lot of playmaking potential banned away by Geek Slate. Keep saying that wrong, but they are kind of mimicking RRQ style here, just banning the Joy and the 1-1 at every single turn. And for the side of EVOS, they're just very aware of the Assassins and the Roamer, right? They are not banning away that Franco, but they ban away Natalia to ensure that your gold lane, the laner that's just so important right now in the late game, has room to maneuver around later on. And of course, making sure that the Fanny does not make an appearance as well.
Again, this Valentina comes in as one of the prio picks for Geek Slate. Knowing how they have utilized this in the past, it's a brilliant flex pick. It's weird to see because usually we expect the Valentina to be flexed into the jungle, maybe the mid lane, and to a certain extent, we were able to see the Valentina go to the XP lane too. But Geek Slate has taken another step in the right direction, flexing the Valentina all the way to the gold lane with Chadera playing it and getting a very successful result with it. So again, it's still up in the air. Even the Fredrin here, we know that it hasn't been flexed into the XP lane much, but you know, the first guy who played Fredrin in MPL was Luke.
Right, I mean, potential is definitely there, right, Yurachi?
Yeah,
but as you can see here, EVOS, Glue, the Faramis already being picked up. And this is worrisome, right? We've seen the Faramis also in the hands of EVOS Legends, the way that Hijume is able to utilize it. Still flex, can be mid. Okay, there's Kaja, so probably in the mid lane in the hands of Hijume. And his impeccable timing with the Cult Altar causes a lot of miscalculations for their opponents.
That EVOS, that's a lot of heroes with a lot of playmaking potential. All three of these picks, right, Kaja, Glue, and Faramis, can technically be put in the roaming position. So they have a lot of ways to try and confuse Geek Slate, but I do believe that this Glue will, with the options on the table, this Glue will be going to the XP lane. So for the side of Geek Slate, they want to go with Fredrin or they want to go for something stronger. But for now, they go for that Moskov pick, securing a gold lane and maybe trying to constrict that hero pool going into the final two bans.
Now, does that work against Brands though? Because we know he is known as the king of marksmen here in Indonesia because of his wide hero pool and the way he's able to utilize every single marksman in the gold lane and even in the jungle for a period of time. Now Geek Slate are still opting to go for the Martis ban, hinting at perhaps the Fredrin going into that jungle. So usually what teams go for when they try to counter the Fredrin is that Martis. It's just much better when it comes to clearing, and you get out of the CC that Fredrin is, you know, that literally is in the kit of Fredrin. That's what makes him strong, right? So the anti-CC, the better farm, gets taken out here by Geek Slate. EVOS Legends have a chance right now to go for the XP laners. Honestly, they've already picked Glue up, taking it away from Luke. I think going for something like a Lapu or I would just say Lapu here. Yeah, Lapu gets banned out. They want to take it out because they know that Luke, even though he's been a very good XP lane, he's very easily exploited in the drafts.
But the Brody ban comes through here from the side of Geek Fam. And we also have a comment here by Coach Age. And there's one more team that I want to highlight, which is Geek Fam. Because there's Matt, my protege.
His protege. Well, big words right here, but unfortunately he won't be in the lineup for Coach Age to take advantage of. And going with that same logic, Mirko, I think EVOS, if they ban away a strong EXP lane here to guarantee that Gluke can make an appearance yet again, that could be a great solution. Denying Gluke any chance going up against the Glue himself.
I think Lolita might be the ban here as well. You know, if they already decide on, you know, the XP lane just being that Lapu, knowing that, again, Luke has found most of his success on the Glue, on the Lapu, they'll go for something else, and there you go. That's the Lolita ban coming through for EVOS Legends.
Did you pick up Sixth Sense over the weekday, over the week break?
Man.
What is that?
Ulf has taught me a lot.
What was that? Lalapu, you mentioned, gets banned. Lolita banned as well. The Geek Fam, because they were limited in that CC, they are going to consider Ruby. And it's not bad of a pick, especially for Beloyski.
Not bad, and it provides a lot of crowd control, especially with all the potential plays coming in. A Flicker, Divine Judgments perhaps, can be denied by the go-away Wolf King. So later on though, with EVOS grouping up for the Cult Altar, that Ruby can have a lot of momentum, a lot of playmaking potential, but of course it all comes down to whether or not EVOS will even allow them to have that kind of advantage. So it's not the more aggressive picks we come to expect from Beloyski, but for EVOS, the answer here is going to be the carry and the Akai.
Ooh, interesting choice here, right? I was thinking either carry or Claude. The Claude is a bit more risky here because of that laning phase against the Moskov, and especially because of the Ruby. GEEK SLATE, though, they're going for an assassin. They know that EVOS Legends are going to be relying heavily on the carry to deal damage late game, so if they can take her out, it's almost 100% a dub.
But with Akai in the jungle,
exactly,
against an Amon in the jungle, we saw that once last week. It didn't work out well. The Amon had a really hard time getting a lot on the board, actually. But on your screen here, the audience prediction, 76% for EVOS Legends, 24% for GEEK SLATE. Still a lot of support for GEEK SLATE. Even like realizing that the Geek, that EVOS fams, they're a huge fan base.
Right, I mean, the White Tigers definitely have a lot of favor, and with the draft right now, they have a lot more chance to be aggressive in the early game, and they can even still protect the carry later on with the Akai's heavy spin. So a lot more flexible, but I do think that if GEEK SLATE can get rolling, they can actually take over the game as well, because if you look at the heroes, right, they have a lot more snowball potential though, until if they can just avoid getting caught out, getting locked down by crowd control.
That's true, that's true. Both of the teams have set their composition in stone as we head straight into the portal here for game number 1 between EVOS as well as GEEK Fam. Will GEEK Fam's pick-off potential and very aggressive composition work against EVOS Legends that really need a little bit more time to get into that mid-game?
I think for me personally, I am very biased towards mid-control, and EVOS Legends have definitely got that down with the Faramis plus the Kaja. These waves are going to be cleared out super fast, and we all know, even though GEEK SLATE has kind of fixed that mistake where they rely too much on Beloy, it's still there sometimes, and if Beloy doesn't get to roam across the map, EVOS Legends are going to be able to take control fully of the game and even the enemy jungle.
I think it all comes down to later on the teamfight execution, because in the early game, I think even if GEEK doesn't really get that mid-control, they will still be able to play around it. Of course, once level 4 rolls around, EVOS Legends can go for the more decisive pick-up potential, the more aggressive plays with the Cult Altar as well, so GEEK SLATE will have to wait until a bit later as Taz already makes a big move right here.
Good retribution by Janna, but asking the Hijume, who brings Janna back. The heavy spin as well to pop in him, but it's going to be Beloyski now, who comes in with this engage. Going to be stunned up, immobilized, and taken down. Todd to the first blood, but Janna finds another. Janna going invisible, but will be caught in the slam of Psychots, as it's an all-out skirmish in the bottom side. A boy needs to be careful here. Taz deals a lot. That's a flicker by Luke. A boy is going to fall into triple kill to the Panda early on in the first minute of the game.
Very aggressive by EVOS Legends, even though, like you mentioned, Arashi, most of the members of their team rely on that level 4 power spike. But even before that, because of the base damage, because of the potential, they were able to be aggressive against GEEK SLATE and even prevent Dana Cutie from getting much on the board. And now, EVOS Legends, they're going to have a really good time at getting this neutral objective. And this is what I was concerned about, the neutral objective control, the Akai versus the Amon. Amon, sure, has a damage, is really good at that pick-off game, but when it comes down to those objectives, it seems really hard for GEEK SLATE to get even a single pick. And as you can see here, Talent's prediction, only Arashi and Ranger Irmas, actually, you guys vied for GEEK SLATE. Why is this?
Well, everyone loves an underdog story, and I'm no exception. I do think that, honestly, in the drafts, they're at a bit of a disadvantage. But I think that if with the right kind of maneuvers, right, with the right kind of plays and plans for GEEK SLATE, they will be able to try and circumvent those issues, like we saw in the previous matches they tried. Sometimes they make bold maneuvers that don't always work out, but I think that is what you need to do to try and get an advantage, despite not really having a clear-cut lead in the drafting phase. But now in the top side, though, EVOS Legends makes the play, but they get denied.
It comes down again to that mid-control. Beloy and Chidera sandwiched down. Dreams gonna be able to escape from that one, but a heavy spin locks Beloy in place. That's the Cult Altar. Good response by a boy stealing it away. Beloy not gonna go for the cheese pick or engage here, as EVOS Legends and GEEK SLATE both choose to disengage. It's still EVOS Legends with the proactive movements on the map, but GEEK SLATE again with crazy reactions.
The right idea though, right? EVOS Legends, they understand the prowess that Chidera has on the Moskov that can carry them into the late game, and therefore they look for a pick. But you're right, GEEK SLATE, really good response, very good defensive, and Chidera doesn't seem to get picked off just yet. But remember, this is still going to be one of the main problem for EVOS Legends in the late game.
If you look at GEEK SLATE, they were able to kind of even out in that fight, but they used a lot of battle spells to even make it that even. Whereas for EVOS Legends, they have a lot more tools at their disposal, so they don't really rely as heavily on the battle spells. So that is a big advantage that EVOS Legends can try and use. So GEEK SLATE, on the other hand, will have to try and time it out, as Beloyski here gets zoned away. And as you mentioned, Eterna, this mutual objective control is going to be so difficult.
Dreams with an amazing Divine Judgment onto Janna. He's going to be locked down, and Taz picks up the mega kill. Psychos is massive, immobilizing 3, and there is the collapse. Luke now going to be taken down. That's a double for the Panda, who's 5-0. Hijume wreaking havoc once again into that back line, and GEEK SLATE are forced to back away. The Spear of Destruction has been used up. The Divine Judgment by a boy, bringing Dreams back, and that's Chidera dealing damage, but Dreams is still able to escape somehow, some way. They're able to bait everything out, and look at Brands already doing what he usually does, rotating to the mid lane.
That's a lot of damage being dealt, and EVOS Legends used all their flickers there to ensure that they get that lead. It's a 3-0 for EVOS Legends. They extend their gold lead by 2k. So for GEEK, now they have to try and damage control here, because EVOS Legends have momentum. They have the engages to pick off for those big team fights as well. And even if they try and get a counter engage, GEEK will be denied by the Cult Altar. So they have to try and find a really good team fight where their combos can actually land properly. Because unless, let's say, Beloyski goes for a huge I'm Offended followed up by Luke and a boy, it will not be enough.
Dreams here, that's a lot of resources popped in already. That's a kill over to Janna QT. Dreams taken down. But again, EVOS Legends, they're doing a really good job at letting their roamers or their utility take the depths for the others.
I mean, to be honest, we're in that stage where the damage from GEEK SLATE, it's not really there yet, right? And every time GEEK SLATE want to go in for an engage, let's say Janna QT wants to pick off, let's say, Bronze, Hijume comes in with a Cult Altar, creates miscalculations, and then the damage just doesn't sink through. And EVOS Legends, with Bronze being on the carry, has way better DPS than Moskov right now, especially because he's a little bit behind. And if you take a look at the player's gold, it says exactly what I just mentioned. Bronze is still way more farmed than Chidera right now, and you can see it happening, how much damage that they're able to protrude onto one another.
On the other hand, Taz is ahead, and actually GEEK SLATE goes with a better play here.
Brand's gonna be pinned down to the wall. That's a mistake. Dreams jumps over the Divine Judgment, and this is gonna be a very, very expensive mistake. Luke flickering in, gets the taunt down onto Dreams, and that's gonna be the damage coming in, but the Cult Altar saves Dreams' life. Meanwhile, Psychots again onto the back line, is able to zone Chidera away. The split brings him back with Janna actually able to steal the turtle somehow from Taz, who is 2 levels ahead. Chidera gonna be slain by Hijume and Psychots. The 2v2 up top continues as Beloy does not go for the I'm Offended just yet. There you go. That's Taz with a heavy spin, getting the damage out. But still, GEEK SLATE are still in this game.
That's intelligent, right? Because 5v5, we saw it didn't work. And GEEK SLATE, they picked it up. So what did they do? They started to go for the split. They saw that EVOS Legends, because of the lead that Bronze has, is going to be a little bit more overconfident in the top side. They were able to capitalize over it, take him down, and then they proceeded onto the neutral objective. And I think that's the only way that is going to work. They need to make the team fights messy. They need to make the formation from EVOS Legends messy in order for them to finally get something out of it.
Well, if you look at the items as well, it's going to be very difficult for GEEK SLATE to get a pickup because Taz and Psychots both are very ahead and they have built that Radiant armor. So you saw earlier the shards from Janna QT doesn't do nearly enough damage for them to try and attempt to pick off the front line for EVOS Legends. So they're relying on Chidera very heavily here for that shred, for that DPS. And until he gets online, and it's going to be very difficult for GEEK to try and get anything done. And even later on, there's so much utility from the side of EVOS Legends that GEEK SLATE needs to play around.
Luke with no respect, I'm Offended, bringing 2 back, but Beloy gets brought back to the turret as well. Now Taz going to be caught here. That's a lot of damage placed by Janna and a boy, but he finds a knockup. Janna's going to be pinned down. The Spear of Destruction all the way from the top side deals some damage back, but now it's the conceal. EVOS Legends are hunting GEEK SLATE down. Luke is going to be the targeted taunt, is going to be able to connect onto Brands, but it's only to give him more damage. Hijum is still surviving his Luke's and Appraiser's Wrath doesn't take him down, but he does find it in the end. Brands picks up another, and it's a 2-for-1 trade for EVOS Legends right as the Lord spawns in.
It's a 2-for-1 trade, but look at the gold lead. It's actually shrinking for EVOS Legends because GEEK SLATE, while all that is happening, they've allowed Chidera to farm away and even take away the mid turret from EVOS Legends, and that is something that GEEK SLATE does so well. But now EVOS try and get compensation. They retaliate by going for this Lord, and GEEK SLATE are not in a position to try and contest.
Maybe skirmishes, they can win. Pickoffs as well, but neutral objective control is definitely going to be advantageous heavily towards the White Tigers with the Akai.
To be honest, I think GEEK SLATE really overcommitted onto that, right? Onto that team fight, 2 team fights ago. They took a fight without Chidera anywhere nearby. They didn't have the damage, and eventually they were the ones to get picked off one by one, even despite Chidera being able to get that mid lane. But as you can see here, it's not doing them much right now, but oh my god, here!
Dreams finding a boy, and that's the collapse again. Hijum making me be able to bring them back as Taz rotates over. The heavy spin is going to create so much space for EVOS Legends as Psychos jumps back in, brings Malloy to the fray, and Brands picks up a double kill. That 1.7k gold lead that GEEK SLATE were trying their best to literally minimalize is back. EVOS Legends with full control once again.
Oof, that's a lot of damage, especially because Chidera also does not have any chance to try and create any damage back. He gets picked up early on in the fight, and then afterwards, it's just so difficult for GEEK SLATE to recover from that situation. One by one, they keep getting picked off, and Taz as well as Psychots here are being such big problems for them because they're just losing out in being able to decide when to fight. Clearly, Baloyski wants to try and make the difference, be the main engage tool for GEEK SLATE, but they're not being allowed any space at all. And even if they want to try and go for Brands in the back line, he is just very well protected, and he's constantly still farming right now. Already 1 level ahead of Chidera, and if things go the same way, it's only going to get further and further from here.
Behind Moskov is a depressed Moskov, right? Because the problem with Moskov is the range is so short that if you're behind, the damage isn't there, the lifesteal isn't there, you're just basically going to die then and there, especially with how much EVOS Legends has to play with, right? You need to be careful of Bronze, you need to be careful of Taz, you need to be careful of Dreams, you need to even be careful of Psychots. So every time they go for it, it doesn't seem like they are able to get that damage out because of how easily he is to get picked off.
I honestly feel like it's just a composition diff because Chidera, I would say he has equal amounts of, equals amount of chance as Brands to deal out damage on the Moskov and the carry. Both very short range. I would actually give it to Chidera for more mobility. Thing is, EVOS Legends' composition, everything. They're able to disperse, isolate, make it so chaotic where GEEK SLATE cannot have a proper front-to-back. And we all know, front-to-back, Moskov, he's a front-to-back god. With the penetration of basically, his basic attacks, he needs that kind of formation, but EVOS Legends are not giving it to him.
They're not even giving him a team fight because if you look at the items here, Psychot with the Blade Armor and the Radiant Armor is just well equipped to just stay in the front and do a lot of damage. So sometimes in these fights, Chidera does not even get a chance to hit everyone else except for Psychots. He's just completely zoning away that back line. And once he's gone, Aboy and Janna just get picked off by the other sources of crowd control. So like you mentioned, Mirko, they can just do everything so well right here. And that is definitely something that GEEK SLATE is to try and find a solution. And maybe to do something differently. Flanking maybe can be a solution, but if they're this far behind, 5k, it's going to be way too difficult because their members don't even last that long.
And even here you can see 2 levels ahead. Taz against Janna. He's trying desperately to get some farm down to get that XP back, but Taz is just playing the Lord Dance really well. Janna always looking for the flanks like you mentioned as I'm Offended connects onto Taz. Still Dreams now, looking forward, getting Divine Judgment, Appraiser's Wrath as well as the Call Ultra will be placed in. Chidera free hitting in the back line, but Janna doesn't find it. It's Brands out of all people. Psychos now going to be the target as Janna finds the kill. That's a lot of damage placed in, and GEEK SLATE are coming back into the game slowly but surely. If only they got that Lord, they would have been able to actually control the pace now, but still, it's Brands coming in clutch for EVOS.
And see, that was a fight where GEEK SLATE doesn't get flanked out, where Chidera does not get zoned completely by Psychots. And you can see that they actually excel and have a bit more advantage in those situations. So EVOS need to avoid that, and GEEK SLATE needs to somehow corral EVOS Legends to situations where they can find yet another team fight that looks like that, where everyone is neat, and maybe then, when everyone thinks they know where everyone is, that's where Janna can go for another flank like that. This time he failed to get the Lord, but maybe later on, with a few more items, he will be able to find Brands in the midst of a chaotic team fight.
Again, it's the Enhanced Lord in the mid lane. EVOS Legends, they do not have proper siege potential. Range is a big question mark in EVOS Legends' composition. They cannot force a turret take early on here. Luke is able to find a pin down as well with Chidera. Taz might actually be slain here, but he does have the heavy spin. Janna with the flanks, Appraiser's Wrath as well. Taz with the heavy spin and the cult altered by Hijome with the flicker, bringing him back, saving his jungler. Man, that was great.
It was. They're playing it really well right now. And it's interesting to see, right? Because the amount of times that GEEK SLATE is able to find success, I believe, is on the back of an initiation by EVOS Legends. I don't think they're as good with the kit that they have to make that first move because of how much disengage that EVOS Legends has. But if you have the heavy spin coming out already, then it would be a little bit more easier for GEEK SLATE to find their momentum. But Valoisky there, we didn't see it. We didn't see it.
Right, unfortunately, the conceal does not pay off. They have no control, but now EVO strikes back. They're going on Luke.
Okay, Luke flickering out. Zygoss on the back line again onto a boy. The Appraiser's Wrath gets forward, but with the Cult Altar, you can basically say hello to all the HP bars back. Now Beloy with no I'm offended. He's waiting desperately for the cooldown, but Dreams will not let that happen. The Divine Judgment brings him back. Brands picks up the Wind of Nature. Now Chidera, Janna, and a boy, the damage dealers, need to be able to defend this right here. A boy still able to disengage for now. The cannon minion in the mid lane is going to be cleared out. EVOS Legends have no siege potential. Back at it again. GEEK SLATE can clear, but they don't need minions to take that base turret down. And EVOS Legends utilize this, and they still stick to their discipline routes.
Man, GEEK SLATE fully vulnerable base. Just one inhibitor turret left standing in the top side, and already a 7,000 gold difference with EVOS Legends leading here in the 15th minute. And unfortunately to say, at this point, even if they all go full item, the damage coming in from carry is going to be a lot more significant than Moskov. And I say this because, like you mentioned before, back then, Miracle, about the WON, right? About the one. The fact that the true damage is still going to come through for Brands, it's going to make it a little difficult for Chidera now.
Well, for GEEK SLATE, though, they have the advantage of having more AoE on Chidera in the big team fights, but it's going to depend on how the fight breaks out. Because if they just try and trade one member on their team, EVOS Legends with the true damage, with a more effective single target damage on that carry, will have a significant lead. But for GEEK SLATE, you can see that they have somehow secured enough potential to actually be a threat for EVOS. And early on, you see that EVOS tries their best to deny that place making, and Beloy tries to go for the I'm offended, does not land it though. I think EVOS Legends will be dictating how this fight's gonna go.
Psychons again, immobilizing the backline, flickering forward as well. Janna's gonna be caught here, and that's Taz picking up a free Lord. Psychon still a menace as Taz is able to isolate Luke. He's gonna be slain, and that's the Divine Judgment and the Stampede. Chidera looking to replay with a heavy spin. Look, Chidera in place. What are you supposed to do? It's a triple kill for the King of Marksmen. Brands is looking for the Maniac, and he will secure it. The Savage is waiting for him in the base. EVOS Legends now with a 9.5 thousand gold lead, and the Enhanced Lord of the mid lane. Janna's gonna be able to clear out the way for now, but they won't give Brands the Savage. Hijime wants in, and he gets the killing spree and a wipeout to end the game. A dominant display by the Tigers.
1-0 leading the series against GEEK SLATE. And I gotta say, everything that EVOS did in that game was textbook. They were so good at getting the objective control. Like you mentioned, that mid lane control, they were able to rotate really early, and they had way better dominance in the early game as well, being able to aggress the jungle of GEEK SLATE and not allowing them to make even a single pick. And I gotta say, Geek Fam, they're making blunders in their team fights.
A lot of big blunders,
They're going
literally.
a bit too aggressive. And right there in the end, they try to go for the Hail Mary play. They go for the I'm offended and Chidera jumping in. But look at EVOS, that every time they team fight, everything is rationed almost perfectly, because even when Chidera waits for his teammates to get taken down before going in, expecting everything to be used, the heavy spin is still available by Taz. So at any point, it seems like EVOS is just always one step ahead, and all begins, as Miko mentioned, from the draft. And I think for EVOS, having all those tools, they use it to its utmost potential. They lack the sieging for that late game, but it doesn't even matter. They play around the neutral objectives, they go for the pickoffs, and just like that, they just get that first game very dominantly. So GEEK SLATE needs to try and change things, be a bit more calculative, be a bit more strategic with how they want to draft, because right now, on paper, it can work, but it just needs so many things to go right for them to even begin to work.
Not just that though, even execution I believe was a little bit questionable for GEEK SLATE. The amount of times that they were committing onto a team fight where Chidera was not even there yet. So I don't know if that's over-aggression or they wanted Chidera to go in for a split push type strategy, go for a backdoor type thing. Not really sure what was happening. And even the Amon, every time he went in for the endless shards, it hit onto Taz. Wasn't the point of the Amon to go for the backline, like the carry, maybe?
Well, because he's not being he's not being allowed to go to the back line because of the crowd control, right? If you try to sneak past, there could be a heavy spin, there could be a divine judgment, and if that goes on, he just keeps getting picked off. So he goes for, with his team, the member in the front, but in the early game, the first item that Taz as well as Psychots were building was that Radiant Armor. So you saw how little damage Janna was doing with only a Genius one, because he himself was also behind. So at any point, I think GEEK SLATE just do not have the right opportunities at all, and they lack the tools available to try and create it on their own terms.
Yeah.
I think the big point here of game number 1 has to just be the draft. It was just a complete outdraft from the side of EVOS Legends. Everything that GEEK SLATE, all the questions that GEEK SLATE were asking in that game with their assassin picks, with their skirmish-heavy composition, was answered all the way through in the composition itself, right? You saw it early on, the mid-control. I said it right as we jumped into the game. I am always biased to the team with better mid-control, and Kaja Faramis just absolutely stomps a Valentina Ruby. Ruby, this is the, for me personally, I don't like the Ruby. I really like the Ruby early on. Maybe if they go for it last pick, sure, but they saved it for the Amon. The Ruby in this composition, I just feel like doesn't really achieve much, and that's exactly what we saw. When, well, obviously there are little micro mistakes by Beloy, missing on the I'm Offended a few times, but other than that, I just feel like Ruby is not going to have that impact in the game.
Well, the Ruby, Beloy wants to be this decisive playmaker, but in the early game, Ruby just needs way too much time, and he, in this context, right, with the Kaja, with the Akai, with Glue, I think he is just stuck being very defensive. And we talked about how GEEK SLATE performs so much better when Beloy can be the aggressor here, but look at how he's playing. He's just trying to survive from all the damage as much as possible, and for the most part, he's stuck running backwards away from the opponents instead. Look at the items. Hijumi has just an abundance of damage. On top of the Lightning Truncheon, he goes for the Divine Glaive and the Glowing Wand as well. So in those big team fights where GEEK SLATE is expecting to try and get ahead, it's not like EVOS was lacking AoE. They have the Glue, they have the Faramis, so it's just a very damaging combo if they all stick together attempting to go for the big fight, because their main carry, Chidera, is also on a short-range marksman like the Moskov, like we mentioned, so he's just stuck getting hit by collateral damage, and before he knows it, he's taken out.
He's like, I'm dead.
What's getting me?
Why is it dark?
Even when he comes in late into the team fight, we saw it the last team fight, he came in late and Taz saved the heavy spin. How brilliant is that? Throughout the team fight, he was so low, he was, the endless shards was popped on him, almost everything. He still saved the heavy spin for when the Moskov comes in. And can you imagine being Chidera? He's just so annoyed now.
Yeah, there's just nothing he can do. Take a look at the statistics here. It seems like it's pretty one-sided, right?
Brands again.
It's Brands.
Yeah.
Again.
Rich guy and the... Oh, God.
Get this guy out of here. It's too good.
Is this human?
I don't think he is.
It's just so good, and the team does so well to enable him. Like you mentioned, Mirko, everyone just saves their spells, knowing what they need to do to ensure that, especially in the late game, Brands has all the time. Because in this game, I don't think we've seen a single moment where Brands was under a huge amount of threat. You know, maybe some mistakes were made during the course of this game, but for the most part, he just has to do what makes sense, and his team is just cruising towards a victory. So I think on the flip side, Geek needs to make sure that Brands does not have this kind of space, does not have this kind of easy kind of game without any pressure on him in those big team fights.
That's true. So much easier said than done, right?
Yeah.
Every time we saw them try to go in, like literally he couldn't get even in an inch close to Bronze. I think there was like one point in one of those team fights, I think it was before the Lord, where it was Chidera who was actually able to get into the back line. And he was able to dish out damage onto Bronze. Bronze dashed away, but then everyone else followed up on that, and then Chidera got taken down.
It's just brilliant. I honestly feel like it's communication, synergy, chemistry at this point, right? Because usually when your marksman gets taken out in the back line, you utilize that pressure to jump into the enemy back line, right? You don't really care about your gold laner, but because it's Brands, because he has such a presence in the team, the whole team just revolves around this player. And we could see how successful they've been doing, literally from ISF all the way now with this kind of strategy.
Look at the gold curve. Initially, EVOS was already winning, but from the early turtle fight, I think that's where it all began. And in the mid-game, we talked about how GEEK SLATE, with the right ultimates, after level 4, they have a bit of a window where they were stronger, but they were unable to get too much from it. They got a bit of the gold lead back here, but then afterwards, EVOS Legends just scaled into that late game. They have the better composition in that late game as well, so I think the gold difference, if it's even at that point, it's just not enough, because EVOS, like we mentioned, like Mirko keeps saying, completely outdrafted them. So as far as tools, what to use, what they can do to initiate a fight or back away from it, how they can crack open the base, how they can go for the neutral objectives. EVOS has answers to all these problems, where GEEK SLATE, they just need EVOS to make that mistake first before they can even get anything of value.
Yeah, I agree. I think the only time that they were able to win that team fight was, I think, the second turtle of the game, GEEK SLATE, where they were able to get and spread out the members of EVOS first, get a pick off first, and then like all the rest of the other members, they couldn't follow up with their ultimates, and that's when Geek Fam had a little bit of an edge. But every time they went in 5v5, when the ultimates were all still there and available for them to use, that's when EVOS just kept winning the team fights and eventually snowballed from that early game. But once again, your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for game number 1 is Bronze, right? The carry and the rich guy as well. 815 KDA, 830 GPM, and a 68% KP. And I don't really know what else to say about this guy. He's been insane. He's got to be our number 1 gold laner right now. I keep saying this.
Well, you know, maybe that battle is going to be in the El Clasico as well, because 2 of the best gold laners now, Brands, Skylar.
CW underperforming.
Oh, CW. I think he's...
Skylar?
I would say it's Skylar and Brands
Skylar
right
Brands?
now, the top goal laners. Although I would give the slight edge over to Brands because he has been tested with more heroes. Meanwhile, Skylar, he's just played Claude. Literally, 4 games, 4 Claude.
Well, if you look at the heat map for Brands, you can see that as always, he's all around the map. And I think this is just testament to how, like a jungler, like you mentioned. I think it's just testament to how dynamic EVOS plays. Usually you see teams really have their own like sector of responsibility, but with EVOS, that's never really the case, right? If they need things to be switched around, if they need Brands to just move around the map, they will have no issue doing that. So I think for EVOS, this is a very good way of just pressuring the map altogether and keep guessing on what to do, where they go and do it. And here, let's take a look at some of the highlights for that game. In the early game, you can see that Psychos was able to just zone everyone away, do a lot of damage, and at the same time, everyone doesn't really have anything to do. They just like play the fight out, and they have an easy victory. And then even if GEEK SLATE plays it very defensive, you can see that they just wait for Dreams to go in for the big play, and then everyone just follows up on it. And for the GEEK SLATE, they just lack that kind of playmaking. They don't get Janna going to the back. They can't get Janna towards that backline as well. And here is one of the only fights where you can see that EVOS kind of split up, and GEEK SLATE was able to use their burst, their quote-unquote pick-up potential to try and get a bit of a lead. But even then, that's only one single moment, and afterwards, EVOS completely adjusted, and look at how they're fighting here. Always the fronted in the front, and everyone else just waiting for the right chance, and everyone saving their spells, their ultimates for the right exact moment. Here comes that big heavy spin that we're talking about, and like Mika mentioned, it all comes down to the communication and how they're able to coordinate. All right, who uses what to do what, right? Are we using the heavy spin to engage, or are we using it to try and save Brands from danger? And being able to just plan all that before the games, before the team fights even break out. I think that is something that EVOS is just so good at doing.
Honestly, looking back at that replay, I think the Ruby would have been good if the Akai wasn't picked up.
Yeah. I think
that's the only reason.
I agree. That's why the Akai just was so good, and that's the reason I said maybe Ruby should have been last pick. Because the reason the Akai was picked up was maybe because the Ruby was shown right before, right? It's a good counter pick. They pick up the carry and the Akai. Sure, carry can get countered, but with the heavy spin, that's it. And with you whiffing your I'm offended, Taz can save that heavy spin for later, for the Moskov, for Jana who wants to jump in as well, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, super good disengage.
Well, does it disengage and just protection towards the back line, because now, if without an Akai, right, there's a chance for GEEK SLATE to just go in and make it messy, like you mentioned, Eterna. Just jump in with 5 flickers and just confuse everyone, make it nobody's team fight, just that messy, and get trades, maybe 2-for-2, 3-for-3. But with the Akai, they just deny any kind of potential for that to happen. And so you can see Beloy was very desperate to try and get those I'm offended, and most of the time it just gets denied. He even goes for the conceal play, and it just was so difficult that he goes for it and it does not land either. So I think for sure they must get something more dynamic, something more flexible for Beloyski, because that's where he excels.
You're right. Maybe Ruby's not the best hero, maybe for Beloyski. Situational, definitely. So game number 1, there were missed drafts coming in from GEEK SLATE. We'll see exactly what kind of reparations they have coming into game 2, because we like to say like 60-70% of the results of the game starts from the drafts, for sure.
And, you know, when we're talking about drafts, we got to talk about playing Mobile Legends itself, right? Because for those of you who play Mobile Legends, there's good news. MPL ID Season 11 has entered its 2nd week, and you guys do not miss out on supporting your favorite team. Watching your favorite team play, surely you want to play too, right? Make sure you look cool using your favorite heroes and skins, and don't forget to check the quota before playing, so you don't run out of data in the middle of the match. Well, it's perfect here, because with Dunia Games, you guys can get all your items and vouchers for Mobile Legends with Telkomsel.
Oh, can we get it too?
Oh, I think so.
How?
All we need to do right here is go and buy it on duniagames.co.id or the Dunia Games app on the Play Store. Check it out.
We need to check that out, Arashi.
Dunia Games, all right. I mean, why not, right? I think it's a win-win solution here. So for you guys at home, make sure you don't miss out on this as well. It looks pretty good.
I need to check it out because I spent all my diamonds on Jujutsu Kaisen.
Same.
On only one skin.
One? What did you go for?
I went for the Xavier skin.
Yep, same.
Yeah.
What did you go for, Mirko?
Of course you went.
I went for
His
the
waifu?
best girl, Nobara Kugisaki or Melissa. And I also went for Julian.
You got for 2?
I got
Did you get
2.
2?
He's so rich.
Did you,
I got
did you
2.
like get one, or did you just trade?
I
for both?
traded 2.
For both?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been saving my diamonds.
So you
I've
went
been
all to
saving a lot.
1200 twice.
Yes, I rolled a lot of diamonds.
Wow.
I think I
Mirko's
lost,
balling, guys.
I lost a lot of diamonds, but hey, it's worth it.
You didn't lose it. You spent
I spent it.
It's gems
for
well
It's an
joy.
investment.
Yes, it's an investment. Yeah,
To get better results on your ranked games.
Hey.
You're like Mythic 1300, right?
almost,
Mythic
right?
3000.
Almost Mythic 1300, about to be Mythic 8000, just like Sutsujin last season.
Ooh.
Can't wait to get to that level, but unfortunately, I don't think I
Not
can.
here anymore.
Oh yeah, he's an MDL.
I wonder why.
Oof.
Well, you know, he still needs to grow a turn on this roster
I'm
with Taz.
asking.
He needs to
I'm not being
develop. He needs to
sarcastic.
develop.
He needs to develop still
I'm
as a player, and he's been performing really well in the MDL.
On the Akai?
On the Akai, on the Fanny even. There's he's been learning a
that's
few new
cool.
heroes. And we can see that result even here, because speaking of Susujin's, you know, prime hero, the Akai, guess who just played the Akai on stage? Taz has been taking some notes too, and this is what makes EVO so interesting, right? They have 3 very good junglers, and they all learn from each other. Back in the day, Fairsec learned from Taz how to play the Fanny the way he does, right? And then he pops off an MPL, and then Sutsujin comes in, best Akai, and now Taz is taking notes.
That's true. But you guys also need to take some notes here on Cinepolis X MPL, and you guys can also watch it on the big screen with a really good discount as well. 20,000 if you guys can't get your hands on the tickets. You guys can also watch it together with your friends at Cinepolis. So don't forget to check that out and scan the QR code down below.
Ooh. I mean, man, just watching here on stage is crazy, right? if you can't get tickets here because it's sold out, the next best thing has to be watching MPL ID at Cinepolis with 7.1 all-around you audio. I imagine that, right? Imagine just with the fans screaming, yelling. It's a theater experience.
I mean, the fans are definitely passionate here. We saw and heard the support coming in for both these teams. And considering the audience prediction, you would think that it's overwhelmingly going to be on the side of EVOS, but GEEK SLATE, as we mentioned, are a bit of the people's champion. So even now, I think a lot of people are rooting for them to try and make those adjustments, make those improvements to ensure that they can come up and match EVOS here and at least make it competitive, because if we keep saying that they got outdrafted and it's all already against them since the beginning, it's just a bit too sad. So now let's get into the drafting phase for game number 2 between GEEK SLATE and EVOS Legends.
Okay, we'll see. It does seem like they have swapped sides. So GEEK Fam now with the first pick and EVOS Legends with the second pick. The Kadita, the Fanny, and the Yves already the choices of ban here from GEEK, as well as EVOS Legends with the 1-1 and the Joy as well. So not a lot has changed. Last time around, EVOS Legends were able to ban out the Natalia, but this time they've actually left it open and instead banned out the Kaja. So GEEK Fam, they shouldn't prioritize the map just yet, right? I mean, Blue is still available for them to pick up here, Rashi.
I think Blue is way more flexible and it's a lot more dominant as a pick, so I think that will be the better choice. The Natalia can be a great pick, but it's very situational. But GEEK SLATE, you go for this Paramis, and in a way, this also counters the Glue if EVOS picks it up. So it makes sense, but we'll have yet to see if GEEK SLATE can actually use it to its full potential, because we know a boy plays a very mean Paramis, but depending on how Coach Age drafts here, that might be solved in drafting phase, and that is what makes drafting against EVO so difficult.
That's true, right? I think that's something what we mentioned even before the game begun. The fact that EVOS Legends has so much flexibility in terms of that anchor, but EVOS Legends now, they are going to respond not with a Glue pick. I think they have picked up on what you mentioned earlier, Rashi, and they now will prioritize the Moskov and the Fredrin. Huge flex pick on the Fredrin, and Moskov, really good gold laner right now.
It's a strong gold laner that can be aggressive, and of course in the hands of Brands, that's a fearsome presence that has global impact as well. But speaking of presence and impact, GEEK goes for the Yuzong and that signature Natalia pick for Beloyski, so already a lot more aggressive. So you can expect some kind of counter, some kind of security coming in from EVOS. Maybe some crowd control or a front line that can just open up maps, find info reliably without being punished too hard.
Okay. Looking at it now, I understand why EVOS Legends aren't going for the Glue pick, right? They noticed that Faramis already very early on. I think even with the Faramis, the Glue is a good choice, but you can see even EVOS Legends here, they're still thinking about it and they want to just pick up the Valentina. A bit more worth here because the Valentina can copy that Cult Altar, which is a massive ultimate. I think one of the reasons a boy or GEEK SLATE lost in game 1 was because he wasn't really able to steal the Cult Altar in a lot of these moments because of how Hijume just played in that map. He was always just waiting in the back, not letting that Cult Altar, not letting himself be visible on the map so that the Cult Altar won't be stolen away. And EVOS, they want to try to utilize that now. So we'll see how a boy plays this Faramis. Will he do the same thing Hijume did to him?
Does this mean that the Glue is just going to be completely ignored?
I don't think it will be ignored. We'll see if both these teams go for it in a different role, maybe. But for the most part, it seems like that won't be the case. And considering that GEEK SLATE will have to try and play around the Valentina, hiding the Cult Altar away from the IMU. This also means that they're going to be playing less aggressively, because now if they engage early on and they're the aggressors and a boy needs to make an appearance early, that is how EVOS can counter, right? So I think for both teams, having a counter to a counter-engaged situation would benefit them a lot. So Lolita comes to mind, but of course, other options are still on the table as well.
The Dicky gets banned here by GEEK SLATE, and I think it's a wise choice, right? They don't necessarily have huge CC for the Dicky to counter, but the fact is the Dicky with the first skill, the time bombs, he's going to be able to open up the map, right? He's going to be able to put those time bombs in the bushes and actually fine vision on where the Natalia is, and that is exactly what GEEK Fam doesn't want. They need that edge, they need that invisibility factor of the Natalia to be able to get a good pickoff on the members of EVOS Legends. And GEEK Fam now, they are going to respond with a Lapu Lapu ban, as well as the Brody ban by EVOS Legends.
A lot of pressure on the gold lane, because for EVOS, I think brands doing well is definitely something they want to ensure happening, because if they do the same thing like earlier, going aggressively everywhere else and wanting the brands to be somewhat independent, pressuring all around the map, I think that also requires brands to do well in the lane itself. So I think either they're going to pick something that can help him out, or they're going to try and deny any possible bullies from the hands of Chidera.
Technically, they can go for something like a Rafaela, but I think the Grok is a better option here. I was thinking Raf, if they really want to try to counter the Natalia with the rotations and just with the visibility that it adds, but then I think I thought of like something like a Cho, maybe even to go for more pickoffs, but I think Grok, again, works the best here. It's a great mix of everything, and to add on to that, it's also a good flex pick because it can still be placed into the jungle, into the XP lane. Same goes for the Fredrin, and EVOS Legends are making it really mysterious. You can already see GEEK and Beloy, he's thinking about it real good, right? He's like, oh man, this Grok pick is really good here. I don't know where it's going just yet, and now, what do we pick? Do we go for someone who can really bully the Moskov? I think if you want to go for a bully up against a Grok as well, something good would be something like a Melissa, right? You want to take that in? Let's see if they go for it. No, they go for a carry and the Barats in the jungle. Barats, good answer to the Grok. Carry. Now this is what's concerning. The carry pick.
Well, now it's the opposite, right? Chidera is the one on the carry and Brand is the one on the Moskov. So the laning phase, I think, definitely is going to be interesting. We'll see if Brands can be as aggressive as he wants to. Maybe more aggressive than how Chidera was able to be in game number 1. And along with that, I think with the Barats here, GEEK has a lot of potential to just pressure all around the map. EVOS need to find some kind of answer to ensure that they don't get pressured way too hard and they have a leg to stand on. And it's going to be that Lolita we talked about earlier, being a big deterrent in case GEEK SLATE goes for an all-in dive. And talking about Dreams, he is crafty, he is intelligent, he is dangerous if you allow him space to hide in those bushes and go for a perfect Numenon Blast setup.
And that's actually quite interesting and quite useful for EVOS Legends, right?
Brilliant.
Because Barats is not the most mobile hero, to be honest. Actually, none of them are as mobile. I guess the Faramis is quite mobile, and the Yuzong if he opens up the Black Dragon form. But other than that, the setup from the Numenon Blast, it could be useful, especially when they go for those 5v5 team fights.
You know, maybe you're thinking about the Numenon Blaster. It's a great pick up against the Faramis called Alter, where you need to clump up together, but I'm mainly thinking about the Guardian's Bulwark here in this case. The reason EVOS Legends banned it out wasn't just because they already have a Faramis, but it was because they had a carry too, right? The Guardian's Bulwark literally cancels it out. Wind of Nature? Doesn't. True damage. But the shield? Yes, it does. And we'll see how GEEK if they are able to, you know, maneuver around this.
We'll see, as we're gonna jump straight into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between EVOS as well as GEEK Fam. Remember, this is a best of 3, meaning if EVOS Legends win another game, GEEK Fam will have to pay their respects.
They definitely have to try and be a bit more aggressive here. And speaking of the matchups, having that Lolita also gives a decent amount of wave clear. Of course, definitely more compared to the Natalia. And afterwards, it also provides a great crowd control if GEEK SLATE goes for the back line as well. Especially because their engage is very telegraphed with the Black Dragon form. So I think EVOS Legends have a lot of solutions available here.
Other than that, right? I was thinking about how Beloyski needs to play in this early game. He needs to find pickoffs on the board. Obviously, we've seen how much of a problem Brands is constantly, but being on the Moskov, he does have some sort of anti-CC, so even if they want to go for pickoffs, like what Beloyski is trying to do right now, it's not going to be as simple.
Well, they're going to go for more here, it seems, with Dreams rotating. Beloy has been knocked back. The stun doesn't connect, but look at that damage! Oh my goodness, Beloy is so low! That was Brands popping the Inspire. And that's a battle spell technically used. Now, is it worth it? Because Beloy did not die. He has to recall. Brands gets more pressure on the board. But is it worth it?
In the early game, I think it's okay considering the pressure that GEEK SLATE is supposed to have. Right now in the early game, before the ultimates are available, EVOS Legends have a bit of a window where the wave clear and the pressure actually can match up to GEEK SLATE. But now with the first turtle spawning, this is where things get a bit hairy for both these teams. Vision is important, and they need to know where is Natalia and where is Lolita, right? Both these players, if they are missing from the map, that is a huge amount of pressure in the back of the minds of the players involved in this turtle take.
Black Dragon formed by Luke. That's Dreams with a Numino Blast, perfectly placed onto 3. Taz comes in with a Cold Ultra as well. It's the first blood over here for Psychots as he's going to be taken down. Taz in the midst now as Janna is able to munch on him there. Splits him out, stuns him back. Taz taken down. GEEK SLATE looking for more damage as Hijime is forced to flicker out. GEEK SLATE win the team fight, but EVOS Legends secure the neutral objective.
And in the early game, Arashi, which is more worth it? Oh. What happened, Arashi? Why'd you swap sides?
You left Ranger Amasa all alone, man!
I was expecting an underdog story in the previous game. I really hoped it was going to happen. But honestly, in this game, I think the drafts, it's going to be a bit too difficult for GEEK SLATE to deal with. So that's why I went and switched, you know, gotta keep it competitive, keep it interesting. Just switching it up.
Alright, okay. 3 minutes in the game right now. It does seem like GEEK SLATE has a little bit of an economy advantage. It's not too heavy just yet. It's not as evident just yet. And it turns out 5v5, GEEK SLATE were able to get the better trade in that team fight.
Well,
why is that?
They have a lot more long damage potential here. They have the Barats, and they have a lot of sustain as well. And the Numino Blast gets cancelled out though, so GEEK might go aggressive here.
2 Cold Altars already. Dreams losing a whole lot of HP as Psychots rotates over. Luke doing the same thing. That's the wall, preventing Luke to do anything more. And man, the gold not swinging here because GEEK SLATE, just like UBS Gold, they're investing and they are getting the value. 885 gold. Shadera's been free farming this game unlike the last.
So already a big improvement coming in from GEEK SLATE, and they're going for these big team fights. And we talked about how a boy needs to be proactive and how that means Hijime will be able to get a lot more Cold Altars. But now Beloyski gets jumped on, and he is the only hero right here that isn't really a team fight presence. So early on, the fact that GEEK SLATE was able to fight in the pit, used the Daytona's Welcome to sustain and do a lot of damage at the base damage. I think EVOS Legends need to be careful in how they position here, because if they spread out the way they did in game number 1, I think they have a better chance of winning.
Well, with the turtle now spawning back in, it's GEEK SLATE who has more pressure to play with. EVOS Legends can go for it. Luke's actually used the Petrify there. Pops into Black Dragon form. Janna secures the second turtle of this game, pushing their lead to a 1,000 gold lead now as EVOS Legends are able to find a little bit up top. But Shadera actually steals the gold buff away with this carry, and that's going to be Beloy, who launches onto Brands. That's a boy with a Cold Altar. Brands still able to flicker out. Not flickered, it's the dash with the Inspire. 2 Dreams with a flicker back. Brands still surviving. Whoa. How do you take this man down? A boy with a Stampede brings Dreams back, but the Cold Altar from Hijime outplays Beloy. That's the bulwark as well, but Shadera fights it. Hijime is going to fall. GEEK SLATE have done it. It's a double for Shadera. The 3v3 won by the Geeks.
2,000 gold lead now as Taz trying to clear the way, prevent any more casualties from happening, which is basically the tower, and that was a really good setup for GEEK SLATE. Initially, I thought it would have been bad for GEEK SLATE, but they're actually able to turn it around, and now with the 2,000 gold lead here in the 5th minute, what are the items looking like, Arashi?
Well, the gold lane is not too far different. There's a bit more components built up by Shadera, going in for the Demon Hunter Sword, most likely, in the second item. So it's still pretty even, but everywhere else though, they already starting to build towards their power spikes. Having the Keta Talisman on a boy means more spammable spells, a lower cooldown of the Cold Altar, and I think that the early game is very chaotic here, and both teams are going for fights without without planning it out, setting it up properly. So in a way, it does benefit GEEK SLATE when it fights goal like that, because they do have more dynamic playmaking tools. But for EVOS, they still have a chance of coming out back here.
Good stun. Doing on blast as well. Beloyski going to be stunned up, but that's a very well-timed Cold Altar by a boy. Shadera picks up the turret up top, and GEEK SLATE are just playing it really objectively. Slow tempo. Very unlike GEEK.
But notice how EVOS Legends, they're not fighting back either, right? You mentioned about the power spikes from hitting, and it seems like EVOS Legends, they're nowhere near that just yet. And you can see that they're not over committing onto these. But we'll see. It seems like EVOS Legends, they are going to try and look for a trade on the turtle or even look for a pickup.
It's a good trade there, a good reset as Luke is going to be caught here. That's a knockback by Brands, actually saving Luke. Black Dragon form now popped in as Luke is going to be able to jump into the backline once again with a Petrify. Locking 4 members in place, but the Cold Ulcer saves him right here. It's going to be the turtle over to Jana QT. His Dream's going to be taken low. Flickering out. Luke down for the Lord. XP for Turtle. My bad, not Lord. As GEEK SLATE are still waiting, using this gold lead. Hijume was forced to flick around, and that's turret number 1 in the mid lane down.
That was a very aggressive play from GEEK SLATE, even though Luke is already down to such a low amount of HP. He still goes in aggressively as Beloy tries and follows suit with that aggression, with the execute as well being used. I think GEEK overall still comes out on top there, but it shows again that EVOS Legends need to pick their fights properly, because otherwise it's going to be way too difficult. And I do think that Dreams landing a big Numeron Blast seems to be one of the key tools, the key win conditions for EVOS Legends, because when that does not happen, you can see that GEEK SLATE get a lot more confident in how they want to move forward aggressively without anything to punish them.
I'm not sure what the plan is for EVOS Legends right now. Are they just trying to funnel as much gold onto Brands as they can and onto Hijume as well to be able to dish out the damage? Because even if they want to go for a contest on the objective, Jana QT, he's 1 to 2 levels above Taz right now, and it doesn't seem like they should be able to get anything out of it.
I mean, if we take a look at the gold differences, right, you can really see how the Nefarious just has more ways to deal with the Valentina right now in the patch. And earlier when we saw the emblems, I do want to highlight Psychos with the Weapon Mastery, right? He actually went for the Weapon Mastery instead of the High and Dry up top. There's a Black Dragon form responded to by a Black Dragon form as well. Chadera picks up a turret down below. But with the Weapon Mastery, what it does give EVOS Legends is more room to scale into that later stage of the game, right? Psychons is going to be constantly dealing more damage with more items. Unlike the High and Dry, it really focuses on early game pressure and snowballing.
But the issue is that later on in those team fights, Psychos is going to be so reliant on that Wild Charge being available. And of course, in the right situations, if it's used in the right moment, it's a huge damage tool, a huge crowd control tool as well. But it requires GEEK SLATE to be all clumped up. And considering they do have a Faramis, that is possible. But for the most part, I think Chadera is going to be way too aware of that possibility. Now though, with Beloyski on the top side, EVOS have a chance, but they don't have that kind of dynamic engage they had in game number 1.
Again, the turtle has been taken low. Spear of Destruction up top to try to clear out the waves from downtown, but remember, the split push threat is still a thing. Taz now going to be able to knock Jana up as Luke jumps in with the Black Dragon going to the back line with the Petrify as well. Brandon is going to be able to pop that Inspire, dealing a lot of damage. The Numeron Blast now charged in with a Flicker as well. Onto a point, but it's perfectly purified out. Meanwhile, on the top side, it's going to be a split push threat. Once again, EVOS Legends are able to take the Lord. Wow, what a steal. They are able to survive for now, bringing them more time to scale up to the monsters they're going to be in the later stage. Hijume reads it out well. Chadera is in that push, but he deals too much damage, and he will still be able to disengage. Turret tier 1 down in that bottom side, though.
That was a 4v5 situation, and EVOS Legends were still able to get that Lord. And it's interesting, right? Because Beloyski went full on that top side, but eventually didn't get anything out of it. Do you think that was a mistake?
He was just pressuring, and I think he was trying to make EVOS Legends split up a bit more, because he needs members to be alone, right, to get full advantage of that high-end try over there. So GEEK SLATE, I do think it makes a bit of sense. They have the stronger picks as well, so they're trying to use the early game power to try and do something, but they go for a fight from 5 different directions right here.
Called Alternate on Blast. Brand's going to be brought back into the team. Where is he? He's in the midst of it all. He actually dashes forward. Beloy finds the kill. Hijume flickering out from the passive as Taz jumps in with the Appraiser's Wrath. Finds a kill back. Still able to sustain for a bit, but Jana takes his life. Dreams running away. Beloy dealing some damage back. And that was one of the rare moments where Brands made a mistake that costed his team. This team fight now is on the hands of GEEK SLATE as they're looking to capitalize more onto the tier 2. Psychons and Hijume are desperately trying to actually push them back from this turret, and they will be able to do so. But GEEK SLATE, they've lost a lot of their gold lead.
That team fight was a little bit difficult though for Brands. Sure, he made a mistake by flickering in or dashing forward, but the problem was they were being attacked by all sides. EVOS Geek Slate were able to get into that back line, was able to get Brands, as we're going to take a look at the instant replay here, Rashi.
You can see that initially, Geek just go a lot. And look at Chadera. He just comes in from the back, from the side there, and has his eyes straight onto Brands. And I think Brands was trying to and counter that aggression with aggression of his own. But unfortunately, considering the composition, considering how EVOS needs to set up for a proper team fight, Geek Slate finally get that messy team fight where their composition with more AoE, more crowd control at this moment, with Luke on the Yuzong, can do a lot more damage. So EVOS needs to be a bit more careful and open up the map, because aside from having members from Geek Slate just flanking around, they still need to be concerned about Beloyski. He is still a very legitimate threat for the backline, especially for Brands on that marksman.
Yeah, he's been so annoying so far, being able to pressure, being able to get pickoffs, being able to open up vision as well. Beloyski has been a huge factor, and other than that, I don't know, Cyclops and Grok, I don't really feel like it's a really good mix. I haven't seen the wild charge being able to get any hits on the board. Last team fight, he tried to trigger the wild charge, but Luke was just able to Black Dragon form out of it, and it hasn't really had an impact so far.
The issue right now with EVOS Legends just having very long cooldown, ultimate-based crowd control engages is the fact that Geek Slate also has 2 Purifies. So if they go for a quick comp on Chidera, he can kite away. If they try and go for a big AoE combo, a boy can very easily purify into a Cult Altar, but look at this. Oh, Luminum Blast does land, but it gets purified.
Wow, such a good bait. Brands showing on the map. Cyclops though, whoa. Flickering out to safety there. That is going to be the isolation. Janna going to be caught all alone right now as the damage will come through. Now, it's still him surviving, baiting the entire team. Brands is trying to lifesteal up, but he will be slain. Now it's Taz with the Retribution battle. He wins it again for EVOS Legends. Janna losing out. Dreams running away. Janna looking for the final kill, final hit onto Dreams, but it will not come through just yet. Finally, he picks up the kill. It's a 3 for 2. But again, EVOS somehow, some way, when Brands doesn't perform, Taz picks it up and he picks the team over, putting it on his back to carry the team.
What is that? What is that retribution? I mean,
insane.
At some point, right? Look, Taz is even a level below Janna, but he still is able to find these retributions. How is this even possible?
Geek Slate was just focusing on winning that fight, making sure that Chidera was going to be okay, making sure that overall everything is fine for the team fight, but EVOS Legends are staying on that objective, but Beloyski now gets picked off. That's a lot of damage, and with the Lord marching down, this is a window for EVOS Legends to try and find something more.
Oh man, how are they going to defend this here? The carry is the main option. Luke with a very good Petrify finds a kill. Chidera picks it up. Now EVOS Legends are backing off. The Lord has been defended, and it's not just by the carry, it's mainly by Luke who found that beautiful Petrify. Cyclops finding the wall, but doesn't have the wild charge to follow it through. Geek Slate are going to be able to micromanage these waves, and just like that, it's a beautiful defense from the side of Geek Slate.
3,000 gold lead for Geek Slate up until this point. And it seems like EVOS Legends, even though they are behind, they still have the ability to, you know, stay relevant. I think the damage coming from Hijume is starting to hit onto the members of Geek Slate. Chidera knows this, and instantly you see an Athena shield.
It seems for EVOS Legends, it's just very difficult for them to try and contest rounds, because they have a lot of tanks, technically, 3 members. But if you look at Cyclops, it's still a lot of damage being built up. And yes, there's the passive coming in from the Grok, where he's still going to be a bit more tanky. But you can see that everyone needs to stay out of sight to try and get that combo, that catch. So EVOS Legends are constantly getting pushed away by Geek Slate, because in contrast, Janna and Luke can do whatever they want in the front line. But look at his flag!
What? Dreams with a Numnam Blast, no follow-up. Janna is isolated. Brands with the Abyss Walker, jumping in front again. But that's going to be the death of his welcome, catching Cyclops again. It's going to be Janna in the midst of it all, taken down, shut down. Luke in the back line, jumping with the Petrify. Brands with the Wind of Nature as well. EVOS Legends still winning in this team fight 1 for 0. But Geek Slate are not backing away. They are able to bring Taz back, the Spear of Destruction, and Hijume deals out so much. The boy is still able to pop the regeneration in time. He pops in the Shadow Stampede. Look at Beloyski with his movement onto the flanks right now, as the turret will be sieged down by Brands. Beloy's looking for a pick. He might just jump in on the He finds the kill. That's one on the board for GEEK. But the boy's gonna be stunned up by the wild charge, and now a boy, he still survives. Chadera now jumping back in with the distraction that a boy has bought for the team. Brands already able to lifesteal back up with a few hits onto the mini waves. Now the wall plays thin, but GEEK SLATE are putting some pressure back in. EVOS Legends need to recall. What a series.
They have to be careful though, right? Because now Brands already has the Haas clause. He is going to be a little bit more sustainable in this team fights. And GEEK SLATE, instantly, reaction time. They're going to be able to open up the map and open up vision for the next neutral objective, which is the Lord. We'll see here, Jana, Cutie, and Taz. Who is going to win that Retribution battle again?
There's a Retribution battle to be concerned with, but also the bottom side. With the Spear of Destruction, Brands is able to disrupt the lane equilibrium and make the wave push for EVOS Legends. So now GEEK SLATE are the ones pressured, but look at the damage. Chadera, half HP already, and EVOS Legends, they try and make a move as Luke goes for the Black Dragon form.
It's a bait right now. Beloy able to jump onto Dreams. Now the Black Dragon form responded with as well. Luke stunned up, called Alter by a boy, saving his life. Jana versus Taz. It's 2 for 2 for Taz right now, but Jana pops into death as well. I'm gonna be stunned up right now as Jana is able to find it now. That's the redemption arc, but Brands wreaks havoc on the back line with the winning nature as well. He's able to life steal. That's a double kill for Brands, and in the back line, meanwhile, it's Jana and Beloy running for the hills. Taz and Cycox, super tanky. Beloy's waiting for the moment to jump out, so Brands finds the immortality. That's Brands taken down, but he plays his Brands, won't find his mark just yet. Numenau Blast will, as Jana will fall. The spear whips just a bit, but Beloy is visible. Hijime flickers forward, finds him, and takes him down. It's Chadera, a boy, and an enhanced Lord versus the 5 members of EVOS Legends.
My, oh my, that was a beautiful team fight by EVOS Legends, but even though they were able to get a little bit of an advantage, especially in terms of numbers, the problem was Chadera wasn't taken down, and the waves were pushing in favor of GEEK SLATE. We'll see. I mean, 3 members taken down. Seems like EVOS Legends, they want to go for an aggressive play here.
They really do. They want to go for the end. 1.2k gold lead. That's the gold lead for GEEK SLATE. It's all down, but wow, Chadera and a boy still able to clear out the waves. This is really a top-tier game, and GEEK SLATE are proving that they are a top team themselves.
EVOS Legends, you're like trying to make something happen, waiting for an opportunity to trap members of GEEK SLATE, but no, they have to go back and get their own buffs, set up the waves again, and now both teams waiting for the next Lord, 95 seconds, and during that time, anything can happen. And despite everything going down, the higher damage dealt, there's still going to be a boy on that Faramis, so GEEK SLATE might have to keep that in mind when they go for these big team fights. They focus too much on shutting Brands down or shutting Hijime down, they might just fall victim to a boy just doing a lot of damage on that Faramis with relative ease as well. So with the waves being pushed right here, I think GEEK SLATE is a team that does benefit more from the lack of vision for both sides. But later, once both teams are once again dancing around the Lord pit, I do think that EVOS Legends are the ones with more tools to try and play it more reactively, and that is the main difference.
I mean, I agree with you in that sense, but have you seen the way Luke's been playing? He just goes straight into the back line, goes with the Petrify, and Brands is usually the one that gets taken down, and that's a lot of playmaking potential that actually GEEK SLATE has. But we're going to take a look at the items here in the 19th, almost 20 minute of the game, where GEEK SLATE has a 1,000 gold lead, but at this point, everyone should be quite good in terms of items.
They're approaching a full item build, especially for the roamers right here. Usually the last to finish their inventory slot. So Beloyski, in this context, will soon have a full inventory slot, and that means that Brands needs to be a bit more careful. He does have the Wind of Nature, but in the midst of a chaotic team fight, who knows that when Beloyski is going to make his appearance, and they still need to be careful to think of who is Beloyski going to try and jump onto. Is it going to be Brands? Is it going to be Hijime? And on the top of the high amount of damage, there's also the silence that can just throw off EVOS Legends and their team fight potential. They make the move towards the Lord right here, 1 member all the way in the bottom side. That might just be the right time. It might be very convenient for EVOS Legends.
EVOS Legends are trying to manipulate those side lanes, right? They're trying to push, they're trying to create pressure onto GEEK SLATE, realizing that the Lord is already half health. Gana Cutie, as well as Taz, once again, that Retribution battle. It's gonna start now.
Whoa.
It's gonna start here.
That's a very aggressive move. Chadera stunned up. That's the immortality pop. Brands now, but he's gonna be collapsed on. That's the gold altar by a boy. He saves his team, but at what cost? That's the Evolved Lord taken very low, but Lloyd's still able to escape as the Numenal Blast gets charged in. Finds 2 members. Let's see the Lord. It's taken down. Brands for the Evolved Lord. Now I don't know what. Wait, Hijome finds a pickoff back. And just like that, it might actually be worth to EVOS Legends now.
It might be worth, but do they have enough damage to go in for the siege here?
Ooh, EVOS Legends can use the waves very efficiently, and they can buy some time, wait for Brands to come up. He is up, he's out of the map for 25 seconds right here, but EVOS Legends can very easily wait for the right opportunity, and once he's up, Beloyski will be the one that isn't on the map. So now, with the gold advantages equalized, EVOS Legends will be available, will be able to make the play happen, unless GEEK SLATE wants to bring the fight to EVOS Legends instead and go for a fight knowing that they have a gold lane advantage, especially right now at 22 minutes of the game with everyone having a full inventory slot.
Oh, Psychots, he's trying to buy some time here. Twice already. This is the second wall that he's put up. He's trying to buy some time for Brands to hit, but oh my god.
It's also a good bait here. Chadera gonna be caught in a Numenal Blast. That's the flicker not ready just yet. Chadera still able to free hit in the back line as he's able to dash away. That's the petrified by Luke, and that's the friggin' back from Jana QT. He brings the entire team back. Hijome and Dream, but Brands has rotated over back to the team fight right now. Chadera picks up an unstoppable, and EVOS Legends will have to back away. GEEK SLATE with another beautiful defense.
I feel like EVOS Legends were too precious to try and find a fight where you can see that Brands was nowhere close to the beginning of that fight. So I think they were just trying to make it work way too hard, and GEEK SLATE, they can punish them because in this late stage, it's not that GEEK SLATE has no items. They're also sitting on a full inventory slot. They have a late game gold lane as well in Chadera. And you can see that in that fight, a boy was just splashing damage left and right. So EVOS Legends need to respect the potential for GEEK SLATE to just win it out with brute force in this late game stage.
This is an N angle here for GEEK SLATE. The mini waves aren't there. Taz gonna be able to actually, he jumps back in with the dash and the taunt right now. The cold ulcer will be placed down. A boy is looking for the end right now. That's gonna be Taz with the Appraiser's Grab, dealing a whole lot of damage. Immortality right there by Taz, and he's gonna be brought back to the team once again. A boy finds the kill, but guess what? The minion waves have been cleared out. EVOS Legends have bought enough time for the rest of the team to respawn, all only for Taz's death. I think with that, they got a pretty good trade, right? It's a good defense once again, not just by GEEK SLATE, but with EVOS Legends doing the same thing.
EVOS Legends were able to defend and stop the end push from GEEK SLATE, but at what cost? Now the jungle won't be up once the Lord is there in the picture, and GEEK SLATE has a window here where they can still go for those pickoffs instead of going for the Lord dance that in a way benefits EVOS Legends. So all the cards are in the hands of GEEK SLATE right now, and EVOS Legends are the one that have to try and predict a bit more how GEEK SLATE wants to play it out. So the fact that they're able to pressure and use the potential of ending the game to just cycle the death timers even longer, I think is very valuable. There'll be about a 10-second window where GEEK SLATE can pressure EVOS.
Seems like they're going for it here, Neko. I mean, right now, GEEK SLATE, they're already rotating here. EVOS Legends. I think they're going to contest though. Brands already there. They have to be careful though. Look at that positioning coming in from Brock.
Spear of Destruction, Numenal Blast as well, cancelled out by Luke. Brilliant cancels, the boy is able to rotate inside, jumps in with a wild charge, but it's Chadera who finds the Lord. EVOS Legends on full retreat as Psychots gets taken out in the front. GEEK SLATE, they're able to secure the Lord, and this might be it. It's an Evolved Lord in the 24th minute of the game.
And the death timers are at an all-time peak right now. 60 seconds left. They have the man advantage. They have the Lord as well. And they have all the kits in their arsenal to be able to win this. And we'll see what exactly happens.
They have to be careful of the counter though. There's still a lot of crowd control in the hands of EVOS, and there is a lot of AoE on Valentina and Moscow, but here we go.
Brands still in the back line to the Abyss Walker as well. Numenal Blast from the back, finding 4! No, it's just 3 as Malloy is able to open up some space for Chadera as now he's free hitting onto the base. The Lord is taken very low. Brands is down. GEEK SLATE have done it. They've come back from a crazy game, and it's here equal once again. 1-1 in the series.
Wow, forcing a third game in this best of 3. GEEK Fam, against all odds, against all the caster predictions, was able to get that win against EVOS Legends. Very impressive.
Ranger Ramas maintain his vote for Geek
your
Fan,
caster curse.
and he comes up, and it's my caster curse indeed. You're absolutely correct. But wow, that was a great performance from both these teams, and it just comes down to the fact that Geek Slate were a bit more manipulative in how they were going for these big fights, and EVOS, they keep getting caught off guard, and they keep going for gambles unnecessarily. They keep getting stuck with like one member being out of the game for 60 seconds, and Geek Fan were able to use that window of opportunity to try and manipulate the waves, manipulate the control around the map, and get that victory. So it shows again, with both teams having a solid late game composition, Geek Slate are just a bit more crafty in the execution.
I don't know. Would you say that they're more crafty, or EVOS Legends played way more hasty?
I'd say Geek Slate forced them to play hasty, right? The fact of the matter is, every single time they go for a pure 5v5, it's always Geek Slate with the advantage. And that kind of forced EVOS Legends to look for these crazy picks across the map. But Aboy, Chadera, Beloy, Jana, and even Luke, they all were able to play around each other so well, to a point where the pickoffs were just not able to be executed properly by EVOS Legends. And man, just a beautiful, beautiful execution here by Geek Slate in game number 2. 1-1, and Arashi, like you mentioned, you're still at 0% right now. You are the curse now.
Look at me, guys. I am the curse now. Look at me. I am the curse now.
He's the curse now.
Well,
just for today, maybe.
At the same token, though, I do feel like both teams, right, they're just forced to play aggressively. But we talked about brands again and again. Look at Chadera, though. I believe he's still standing at a 0 death in game number 2. And it's a very impressive performance. And of course, Aboy played a huge part in ensuring that he does not get taken down. But considering all these sneaky, cheeky maneuvers EVOS were trying to do to ensure that they get the pickoff onto the carry, who does have a bit more presence in the late game due to the true damage, due to the passive, I think it's just so good. It shows again that Chadera, even though people have doubts, you know, he's very new to the scene. He is performing out of his mind, man. Every single game we see him in.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I mean, so far, whoever's picked up the carry has won the series.
100%.
Right? So, and I'm wondering what exactly happened and what played the part in the fact that EVOS Legends played kind of in disarray. They were kind of hasty in their decision making, like you mentioned, probably forced in that position. But one of the main things that I saw in the drafting phase was the fact that Natalia was left open, and they were the ones to be able to get the carry. So coming to game 3, we'll see if that changes. But coming back to game number 2, we'll see the post-game items.
Look at the items here. It's the late game. I mean, Brand switched his items several times already. He had a Wind of Nature. He switched it for the Winter Truncheon in the end right there. So it's at that point where people are just swapping on items. And Beloyski on the Natalia. On the Roamer has 5 damage items. And the same thing can be said for Psychots in the EXP lane. He does have the Sea Halberd. And in addition, the Rose Gold Meteor was built last, but I think was a bit too late. And if you look at both teams, it seems like very balanced, right? Equal amount of backline, equal amount of front line. But for EVOS, like we mentioned, they need the Lolita to be hidden in the back, right? We saw in the end the flank Luminant Blast being used. So he needs to make those surprise plays, and they don't have anyone to just stand in the front and absorb the damage. So it just puts them in a bit of a back foot, and whenever they go for an engage, something aggressive, they're forced to fully commit, and they don't have the chance to just dance it out the same way Geek Slate is able to, using the Barats, for example, who can stay in the front, tank that damage, do damage back, and still sustain with a Daytona's welcome given the right circumstances. So I think in the pure 5v5 situation, Geek Slate can just have a lot more staying power. So with the mutual objective in the picture, I do think that really benefits them instead.
The Purify was also a huge factor, right? Because like you mentioned, they were putting so many eggs in one basket with the CC and the Numan Blast, but the problem was there was Purify, so every time they wanted to go for Chadera or even Aboy, it was a little too difficult. But this is the post-game stats, and finally we see someone different in the Rich Guy and the Carry category.
Now it's Aboy who's taken 2 categories from brands. Not technically from brands, because Chadera had a hand in that. He took the Rich Guy away, But what I do want to point out is the fact that GEEK SLATE adjusted really well with the Barats pick, right? The Barats pick, what makes it so good is the fact that in Game 1, what GEEK SLATE were lacking was a frontliner that could stay in place in the front line. They were always knocked back, and it was always them in disarray. But with the Detona's Welcome, you're going to be there. Anti-CC, no one can knock you back unless there's a suppression, but Kaja, no Kaja that game.
I think that's a very smart move, and you can see that all the way to the beginning of the game. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights later on, but you can see that Barats just stands in the middle of the pit doing damage, and if you just focus too much on the Barats, yes, EVOS has enough damage to take him down, but at what cost? If they push all the damage onto the Barats, then the rest of the team will struggle from the follow-up coming in from the side of EVOS, so just puts them in a difficult situation. What is that?
These are the hand gestures to push your points even further, Arashi.
How far?
All the way.
To the MVP.
To the MVP. To the people watching
see.
back at home from everywhere across the world.
I'm wondering, right, who is the MVP, right? Because, like, KDA-wise, it could be a boy, but I gotta say Luke played a really big play and impact in those team fights.
Chidera as well, right? So this is why it's so difficult. These games are so close, and everyone is just pulling their weight so evenly that you really struggle to try and come up with who really deserves it, because it can really go to everyone else. Because yes, a boy was making the plays happen, pulling people back, saving his teammates with the Cult Altar, especially Chidera though, but without the follow-up coming in, it's a bit different. So if Chidera isn't in the picture, it won't nearly be as successful. We take a look at some of the gold stats here, the gold curve for game number 2, and you can see that GEEK SLATE has a lot of good moments here, and EVOS Legends almost mounted a comeback at some point, equalizing their gold lead. But once their death timers were flipped around, once GEEK SLATE understood their win condition to try and confuse EVOS when they're trying to approach that Lord, that's where they get an advantage. They get the one-man pickoffs, they go for the 5v4 and end it out because they still have the Cult Altar that they can completely abuse to try and focus down those objectives. So I think unfortunately, despite the execution from both teams, like Mirko mentioned, the drafts played a huge part in deciding who comes out on top here.
It does. It really does. And, you know, I swear, looking at it again, talent prediction, right? Especially for me, I usually see it based on the drafts. And honestly, looking at their mid-control, looking at the way they're able to play the game, honestly, early on, I really thought EVOS Legends had the advantage. But it comes down to that 60 to 70% in the draft. Obviously, there's some level of execution as well that has a big impact on the game. And I just feel like GEEK SLATE, they performed out of their minds. Just like Nice who said, they practice their minds off.
Mind game.
Oh boy!
There you go. Your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 series of 5G in game number 2 was a boy. He was able to be, the highest amount of damage placed through the mid lane. Damage dealt.
Assists.
And most assists as well. He had a huge impact in the game. You can even see with a 90% KP. And this Faramis was a support, but he built full damage. There was not one defensive item that he built, except, of course, for the Immortal, but that was at the very end.
I think that's just a very good choice of itemization, because you see that there's some damage required for GEEK SLATE to try and get ahead there, to be a threat to Brands as well, the main carry in that late game. So having a mage, a proper mage, they can just pull everyone back and do a lot of damage, especially when everyone's focusing down on Chidera. I think it allows him to have a lot more space to be aggressive, to not get focused down instantly, and he can just wait out on that Cult Altar and keep dishing out the damage, which is why he shows up at the highest damage dealt here. If you look at the heat map, very minimal roams for the most part. He just plays on that mid lane, goes for the mid control, as Mirko mentioned, very, very important. Huge improvement to the drafting for game number 2 for GEEK SLATE. And afterwards, he just goes for small ganks on the side and always plays around the jungle, plays around his team, especially in those neutral objective takes, because that is where the Cult Altar gets completely abused, especially in the early game. And especially in the first, I think that first fight, man, with the Barats, with the Daytona's Welcome and the Cult Altar, GEEK SLATE just basically outlasted EVOS, and that seems to be a similar pattern, because Brands was doing a lot of damage, it just wasn't enough. Here we go, this is the turtle take, where everyone's just committing towards each other. Both Cult Altar were used, but the fact that Janna could use the Daytona's Welcome just brought GEEK SLATE so much more time, and from there, You saw this very aggressive play. Both teams kind of winging this fight, trying to get an advantage, but it results in Chidera actually getting a double kill. So that's really great. And afterwards, they understood the front-to-back potential. They go for the very wild engages. That is why GEEK SLATE is just so scary. They go for engages from 2 different directions. And here, despite Chidera getting taken out, that called alter play by a boy saves the day. And with that, they're able to withstand the Lord pressure. And like you said, Eterna, EVOS occasionally seems to be a bit too hasty. Brands was not in the picture when this fight was happening. And GEEK SLATE, as a result, was able to get ahead, turn back the tides right here. And with the called altar, using it to just get picked off at least onto the members of EVOS Legends, they were able to end that second game and make it a very competitive 3-game series.
Yeah, that moment when the cult altar popped right before Chidera was going to be taken down, and instead Brands was the one to get taken down, is so depressing. Can you imagine?
Depressing for Brands.
Yeah,
for Chidera, it was enlightening, right? It's like,
Dude,
oh my god, I have a boy on my team. I have a man.
I have a boy on my team.
And you can kind of say that in game number 2, GEEK SLATE has developed as a team. I think one of the things that we mentioned before this match even started was the fact that EVOS Legends had a bit more layer to their flexibility, the fact that any one of them could carry if one of them got shut down, but that wasn't reflected in game number 2. We saw that even though we saw Brands getting taken down, no one else could pick up the carry. And then for GEEK Fam, all of them really stepped up. Luke was performing, a boy had that much damage. So we're going to see if that consistency still pays out here in game number 3. But before that, we're going to straight into a 5-minute, no, not even 5-minute, short break. Me, Mirko, as well as Arashi, will see you after the break.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, EVOS and Geek fams, welcome back to the third game of the series as we are still sitting at a 1-1 for those who missed it. EVOS Legends were initially leading the series, but it looks like GEEK SLATE has a really good chance of going for a reverse sweep. I hope you guys have checked out Grab already, Bleebly, check it out, you know, the tickets, food, everything, or maybe you guys even want to head to the venue. Because I gotta say, I did not expect this going a full best-of-3 series.
I think after game number 1, a lot of people counted GEEK SLATE out, but you know, that actually worked for GEEK SLATE because GEEK SLATE actually likes being the underdogs. Every single time they have been the underdogs and they thrive being the underdogs. Write them off and they'll prove you wrong, and that's exactly what they did in game 2.
Now the question is, who am I going to vote for in game number 3? Because
it all comes down to Arashi. Whoever he votes for, they will lose.
We'll have to see. We'll have to wait for the drafts first. But the pattern so far is, unfortunately, the team I picked doesn't really get the W here. So we'll have to see. I think it comes down, of course, to the drafts again. And I think, considering both these teams have played so patiently for the past 2 games, I do believe that the final game, in true Indonesian fashion, is usually the most violent, where there's just a lot of back and forth, a lot of aggression. So you can expect a lot of like engage tools, kajas, I'm blacking out right now, but all these engage heroes to just band away to ensure that for both these teams, right, they can get the, I don't know, the power spike that they are waiting for.
Beloyski is a huge factor, right? I mean, when we saw him initially on the Ruby, not much of an impact, like we mentioned, based on the drafts, but in game number 2, when he was able to pick up the Natalia, you can even see, right, the impact that he had more gold, had way more damage, way more impact, way more map vision, and that really gave the GEEK SLATEs more of an edge.
The GEEK SLATEs.
The GEEK SLATEs. I like that, right? I mean, again, if we take a look at the game recap, it comes down to a boy being a man. Going in on these team fights, the cult altars perfectly placed, and also having a sick jersey, by the way. Both EVOS Legends and GEEK SLATE, they're battling it out for best jersey because both of these teams actually have their merch stores here in the MPL Arena too, and I've just been eyeing those merch stores, man.
Right. I mean, they seem very appealing here. It's a cool color scheme, like being completely
You're a color
honest.
scheme.
It truly is. We do have a fun fact here by Grab, though. Season 11 is the debut of EVOS and GEEK SLATE mid laners in MPL. So both a boy as well as Hijume, but they both represented their team in the international tournament, and they did pretty well, right? Geek Fam was able, well, they were called Geek Fam before, they were able to get second place in the grand finals against ONIC Esports, but unfortunately they weren't able to get the dub. And from the side of EVOS Legends, they were able to get first place in ISF. So like we keep mentioning, both of these teams have really progressed, even though they're quote-unquote new teams to the MPL ID tournament. But we are heading straight into the drafting phase here for game number 3 between EVOS Legends and Geek. And you can see the instant change by EVOS Legends, right? Yes, the Fanny was banned, but now the Natalia and the Faramis is going to be taken off the board.
First pick is also sitting at a 100% win rate, right? Not just the carry, the team who gets carry, also 100%. Natalia for Beloy, also 100%. That's why you're seeing it respected here. But first pick has been 100% so far today. EVOS winning game 1 on blue side, then Geek doing the same thing, and now it's EVOS back on the blue side.
I find it funny that both these teams, it seems like when they switch sides, they also switch bans technically. Yes, there's one or two bans that are a little bit more situational, a bit more targeted, but for the most part, isn't that different from game number 1 all the way to number 3. So for EVOS right now, if they want to go with the same style earlier, the glue is still very much open, and now with the Faramis banned away, it becomes that much more of a value pick. It can be flexed around as well, but the Kaja will be the solution that EVOS Legends will prefer. This will allow them to shut down any pesky, aggressive heroes coming in from GEEK Fam, and also get the pick-off gameplay that they are usually very good at utilizing to try and get an advantage.
You know what time it is, Eterna?
What?
It's Glucan time.
It's Glucan time.
Okay. Okay, that is it possible? I would have thought that GEEK Fam right now, GEEK SLATE, sorry, would be able to pick up the glue right now, as well as a Eve that was previously banned in the past 2 games, but now left wide open. Definitely a possible choice, even though the Eve is quite susceptible to the suppress coming in from the Kaja. But GEEK SLATE has a completely different idea in mind. They're actually going to pick up the Fredrin and the Lapu Lapu.
Interesting. Lapu Lapu. So already 2 very strong front lines. Not a lot of flex potential since they've shown the EXP lane already. But on the event that EVOS picks up the glue, they will have a Lapu Lapu that can match up with the glue. Later on though, of course, because the early game is going to be very much in the favor of glue, who is a very oppressive lane bully. But later on in the fights, if Psychots tries to go with the glue and zones everyone away, Blue can do the exact same thing on that Lapu Lapu, and in a way, maybe be a bit more destructive, picking off any squishy members, but EVOS are not deterred. They go for the Eve, they go for the carry as well. So solid backline has been secured for the side of EVOS Legends.
Solid front-to-back composition. Now, GEEK SLATE, technically what they can do is still go for the glue. The glue is still an option here. They can also just secure a Valentina in the mid lane to answer that real-world regulation, but Pharsa works too. They'll go for the Valentina. Again, a little bit more flexibility with the Valentina aside compared to the Pharsa, right? But back again, the glue has been completely ignored here. There's a Beloyski's list of achievements. First team winner, Best Roamer, MPL ID Season 10. Second place, One Esports MPLI 2022. And second place, Top Clans 2022 Winter Invitational. These are the tournaments he has won, or he has, these achievements are after he joined the GEEK SLATE, because we all know before he was runner-up for M3.
Wow. Just
First
insane achievements behind his back. And as soon as he was able to make it to Indo and enter the roster for GEEK Fam last season, we instantly saw the change that he was able to bring, right? He has a lot of experience in drafting. He has a lot of say in the game as well. And when you said that blue was ignored, another thing is also ignored that was actually in the keys to victory.
What is that?
Franco?
The Franco.
Right.
The Franco now can be an option for GEEK Fam to pick up, realizing that EVOS Legends has the Eve. With the Kaja taken off the board, definitely something that GEEK Fam can consider coming into this 3rd game. But in the second phase of the draft ban and picks, you see a Yuzong being banned away by GEEK Fam, and EVOS Legends in return have actually sniffed that out and started to, feel it out and ban the Pharsa.
The Yuzong is almost a signature pick for Psychots, and so I guess GEEK SLATE didn't want to deal with it. We saw that in the right situations, the Yuzong can be such a huge problem, dealing damage, dealing crowd control as well. They will eventually here ban out this glue though, still thinking that EVOS can make good use of it because the Faramis still isn't banned out. So for EVOS right here, they've banned the Pharsa in response to the Eve to ensure that the high ground potential is still in their favor. So I think for GEEK, they need to be very careful on what kind of gold lane they want here, because if they pick someone too immobile, they'll be forced to build a lot of defense items or get picked off completely.
I love the fact that EVOS Legends sniffed GEEK SLATE's composition out so fast, right? I mean, instantly, you see the Lapu Fredrin, you were confused, but this is GEEK SLATE's way to flex the Valentina. They already have 2 physical damage dealers. Now they can pick up another magic dealer in the second phase, but EVOS Legends, they ban out the Pharsa. Super smart from EVOS Legends. A good read on the draft, and they ban out the Lolita as well here from GEEK SLATE. A hero that was really, really good. Wow, is that Beloy Kufra? I haven't seen this in a long time, dude.
Wow, I mean, Kufra in general hasn't been that dominant in the league right here, but there's a lot of, engageable targets on the side of EVOS Legends, so GEEK SLATE can make use of this Kufra. But keep in mind, once he goes in, there's going to be a lot of punishment if he does not land the skills properly. Divine Judgment can be used to keep him there. He has to walk back in the slow of the Eve, as well as getting just damaged by the carry. So for EVOS Legends right here, knowing that there will be a Kufra jumping in, maybe they want to secure someone, they can just take that without an issue and maybe have some crowd control immunity or just not get picked off.
Martis jungle.
Right, I was about to say.
I'm quite 50-50 on the Kufra, but EVOS Legends now. The Martis and the Akai. I would have thought that EVOS Legends picked up Akai for the jungle position, but wait, is this a Martis in the EXP lane going against the Fredrin?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, I mean, this is a question now. I think the Akai, the good pick, honestly, with the Claude there. You are able to be a bit more creative, I would say, with your engages. Taz is on the Akai. It's, yes, XP lane Martis. So we did predict the Martis pick, but we didn't predict it to go to the XP lane with the Akai now in the jungle. I think this is a solid comp, right? EVOS or GEEK SLATE here up against that EVOS Legends composition. They want to engage, but with the anti-CC coming in from the Martis and also the heavy spin, that's a lot of disengaged potential that they can utilize.
There's a lot of purifies that could also potentially hinder more of the Kufra. Very 50-50 on the Kufra, but we'll see. Both compositions for both of the teams have been set in stone as we are going and moments away from jumping into the Land of Dawn for game number 3, as GEEK Fam have forced a third game of the series. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into the Land of Dawn for the last and final stand between EVOS Legends and GEEK Fam in match number 1.
Let's see, this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup, right? It's the battle of execution again. If Beloy is able to find the proper targets, it's still going to be tough because of EVOS Legends disengage, but Beloy, just as I say it, he does find it onto Hijume. Avoid putting some damage down again, and Hijume is zoned away from the minion waves. We said it, Kaja with almost any mage gets the clear down, but the kill pressure from the Kufra is already very visible early on.
Goes in, but Dreams is able to move away, no issue, but Beloy is just using this Kufra to its maximum potential, maximum pressure. And if you look at the emblems though, Hijume is going with the Impure Wrath here, allowing him to sustain a bit more, do a bit more burn damage as well. So overall, bit by bit, he's gonna have a poke advantage unless a boy makes it a bit of a back and forth endeavor in the trading department. So using that, it seems like EVOS Legends will be able to try and get an advantage as Beloyski gets collapsed on here.
Uh-oh, Beloy is in danger here. That might just be first blood over to Taz. Last time he was on the Panda, he absolutely dominated the game. Now he's almost doing the same thing early on. EVOS Legends with a 300 gold lead to start. And in the mid lane as well, you can already see Taz rotating over to put some more pressure down as Boy gets chunked quite a bit.
So far, in the first few minutes, 2 minutes specifically, you can see that EVOS Legends has had the better time in rotating. They were able to utilize Dreams and just clear that mid lane a little bit more quicker than GEEK SLATE, and you can finally see that paying dividends towards them. EVOS Legends being able to get one pick off the board is a good start, but now both teams, they are going to start rotating towards that bottom side as the turtle is going to spawn.
I'm concerned about GEEK SLATE, and their only single magic damage source is going to be quite short range. But now, GEEK SLATE are the ones going in, but Taz makes the play.
John still finding the retribution. Taz not going to be stunned up as Luke flickers forward, finding the kill. And GEEK SLATE are on the board, but in the top side, Chadera gets picked off. It's a gank with the Divine Judgment and even the flicker by Dreams onto Chadera. You can't purify out of a suppression.
But the problem is they were able to get a turtle out of it. So turtle versus losing your gold laner earlier on, which would it be worth more for?
I think it depends on what they do with this lead right here. If Chadera can take that lead and start bullying, if Brands can try and use this lead to try and bully Chadera and shut him down, definitely going to be a huge benefit for the side of EVOS Legends. With the turtle, GEEK SLATE isn't really able to do anything too crazy, too significant on the map. So I think overall, it's still a good play for EVOS Legends. But as I was mentioning, having only a Valentina as the magic damage source, it's enough damage. But if EVOS Legends all jump onto a boy, right, or even use the suppression on him, that means that they can just stack physical defense and generally have a pretty good time in those team fights.
Interesting movement by Taz here. Who's going to be poked down? Heavy spin, going to be there with the Divine Judgment as well. Onto a boy, the flicker out down. And another heavy spin. It's stolen away, and it's Taz who gets pinned down. Chidera dealing the damage as the real world inflation comes down onto a boy. The Apprentice Wrath dealing so much damage, and Chidera places the BMI down onto Hijome and Brands. Brands is super low. There is a siege going on here in the top side as Beloy charges in the Tyrant's Revenge. Might just be going for it, but it's a good clear over from EVOS Legends. GEEK SLATE, though, not slowing down at all.
They just keep trading back and forth, not backing away. And even on the other side of the map, in the EXP lane, Cyclops goes for it. Luke is very, very low. He will dash away. The flicker comes in. The British fighter will allow him to get escape from that situation. But Luke escapes with his life.
That was so close. And you know, like, in theory, it does make sense, right? Because the fact is, Luke on the Lapu Lapu, he's going to rely so much on a CC. But the fact is, in that lane, but wait a minute here, Taz.
Well, he does have the heavy spin. He's saving it quite for some time here. GEEK SLATE needs to force this out of him. That's going to be the heavy spin popped in, the RWM as well. But it is still Janna finding a way to come back in. Taz secures the turtle, but it is for his life. GEEK SLATE are going to have more pressure to play with, and they have already grouped up as 5 into the mid lane. The top side won't really mean anything as Luke jumps in with a Bravest Spider. Hijome is down. Mid lane control for GEEK SLATE as Dreams gets... No, he doesn't get the Divine Judgment just yet. Now he finds it onto a boy who's going to be brought back, and the Decimate takes him down. EVOS Legends with a better trade on the objectives up top.
In the midst of all that, though, you can see that EVOS, they're actually able to take the tower in the top side, though. We take a look at the talent's prediction here. It's a bit of a switch. The only GEEK SLATE pick here is for Mirko. So what's going on here, buddy?
I saw your prediction and I went the opposite. That's what I did. It seems I was the only one who went for that. Let's see if it pays off here. It's like how it paid off for Ranger Moss as Janna jumps in with onto Hijome. Beloy doing the same thing. Hijome gonna be able to pop the RWM, but Luke's still able to find the kill. Brand still doing a whole lot of damage as that's the heavy spin popped in by Taz to actually zone Beloy down. GEEK SLATE find the mid laner, but it's actually traded for the roamer, which is still very much worth it for GEEK SLATE.
For sure. And so far, Hijome hasn't really had much of an impact. The problem is, he's wary, right? With so much dive coming in from GEEK SLATE with the Lapu Lapu, Janna QT as well, it seems like it's difficult for him to position his real-world manipulation properly, so he's either too forward or a little bit too behind in that sense.
You know, I figured that in this game, with so much physical damage threat in the back line, Hijome would go for a very quick defensive item like a brute force breastplate. We've seen it before, and I think this is one of those games where it would be very valuable as Luke gets pulled by the Divine Judgment and Brand tries to take him out.
Yeah. What? How does he keep doing this? Beloy with the Tyrant's Revenge. Taz?
Whoa.
Okay, there's a pause initiated here. Not sure by who, GEEK SLATE or EVOS Legends, but Luke, man, oh man. 1 HP.
Yes, but it seems like, ladies and gentlemen, we are entering a pause. But actually gives us a little bit more time to dissect what has happened so far. Because as we like to remind you guys, you know, fair play is our utmost priority. We want to make sure both of these teams have the best of the best to be able to perform the best as well. And it seems like both teams are giving their best.
There's a lot of bests, man.
A lot of bests.
Best squared here.
It's like you're the best analyst.
I mean, they require the best environment,
best
right?
Cute boy.
The cute man.
Okay.
He's a man now.
As do we to enjoy this this final match. And so far, we're seeing a great back and forth here. We doubted the Kufra pick, but Beloyski is able to use it to his utmost aggression here, just going in again and again. And he's very wise in picking when to go in. We haven't seen him miss a Tyrant's Revenge just yet so far. And EVOS, you can tell, are kind of struggling with that prospect, but they're still able to trade around the map. They got the tower at first, trading it for the mid lane pressure there. So I think for now, it's just GEEK SLATE going for the kills, and EVOS Legends just trying to find something in compensation of that. And so far, I do think that if things go the same way, EVOS Legends has a bit of an advantage because eventually, right, their vulnerable backline will be able to build in some defensive items and generally have an okay time in those fights against the Lapu Lapu.
Hijome is playing really carefully. Do you notice every time he opens that real-world manipulation, he's either a little too back or a little too forward.
It's also getting pushed back and forth though, so that's the tough part of being an immobile mage in the situation.
Whoa.
Whoa, what's going on here?
What was that? Anyways, back to your point, Arashi.
Again, they just... what is this weird music we're hearing? But, right, he is being dove on and he is being pushed and jumped on, so you can see that at this point in time, with how ahead Luke is, he's able to use the Bravest Fighter and completely one-shot the Yi in the hands of Hijimi. So he needs to be a lot more careful as we take a look at the audience comment. And the pattern is, if you're very confident, usually it's a bit of a jinx. So with Brans, the confidence of the EVOS Legends has increased. And I didn't get to read the rest of the comment.
Where's Fairsick? I want to see Fairsick! No offense to Taz.
No offense to Taz.
No offense to Taz, right?
So far, Taz has been a really good addition to the EVOS Legends roster, right? Fairsick, I think I mentioned it before, I think last week, but I'm like, Taz's Fairsick's highest of highs is higher than Taz, but his lowest of lows is lower than Taz.
Taz is more consistent, that's it, right?
No, I want to say it my way.
Okay, yeah.
It's
We get
more
it.
complicated, and people end up like thinking like, you know,
yeah, why do it easy when you can do it hard?
Yeah. That's the
Eterna.
That's Eterna's way of life, right?
Never give up and show them that you guys are not a rabbit anymore.
I think they got the wrong team. I think the rabbit is Bigatron
Bigatron.
Alpha.
I was about to mention.
Against RRQ, but it's fine. It's fine. Keep supporting Geek until be yourself and never surrender. Hashtag GeekFam, hashtag GeekFam ID. Just to make it clear, it's not GeekFam MY. Hashtag once geek, once a geek, always a fam. Is it once a geek, always a slate now, or is it still the same?
Clean slate.
One slate, always a geek.
All right. All right.
Moving on.
We're actually getting a bit too creative.
On your screen here, you can see the supporters in the venue here at Menara Kuningan. And we actually changed the venue. Before it was EXO Hall, and we moved to Menara Kuningan. And even with a change of venue, man, these supporters, they still show up. And I get it. Either both of their fan bases are called fam. Because they're always there.
EVOS
fams? Need them the most.
Geek fams.
Exactly.
Geek fams are definitely out there as far as one of the most passionate
You don't say
supporters.
geek fams, you say geek fams.
Oh, the geek fans. Yeah, but I was just making a point that if your team hasn't been doing that well for so long, and yet you're still an avid supporter, that requires dedication, man. So there's respect there for the geek fans, especially the OG ones from back then, Mirko, as you would say.
I have a geek jersey. Does that make me a geek fan?
You have a geek jersey?
Yeah, they sent one to me.
What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
It has my name on it.
Geek Slate, my loyalty can be bought. In case I didn't make it clear enough at M4, my loyalty can be bought. Send me one of those jerseys, but we're also jumping back into the game where no one has died. It's still Turtle number 3. Beloy with a Tyrant's Revenge, pretty short there, not gonna go for the engage all the way. Shadera is able to zone Taz away, not gonna go for the steal. Jana picks it up, and that's a neutral objective over to the side of Geek Slate.
What is going on with Peacock? He's so far in, and it doesn't seem like Geek Slate were able to clear those waves properly. So other than that, EVOS Legends have also actually picked up a turret in the top side.
Second tier turret too, but look at this play coming in. Blazing Duet as well, that's gonna be Brand's taken out, and Dreams soon to follow. A boy flickers in though.
Oh, the Divine Judgment by Dreams. That's another. Uh-oh, taunted up. Oh, boy! He is gonna fall, and that is a trade. But I think it's a trade that Geek Slate will take any day of the week. Chadera also stealing away a few camps in the jungle as they rotate back into the mid lane.
It's not looking too good for EVOS Legends so far. Geek Slate been able to get a lot of pickoffs on the board, get more favorable trades, and actually win a lot of more of those neutral objectives. And that kind of concerns me. What was the point of the Akai being picked up if, up until this point, it doesn't seem like EVOS Legends were able to contest?
It does seem like EVOS Legends are trying to trade as much as possible here. They've gotten 2 turrets, one tier 2 turret though, so it's still pretty good for them. And I think they want to wait until the backline, Brands and Hijimi, are somewhat more secure, right? Once the game drags on, Luke will start losing that one-shot potential on that Lapu Lapu, and I think that's what they're waiting on as a boy gets jumped on. Whoa, 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 whoa,
Oh boy!
How?
It was a bait? No way! They're not gonna get anything just yet as Jana is able to zone them away. A boy, maybe at first it was a miscalculation, then he just carried it through with his mechanics, and meanwhile on the bottom side, Psycon's actually losing out on the 1v1 against Chidera on this quad. Beloy, missing Dreams just a bit, flickering out. Dreams looking for the Divine Judgment, but Luke pops in the Bravest Fighter defensively. Look at Chidera. He needs to be very careful here. Dreams actually does not have a Divine Judgment, so Chidera can go all the way here, but he decides to just wait in that bush.
Man, I mean, you can see the Dream just holding on to the Divine Judgment, not using it, just put so much pressure as Hijumi gets jumped on, flickers out.
Oh, that's going to be the Blazing Duet. Wreaking Havoc in the back line as Dreams is taken very, very low. Still respect towards the Divine Judgment. That's not even off of cooldown, but GEEK SLATE are looking to go for the mid lane now. He's looking to go for it. Chidera with a beautiful BMI. Gets out, baits out the dash, and now it's GEEK SLATE with a free. Oh,
huh?
Beloy clapping his hands as that was a brilliant play. That's what happened.
That's exactly what happened. I was about to mention, right? And even then at GEEK SLATE, even though they weren't able to get any members of EVOS Legends low, they bought themselves a lot more time to get that board uncontested. The fact that Bronze and Hijime had to recall early bought them enough time to be able to take that. But Dreams has something to say about this.
Against Jana, though, that's the front liner. Ta's gonna be gone. Luke flickers forward, finds a stun on the Dreams, and that's the Bravest Fighter. Buying a lot of time, but it's a shutdown. It's even a double for Brands. The Lord that was taken, not gonna be utilized in full by GEEK SLATE as they were caught off guard.
They just went in there with the Blazing Duet, and a boy jumps in as well, but they got cancelled by Psychots, making a surprise appearance. He hasn't been in the fights thus far in the big team fights, but now he makes an appearance and has a huge impact with the crowd control, the mini crowd control, and the crowd control immunity. So already split pushing early on, and now finally participating in these big team fights. So GEEK SLATE now needs to be a bit more careful. The Lord, though, is on the bottom side as EVOS Legends makes plays on the other side of the map here. This could be something that GEEK SLATE can take advantage of.
Beloy finally clapping his hands, finding a panda this time. Not just applauding his team, but GEEK SLATE with the Lord are still able to find this despite them getting caught. Luke and Jana are in the mid lane. They're actually utilizing the waves really well. Now Divine Judgment onto Beloy. I think they're going to be happy with that. Chidera jumps into the Blazing Duel onto the back line, but he is going to be melted down. A boy with the stolen RWM is dealing some damage. He finds the kill. Brands has been caught, and even in the top side, Psychots is down. GEEK SLATE finding so many big trades on the board.
So worth it for them as well. The way that they're able to go about all of this is quite insane, and it's interesting. GEEK SLATE, they're playing it safer than EVOS Legends for sure. They're not gambling as much as EVOS Legends. I mean, the play in the top side didn't really work out for them as Beloy goes in once again.
Beloy clapping Dreams. Luke gonna be brought back by the Divine Judgment. Luke with the Bravest Fighter. No way, no way. Okay, finally, they are punished for being 1 HP. A boy is still able to find a tier 2, backs off as he steals away the real world manipulation.
GEEK SLATE equalizing and even taking the gold lead. They were down turrets early on, even though they were winning in all the neutral objective takes. But with that sequence of events, they've taken about four different turrets from EVOS Legends. More than that even. And now with only the base turrets left, it's a 2k gold lead for GEEK SLATE. And if you look at the backline, EVOS is better, but now Taz gets taken out. GEEK SLATE completely taking over the map right here, pressuring EVOS Legends, trying to lock them inside their own base.
Luckily, the timing wasn't too perfect. I mean, if Taz was forced to be taken out just moments away before the Lord spawns, and that would have been GEEK SLATE being able to get a wonderful trade in that neutral objective, taking that Lord for themselves. But EVOS Legends, even despite everything, they are still staying relevant in the game. You can see Psychots still already pushing there at the top side. And even though Bronze has been quite behind, he's still able to have that much of damage, that much impact, and that much more items, honestly. And GEEK SLATE, they need to start respecting Bronze's damage.
Yeah, I agree. You know what else I agree on? The caster curse. Because Eterna, you literally just said that Taz, he's the consistent one. He's 2 and 5 right now, and he isn't able to secure a lot of neutral objectives. And I like the fact that you pointed it out literally right before this game started, or actually during the pause. So right after the pause, that's when Taz stopped getting neutral objectives, Arashi.
What's going on?
That's just unfortunate, man.
It's the caster pressure.
Caster
pressure. Well, there's pressure from GEEK SLATE right now for sure. And EVOS Legends, they have a lot of high ground potential. They have friends doing a lot of damage. Hijume with the multiple wands, but he is vulnerable. So now it's about who can get that pick off first, who can burst down before the fight even begins first. Because Beloy is looking for the chance, just threatening it, getting the turret, using the help of the Lord. And now EVOS will be able to clear it down, and it's back to the waiting board for both these teams.
But remember, Boy has the Holy Crystal.
Oh!
Fine judge with a flicker. Beloy finding the Tyrant's Revenge, but not able to use the Tyrant's Rage just yet, but it baits the entire team. Beloy will losing the immortality right now, but Brands pops in over the nature in the backline, still able to kite away for a bit, but he will be slain as Chadera is able to pop back in with a BMI against Hijume, forcing the flicker out. Chadera is big at this point of the game. Beloy is walking him down with the Tyrant's Revenge as well. Might be looking for his talent. He's going to be able to jump in, but Chadera jumps in onto the base. Who's going to be taken down? Now Jauna and Beloy without minions. GEEK SLATE have made a massive mistake. Jana with immortality still intact is going to be able, no, he's going to lose it. Taz now looking for the CC. Jana doesn't have, no, he does have the Appraiser's Wrath. He can look for an outplay here, but he doesn't pop it in time. And it's a wipeout for EVOS Legends. 1 second on the board for a Boy and Luke. That means GEEK SLATE are still in this game, but that was a big mistake.
Oh, I had a heart attack. You could see the base already going so low. It was so close for GEEK SLATE to get that 2-1, but I think they got a little too hasty. As now we're going to take a look at the instant replay, and Beloyski, man.
They all just go in right here to try and go for the end, but EVOS, they were able to clear out the minions because they still have Hijume, the clearing tool of their team. But now with an advantage, they're trying to push it, man. A Boy won't be in the fight for 33 seconds. Gonna make a play happen. They have cash on Dreams. They go for Beloy.
Divine Judgment right now. Beloy still able to find the time and the rage knocking Brands in. Chadera dealing with damage, free hitting in the backside as he backs out onto the BMI. Luke also jumping on the task, finding the kill, but Luke will fall. He gets the shielding, but it's not enough. Chadera with nature now, jumping onto 3 members, but will jump back onto that BMI. Topside turret taken low by the minion waves, and it will be a turret take for EVOS Legends. They have equalized in turrets, and they are back in this game.
So unfortunate for GEEK SLATE. Beloyski was able to get a Tyrant's Rage and Revenge really perfectly on to Bronze of all people, but unfortunately, the follow-up was not there. The follow-up was late. Luke came in with the bravest fighter, but unfortunately, that initial shock from the combo coming in from Beloyski was already not on the board, and unfortunately there, GEEK SLATE allowed EVOS Legends to come back in this game.
You look at the waves though, GEEK SLATE still has the pressure, they still have the vision. Chadera will yoink that purple buff away, but the Lord is now still in control of GEEK SLATE. If they can go for a proper fight, allowing Chadera to do a lot of damage to everyone on the side of EVOS Legends, they have a chance at this. But if the fight just drags on and it becomes a basic attack battle, Brands definitely has more to say in the situation as Cyclones goes once again for that split push.
So active. He just constantly gives pressure for GEEK SLATE, especially when he knows that they're about to go for a 5v5, but Lapu Lapu is already there here. Beloyski looks for an engage.
No way! Taz has stolen away the Lord from GEEK SLATE! They went for the contest against the Akai, as Dreams now jumps in for the Divine Judgment, but will be popped in. Sidecross in the back line. Chadera with a Purify and with a Nature still able to kite away for now, but Deathman finds its mark, and now it may just be EVOS Legends with a comeback. Luke gets the stun, but will be caught in a Divine Judgment. A Boy forced to back away. Hijume with a flicker. A Boy looking for the outplay, gets it down. All alone though, against 4 members from EVOS Legends, with the Enhanced Lord in the top side as well. The mid-waves in the mid lane. Will they be able to do it? A Boy with a heavy spin. He buys it, he takes it, but he's not going to be able to defend the base as Brands takes him out, and EVOS continue their win streak in MPL Indonesia.
2-1 for the White Tigers, and they are looking super strong. Man, that was such a close game with GEEK SLATE. But unfortunately, it was EVOS Legends to be able to come out on top. But not unfortunate for the fans here.
Wow, man, it was that close. GEEK SLATE were at the doors of victory, but they get turned away by EVOS, who were able to just turn it around, get the fights they need, and go for the end. It all happens just that quick in the late game. And EVOS, despite all the challenges, despite all the outplays attempted by GEEK SLATE, they were able to finally get it, man. This is why people are talking about them being so consistent, so adaptable. man, it was really so close. It's unfortunate for Geek Slate, but it is what it is, man. They have nothing to be ashamed of.
Remember, both of these teams were the teams that didn't make it to the playoffs last season, and just seeing their performance today, the way, like you mentioned, Arashi, the way they were able to adapt so quick to one another, the play style, the gameplay, the macro, the micro, it's looking like a really competitive Season 11 for the other teams as well.
They forced so many plays after that base, well, after the almost final push from Geek Slate, even forcing the Lord despite the enemy team having the Akai, they still went for a 50-50, and at that point, that's what we mentioned, Taz, even when he was behind 2 and 5, he was able to pop back, redeeming himself all the way.
You're right. Now I want to see and hear what they have to say for us. So, Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
EVOS Fans! Semangat begitu membara tentunya untuk kemenangan EVOS Legends 2-1 dan begitu dramatis menang comeback dengan 2-1 di game terakhir. Siapa yang deg-degan? Semuanya. Di sini semua deg-degan. Gimana keadaan kalian tadi di game ketiga?
Biasa aja kata Saikot.
Biasa aja kata Saikot. Kalau kata Saikot biasa aja, yang nggak biasa gimana emang? Malu-malu. Dan lu kenapa? Gimana tadi pas lagi nge-defense tuh?
Lu deg-degan gak, Meng? Deg-degan gak? Oh, berarti biasa aja.
Oh, biasa aja semuanya. Tapi kalian takut gak sih? Di situ ada kekhawatiran gak?
Sedikit.
Sedikit. Dan siapa yang di situ yang komen?
Gak ada.
Oh, gak ada. Yang penting tahan terus.
Yang penting tahan dulu.
Tahan aja. Ada skenario yang bisa berbeda gak sih? Misalnya kalau coba aja kalau Geek Fam misalnya apa gitu. Bisa berubah skenario gitu.
Let go.
Lihat go. Itu harus santuy, harus terusan tenang. Dan mungkin kunci kemenangan kalian di game ketiga itu adalah sabar, tenang. Itu. Tapi coba, ini kan tadi bener-bener game yang kita respect banget nih. Game yang ketiga, kalian ada kata-kata gak sih buat Geek Fam dari game ketiga tadi? Mungkin di Kadera dan juga look-nya.
GG.
Katanya GG. Tapi Geek Fam tadi GG banget ya. Gimana kalian ngelawan Geek Fam?
Mereka kuat lah. Boleh kasih plus juga buat Geek Fam.
Tepuk tangannya dong. Tapi ini berakhir dengan 2-1. Brand sendiri, kita akan melihat EVOS Legends. Minggu ini akan bermain 3 kali. Untuk esok, Brand ngelawan mantan nih. Ngelawan tim Bigetron. Dan akan juga pertandingan di hari Minggu adalah El Clasico pertama buat Brands. Mana yang lebih bikin Brands deg-degan atau lebih banyak pikiran yang buat match mana nih?
Mungkin lebih ke El Clasico sih. Karena mungkin kan hype-nya juga kan ini besok EVOS RRQ penonton pasti rame semua kan. Jadi mungkin tuh bisa jadi motivasi maupun bisa juga distract buat kita.
Bisa buat motivasi, bisa buat distract. Jadi ada 2 ya, kayak pedang bermata 2. Dan untuk Bigetron sendiri, sang mantan esok akan kalian hadapi. Mungkin Brands, mau ada yang kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk mantan?
Gak ada lah, main aja.
Main aja, kalau El Clasico ada gak?
Kasih game yang seru lah.
Kasih game yang seru, ada player yang spesifik mungkin?
Gak ada lah.
Gak ada?
Gak ada, semuanya jago.
Saya jago. Wow, sejago apa tentunya akan kita saksikan bersama-sama sekali lagi. Mana suaranya untuk EVOS Legends? Dan tentu aja untuk ke-breakdown game yang begitu intens bikin semuanya dak-dik-dukser, kita bakal langsung lemparkan kepada analis kita. Ada Om KB di sana. Silakan Om KB, break it down.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Mongstar, as well as EVOS Legends, for that wonderful interview. Very insightful as well as it seems like all of them were very confident. They said they didn't even break a sweat going against Geek Fam or Geek Slate. But in the game, it looked like they kind of did.
It looked really close. It looked like a few hits away from Geek Slate's win.
I mean, I had cold sweat. Like, is the curse real? But no, Mirko.
Turns out.
It turns out.
We're the same.
What do you mean?
75 or 25%, no. Yeah.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
I can't do that.
We were bad. That's the point, right? I mean, technically in the last game, I just took your prediction and I went for the reverse.
I mean,
So-
if it worked,
If it worked,
it's
that
very
would've been
sad
good.
for me, but it didn't, so
It
we're
didn't.
good. And now I think soon we're gonna take a look at some of the highlights there. You can see really how close it was. If it's not clear already, some of these moments maybe will just re-emphasize yet again. So quite soon, I think you can take a good look at Beloyski in particular, right? That man on the Kufra, I don't think we've seen anyone perform that consistently, that aggressively on the Kufra so far. And early on, you can see that even all the way in the back, man, they just keep diving in and they have no issue just trying to go for that end. And it's just so difficult if they don't get Chidera just doing the damage all the way. You can see that Luke was able to get the pick off here, but with only 3 members, GEEK SLATE went for the very risky play, trying to go for the end. Even though there's only very few minutes available, they thought they could do it, but with Chidera getting taken out, it was just too little damage because, let's be real, Janna was not on a damage character, and from that moment, that is where EVOS was able to just split away the fight, ensure that never again will GEEK SLATE get that huge reliable combo, and Luke was surviving for so long, and Chidera at one point looked like he was going to take over the team fight, but it didn't work.
This
and
right
of course,
here.
that is that steal, that very critical steal, and once you have the back foot against this team, so much chase, so much slow available in the hands of EVOS Legends to chase you down, and chase down they did. They take out everyone and they go for the final end only against a boy. I mean, as big of a man he's grown up into, it's not nearly enough to go up against 5 members of EVOS Legends alone, man. It's just so unfortunate.
Psychots was 1-2-2 the entire game before that final double kill.
But
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. He was taking turrets across the board, and that's again why KDA doesn't matter, folks. All right? If you have that one player on your team that goes 0-5, take a look at what he's contributing to the team. If he gets turrets, then he's an OG. If he doesn't, report him.
don't report Eterna.
Especially Eterna, guys.
Especially Eterna.
I mean, thanks.
You can't split push on a Xavier 0-7, Eterna.
That's true, but EVOS' 5-man team fight brought the Tigers to the top, and this is a little similar to what we saw last season. But remember what happened in like 2,
You really gotta...
where they went on a downward spiral. Hopefully, history does not repeat itself.
Fingers
but
crossed.
They need to remind themselves, like, even though they are on that win streak, how many win streak matches so far? 3? 4?
Right now, it
EVOS?
is about, I think, 4.
4? Okay, if this is their 4th, then
4 already? Wow.
Or no,
not
3.
to be
My
too
bad.
overconfident about it.
True.
No.
I mean, you're right. Even though they won, it's a hard pill, or it's very... Imagine being an EVOS fan last season, right? They were the half-season champions, and then it all came crumbling down. So we're seeing kind of the same early on in the season, but EVOS Legends, I believe, with this roster, they can keep that level of consistency. 4-6-12, your MVP, presented to you by...
The Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is Taz on the Akai.
2-5?
That's
No,
it.
look at what he does. The impact. KDA, doesn't matter, Arashi.
Well, yeah, he is just utility, and of course, that final steal was just critical. And I think we're gonna hear some really high sounds when that play actually happens, because we're gonna go straight into that mic check where we can see how they communicate.
Mati Freddy. Ambil mid. Mati Ruby. Nah, mid udah. Dapat. Ada gua kuat. Gotar kita apa? Punya semua. Abon Dauti. Aboy. Mati dia.
Gas lagi.
Gua bos.
Sabar.
Lihat jamet.
Bisa.
Sampai kamet. Dapat duit.
Sabar guys, sabar.
Sampaikan duit. Hai Petri.
Maskep,
Follow. Dai loli. Poskop guys.
mati balik.
Poskop be careful, santai. Top lane, santai. Loli, I cancel loli.
Fredrin into defend, Fredrin, alert learn, Mark ah.
No flicker. Rock, cross. Nice. Santai, Fredrin. Low balik. Loli tak flicker. Ayo Bimo. Mati nice.
Fredrin.
Moskop.
All in Maskep.
Nice.
back guys, tower back.
Awas Kupra ya. Mati dia. Nice. Maksa dia.
Sikat atas.
Gas. Baikin.
Kimo. Kupra.
Join. Nice bro.
There's quite a difference in those mic checks between Geek Fam and EVOS. And like Geek Fam, they were really loud, whereas EVOS, they were quite silent. I mean, the only people talking was, okay, Taz was a little passionate, but you can see that the communication definitely came from Psychots, the captain, and you guys can call them silent. Silent but deadly. You know, like
Silent
something
but
that...
deadly.
Like when you pass gas. What you're about to say.
Silent but deadly.
Honestly, maybe that is something that Geek Slate can improve on, because of course communication is key for a lot of situations, especially those clutch moments. But I do want to say that I really appreciate and like the fact that they are all in with the call to end the game there. Even though it didn't fail, it didn't work out, but it's better to fail together than succeed on your own, I think, in a team. So I think that is something that you can really give Geek Slate some credit to.
Definitely. And remember, that was only match number 1, and it was already really heated. But we are in the midst, on the cusp of match number 2 between ONIC Esports and RRQ, the Royal Derby, the first one of this season. And we're so excited to get there, but of course, we got to go for a break. I'm sorry, Mirko, Arashi, Eterna. All 3 of us got to sign out, give the players some space, and you guys can go ahead and take a little bit of a break because we'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
I
mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Attention passengers. Final call, flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Royal Derby of MPL ID Season 11 between ONIC Esports and, of course, RRQ Hoshi. But on the caster desk, it is still me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the three of us.
Okay.
That we're so excited to get into this match. But before that, MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, the official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in esports, we have Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli, our official broadcast by Maxstream, our broadcast partner by TVRI, and of course, our partner is Indomart and Point Coffee, and of course, again, supported by PBSE. Without these wonderful sponsors and of course our partners, this season would not be the season that we see start to unravel before us. As once again, coming back into this matchup, right? ONIC Esports and RRQ, both of these teams are continuously the top two in almost three seasons in a row?
3 seasons in a row. Top two, not just in the regular season, but even in the grand finals. We've just been seeing these two teams dominate MPL Indonesia, Arashi. Now, is it going to happen again?
That's the big question, because now for both these teams, they've been a huge shift, right?
Huge.
Players, not so much. Well, technically kind of, but in the coaching staff, we have a bit of a unique situation here because it's a huge, drastic change. The coach is usually the identity of the team has changed right now, and in fact, it's a bit of a swap, even if you know what I mean.
A swap?
Yep.
What are you talking about? What swap?
Achil to Adi.
No, Achil left. Adi is his twin brother.
Addy?
Yeah.
It's Addy?
Coach Addy.
Coach Addy. Well, with Coach Addy in the equation, but without the architect himself, there's a lot of questions regarding how are they going to perform, right? Do they have that same kind of brilliant mind behind them? Can Addy himself fulfill the responsibilities here? We take a look at some of the stats here for Addy, the man himself. He was in 22 matches in MPL ID since Season 4 right here. MPL ID Season 4 champion, M1 second place winner, MPL ID Season 8 second place winner, MPL ID Season 9 champion, 31st Southeast Asian Games second place winner, the MPL ID Season 10 second place winner, and the M4 third place winners. All these winners, man, a whole handful. So this man has a lot of achievements. So funny, Mirko, we've never heard about Adi before. Who is this man?
Well, this man is... well, I don't know about Adi, but I know about Achil, right? So Achil, he is, unfortunately, this is kind of a harsh way to say it, but he's the best second place finisher of all time as a coach so far. Still, second place isn't a bad thing, right? The level of consistency this man has brought to RRQ is insane. Even though they have fallen, they have lost in the grand finals a whole lot, it's still something that you need to applaud, right? It's an incredible achievement to be so consistent for so long, and I think on esports are lacking that consistency. That's why he brought Adi in. I mean, Achil in. Adi.
Now you're confused.
His twin brother, Adi.
Adi in.
Adi in.
Adi in. And even despite so many achievements, so many accolades, and like you mentioned that you even like presented it one by one, he's received so much criticism over the past few seasons, and
it's crazy.
It's insane, right?
I mean, look at M4, right? Everybody was saying Achil out, despite him bringing RRQ to even further lengths than ONIC Esports. ONIC were the Season 10 champions. They had the formula to win M4. They didn't perform. RRQ beat them 3-0, and Achil was still getting hate. Achil out was literally in the comment section the whole time, and it's kind of crazy.
It's been a recurring theme. Like both of these teams, right? Royal Derby, they've actually reworded it, not Royal Derby anymore, but Royal Besties, because of how common they see one another in whichever form they go for. But this is the Besties encounter in the Royal Derby, and both of these people, both of these players, they've actually been together once.
Very long time ago.
Yeah, of different life almost.
MDL.
And also there's a bit of a reunion here if the rosters really line up for them, but both of them having 36, 38 unique heroes in MPL, definitely flexible players. They can bring a lot of value to their team. But we'll have to see. Again, it depends on the coaches and what do they think will suit the team best against each other, because now, in a weird way, Achdil has a bit of a lead in Intel, because, again, this is where he used to be. So we'll see if that comes in valuable in the draft, if RRQ can adapt to that fact and try and maybe play some mind games with him, right? Try and subvert his expectations quite a bit.
Well, you know, what Renbo brings to the table is his unique hero pool, right? Which we are kind of seeing right here already. And Arashi, honestly, when we talk about Renbo, we got to talk about that Johnson. And Clay has said in an interview, what can Renbo do that you can't do? Play the Johnson is what he answered with, right? So here, we're going to take a look at RRQ and just how successful they've been playing with Skylar on the Claude. 4 games, 4 Claude picks.
And keep in mind, aside from Skylar being on the Claude, there's always Lemon. There's just a big factor here. Of course, we talked about Renbo, but Lemon is the one that's always here, and he's the one that can just have so much pressure. And look at here, on the blue, it was all the way in the back. He doesn't have to be always in the front. He knows when to pull back and come back in. That kind of experience, that kind of wisdom is something that perhaps RRQ right now feels that Lemon just brings more so to the table compared to Renbo. And we'll see again if Renbo actually makes an appearance, or if Lemon, you know, this man can actually come in and make these unpredictable plays, because no one really knows what the alien is thinking about.
No one does, but that's usually where the genius comes, right? You don't really know what he's doing. Remember last season on the Mia, went 1v5? I mean, in theory, you kind of understand what he was trying to do, right? He was trying to delay, he was trying to buy time, trying to do a what is it called? A flank?
He's trying to kind of I'm just looking for subvert the enemy expectations.
Exactly. And maybe on someone like the Mia in the gold lane, it got too risky, but putting him back into that EXP lane where he's playing heroes that are quote-unquote more tanky and has more playmaking capacity, it seems like it suits Lemon more.
It does. So far, right? Looking at Lemon's performance in MPL Indonesia Season 11, it has been amazing. But to what you said earlier, Lemon can't be read. Unpredictable. No one can predict his movements. I think we have seen someone predict his movements before. It was at M4. It was Sanji in the mid lane, solo killing him twice. So there has been moments where Lemon has looked vulnerable. But this season, I think he has utilized that mistake, that error, and he has corrected it here. And you can see ONIC Esports still channeling that bold energy.
the bold energy for the side of ONIC. And speaking of their win conditions, I think it's definitely coming down to the flexibility of this team, right? It's always been a power of ONIC, and it's been abused completely by the Architect, who is no longer with this team. So now, without him around, they still need to try and optimize their objective. What is that? Optimize their objective gameplay and maximize Keyboy's engage and his playmaking, along with Kyrie and his objective takes and his playmaking if he gets onto those assassins. What happened there?
Oh no! Oh my god, I can't control my laughter. That was a moment right there, Drian. Even Lemon is laughing. Oh, what was that, Drian? He tried to drink water. His mechanics failed him. Oh my god.
Man, that's a moment of weakness that RRQ can try and exploit here, man. Keep your eyes on Drian to see if RRQ takes advantage. If you look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, compose heroes with a focus on the tank junglers, because that's how they've been able to set up and get so ahead in those skirmishes, and be wary of ONIC's pick of strats, especially if they do have heroes that can supplement that. The Selenas, the Francos, the Chos, all the options available for Keyboy. If they want to let something go, like a Kaja for example, they need to ensure that they pick something up to try and at least deter Keyboy, because if they leave Keyboy open, that's going to be a tough situation for any team to deal with.
And even when Keyboy gets taken off the board, even if he gets respect banned, you can always count that Sans is still able to play those heroes in the mid lane. And that's a common thing that we see from ONIC Esports, that double roamer strat that we've seen, I think, since 2 seasons ago, still being implemented, even though Coach Aldo, the Architect, is no longer with them. So maybe it's actually been part of their identity for so long. And like you mentioned, that flexibility is so important.
Flexibility in game. Now, how do you utilize that flexibility? You need to have good performance, right? And with the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, the epic smartphone that makes you auto-win in every game. Can't call it epic, because when you play on this phone, you go mythic, right? So it's a mythical phone equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, 1 TB of storage with RAM up to 12 GB. It is literally a PC on your hands. The screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X, which is basically as good as the most expensive TVs out there, with a 120Hz refresh rate, makes gaming all day get smoother and smoother. And also with a battery, 5000 mAh allows you to push rank all day long. Now, Eterna, how do I buy this phone?
It's super easy. You guys can go ahead and pre-order it at samsung.com/ID, because there are a lot of benefits, even if you want to do the pre-order and get those installments here.
Ooh, it starts at 500 per month and goes up to 7.5 million. That's crazy, man. I mean, there's not much to say about how valuable and how much better you can be if you have that phone.
Miracle?
What is that?
Do you have this under your desk?
I get pretty cranky when I don't get my coffee.
What is this?
This right here is Point Coffee. Let's enjoy quality coffee with 100% Indonesian coffee beans brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine through Point Coffee. Take a look at this. I got so impatient, I had to drink it before. It's already half. MPL 11. You can get a 40% discount, just like this right here. 40% done from Miracle in the middle. Coupon for Indomart Point Co. App for Palm Sugar Latte, cookies and cream, or my personal favorite, the Pandan Coffee, with the promo code Point Coffee MPL. For more information, visit at Point Coffee ID and...
Oh, was I supposed to shake it first?
I think you were. I was shaking the whole time, but...
Oh, man.
You do you. Maybe Eternal likes the kind of
I'll
separation.
just buy another one. Because I get a 40% discount the next time I buy it, right?
I guess. You're right.
It's okay. I'll take it. Okay, it's fine. No, it's fine.
I'm sad.
No, I didn't drink
Here
it yet.
goes bullying me.
Yeah, so you're about to.
So if you guys want more information on this coffee, don't forget to check out their website at pointcoffee.id. But this is the starting... Well, I can't even talk because I haven't drank my coffee, but this is your starting lineup for this Royal Derby. We're going to start with ONIC Esports, and still the same 5. We don't see Drian nor Samo just yet. Maybe they are saving them for later.
Well, Drian just, showed a weakness in his mechanics literally before the game. So it's vulnerability. Maybe that's the reason they swapped him out. But even Renbo isn't going to be making his debut on RRQ just yet. It's still RRQ leaning towards their strongest lineup that they haven't lost a single game.
Lamone in the EXP lane has been doing so well, along with everyone else. So right now we'll see, man, who comes out on top. This is a very competitive matchup with a lot of history behind it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Kings of Kings, led by the alien himself, Rex Regum Kaon.
Rex Regum Kaon, RRQ, no R7, no problem so far. They have been just so dominant this season. I know it's only been 1 week. We're now just entering week number 2. But up until this point, we haven't really seen a significant weakness that other teams can exploit. But on the other side, it's ONIC Esports who are no
stranger to the situation.
Exactly.
Welcome the defending Season 10 MPL Indonesia champions, ONIC Esports.
Both of these teams have been top 2 for so long. The way they've been able to dominate the entire meta, the entire scene here in Indonesia has just been so insane. But when we're talking about consistency, we've got to give it to RRQ Hoshi. ONIC Esports, they are the more flexible team with so many things that they can play in their own field and in their own role. But I don't know, sometimes they falter, and I'm not really sure why. But of course, the drafts for both of these teams has been crazy, and that's thanks to the coaches.
Oh, this is dramatic. Oh my God. Yeben Ark and Adi. Oh no! We're throwing hands, Fiel. Yo, give him a yellow card for that.
Oh.
Fiel just going with the violence right here. Asserting dominance on Adi? Whatever he is.
That's his twin brother, man. That's not even Achil.
Whatever he is, man, Fiel has it personal. It's personal to him right now. We're going to see, like I'm saying, a lot of aggression here. There's so much on the line. Stakes here, especially because Coach, what's his name again? Adi? Coach Adi needs to prove himself now, being a new addition to this roster. If he performs not so good today, you can imagine the amount of pressure on his shoulders, the amount of criticism that's going to fly his way.
It's either Adi in or Adi out, right? This is the gamble that he's willing to take. The pressure doesn't get to him. He thrives in this pressure, in the hate. He was molded by it.
I don't know, man. I mean, did you see his stage presence before? He seemed a little
sheepish,
intimidated when Fiel came up to him and the way that he was.
He's a big man, man.
Fiel is big.
Yeah,
He's a big dude. To be fair.
All right. I mean, we'll see. Will it be Achil in or Adi in or the other option?
Oh, on the flip side, we had Coach Yip kind of face off against Arcadia, so it's kind of poetic in a way.
Yeah.
A lot of reunions from both the players and the coaches. And now in 1 minute and 30 seconds, you can bet right now Coach Yip and Fiel, they're just really discussing how they want to break down their opponents here. Because it's the Bestie derby, they all know each other. It's all gonna rely on who can actually be steps ahead of their opponent, because 1 or 2 steps, I think both of these teams has shown they can be, but they need to be more than just 2 or 3 steps ahead to try and get the win in today's match.
And while we're waiting on the drafting phase that will come in 1 minute, don't forget to wait for the limited edition UBS Gold merchandise collection in collaboration with MPL Season 11, because it's also coming very soon. And you guys can get yours from ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Bleebly UBS Lifestyle. But back to the game here, ONIC Esports once again with RRQ Hoshi. And man, the drama, the rivalry,
I love
the
it.
reunion, it's just sparking so many emotions in every different way.
I'm nervous, man. Like I really, I can kind of feel and relate to where they are right now with so many expectations. I can feel what they're facing right here. Man, it's like there's so much riding on. If you win big. But if you lose right now, the tone set for the rest of the season, dude, everyone's gonna be like, nah, we got you. It's over.
It's crazy. The amount of there's the amount of pressure that's on the line.
Stakes.
The stakes on the line here. Imagine if RRQ lose when Adi's on ONIC, or if Adi loses with ONIC. There's just gonna be so much to talk about, no matter the outcome.
Truly is. And we're gonna see after this match whose win streaks breaks first.
1-0 has to go.
It's either ONIC or it's either RRQ host.
There's
Without the
no
host.
easy call, man. There's no
RRQ
easy
now.
decision here.
Right. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let's head into the drafting phase of game number 1. The second match today, RRQ against ONIC Esports. You can already see respect bands coming through with the Faramis being taken out, the Kadita taken away from Kibo as well as Sun, and ONIC Esports, Joy and the Wanwan.
Seems like Joy and Wanwan has been 2 picks that anyone on the second pick does not want to let go. So we'll have to see. Right here, RRQ will go for the glue ban after banning out the Faramis. So usually we see that once you ban the Faramis, you force your opponents to ban out that glue, but it seems like they have something else in mind. Usually from today's matches, we've seen it's going to be the Kaja, but ONIC Esports might do something quite different. They ban out that Fredrin.
Wow. A very interesting call here from ONIC Esports, letting go a lot of different heroes, even the Fanny, right? It's up for grabs for RRQ. They don't usually go for it. They will just prioritize the standard Kaja. But now ONIC Esports have a chance to pick up something like the Fanny for themselves. Knowing that Kyrie can play this hero, they will not pick it up just yet. Knowing Fanny's nerfs up against the Kaja, it's so easily punished here. So it's just going to be the Farsa pickup first for ONIC Esports, and they might just transition it over to with the Fredrin band out, maybe they can go for the Yves. The Yves?
It's a little risky, right? Which is why maybe RRQ opted for the Kaja pick first. If they picked up something like the Yves, the Kaja would be a really good pick to answer that Yves. But we do have a comment here by Kyrie. One team you want to meet in MPL ID Season 11? I think RRQ, because I want to meet Albert. Well, Kyrie, my boy, you will, and we'll see how that actually comes through, right? The Retribution battle. You know, I know how meta tanks are in the jungle, but how beautiful would it be for an assassin v assassin in that jungle?
Can we get a written agreement right now sent over to both ONIC and RRQ to ban all utility junglers for this match? Just for this match. It's all good. We just want to see Albert and Kyrie style on each other.
I wonder if we'll see a combination, because there's a lot of rumors regarding, for example, like a tanky build Lancelot, stuff like that.
Never mind.
We're looking at a lot of more creative picks, but for RRQ, it seems to be the Martis. It can go to the XP lane, mind you, but for the most part, it's usually in the jungle. And for ONIC here, they really have such a solid pickoff with the engage coming in from the Kufra, followed up by the burst damage of the Farsa. So I think they need some utility. They need to make sure that their long-range artillery can be used to its full effect.
It's scary. ONIC Esports with the next pick here. What would be the viable option? I guess you could secure your EXP lane first if you want. I think, but the Lapu Lapu didn't really work too well against the Martis. Shadow
Lock it in, lock it in, lock
really?
it in.
Yes!
Samsung Ling, guys!
Your team
Let's
is
go!
banning.
It's a good mix now. It's the Samsung Ling right in the flesh. Kyrie on a signature pick.
Is it wise though?
Against a Kaja.
I don't care, it's fun.
There's a lot of risk involved here. You don't care as long as it's fun. Mirko doesn't mind sacrificing the players for his enjoyment here, but can't help but, I don't know, worry about it as ONIC banned away the Hilda as well, understanding that the early game is going to be very difficult without any kind of significant pressure around the map.
It's gonna be quite tough if they picked it up super early. That's why they actually picked it up in the last pick in the first phase, right? So that they can actually go and ban out the Hilda. Heroes that can literally just control the pace of the game, especially up against an assassin. Super, super easy to counter. I like the fact that they actually take the risk here in game number 1, knowing that ONIC Esports, they understand how to play best of 3 so well. They can experiment in game number 1. If it does not work out, they can always just say, you know, maybe it was the Link pick, right? It's not the most viable pick, and they even go for the Masha Man next, a hero that we've seen Lemon thrive on, right? And these two heroes, again, so much pressure in that jungle, invading.
Can expect a more sustainable tanky kind of EXP lane because RRQ has just banned that Lunox as well. Definitely going for something like the Masha and Hilda, but with those two banned away, could it be something like a Hylas? Usually that's something that would serve the same purpose, but of course it's not really in the meta right now. A comment here from Lemon himself. In the next match, I might try Rafaela in the XP lane. Let's see if it actually comes true, man. That will be crazy.
Please do. We want to see these weird picks. I know sometimes it might not work, but like Mirko mentioned, it's entertaining to watch. But coming to the second phase here, we do see that ONIC Esports have picked up a Claude, a solid gold laner. And it really does depend on who Skylar is going to be choosing in that gold lane. But what I find interesting is why have they picked off the Harith and the Lunox? Why did they take that away from ONIC Esports? Are they going for something crazy here?
I think they want to go.
Did you know that Esmeralda jungle full damage is a thing?
I mean, it was a thing as well. Hai, I think, played it, utilized it. Not full damage,
though.
Not full
damage.
You think RRQ are going to go for Esmeralda here? That may come out when they go for the Lapu first, and it's just Signature Beatrix. You want to fight Signature with Signature. Hey, Skylar on the Bea. One of his most powerful picks, and for the first time in Season 11, he doesn't go for the Claude.
Claude was picked away from him. I figured it's going to be someone a lot more tanky, considering the Lunox and the Harith being banned away, but seems like RRQ, they just want to try and get the lead in the gold lane. That seems to be how they've been playing. So now it's a Cloud against Beatrix matchup, and I think RRQ has a bit of a lead. And if they can use their winning lanes, right, to try and pressure the jungle, it's going to be a tough time for Kyrie. And we've seen how ONIC can perform, how much slower they are when Kyrie gets slowed down. So
Paquito
the EXP lane pick is going to be so important here.
Go for the Paquito. Go for it. I know you want it, Boots. Or the Grok, but, you know, Paquito, Heavenly Fist, doesn't go for...
Terizla.
Oh my god, he goes for the Terizla here against the Lapu. Solid lane. It's a winning lane for ONIC Esports, but Lapu has him beat when it comes to mobility around the map.
So we have to see which laner is usually more proactive, because we've seen Bed Boots has no issue roaming around the map, exerting his presence here. Whereas for Lemon, he's usually more active in his own lane. And the audience prediction right now, 78% for RRQ.
I would have thought it would have been a little bit closer, but I guess the RRQ Kingdom are just going insane with the votes here. 78% to 22%. That's a huge number. And let's not forget that we are going straight into the game here for game number 1 for the Royal Derby.
Are you ready? Because I am ready for the Royal Derby. Game number 1. The rematch of the Grand Finals that has happened 3 seasons in a row. A full lineup of comfort picks for both RRQ and ONIC Esports. The battle of the Indonesian Kings starts now as the portal opens up for us to enter the Land of Dawn. Game number 1, RRQ versus ONIC Esports.
We always start with a bit of a whoop, but because always there's so much action going on, there's so much to look at. Look at the emblems, both teams. Actually, only RRQ has the advantage of the Demon Slayer, but for the side of ONIC Esports, you can see that in the gold lane in particular, it's all about scaling, it's all about getting that gold. CW with the Avarice won't be having as much potential in the early game compared to Skylar, who has the weapon mastery that will still scale better into the late game as well. So I think mid game is what ONIC Esports have in mind right here, especially because they do have an assassin.
That's true, that's true. I have to agree with you. I think there's a small sliver of opportunity for CW to get ahead in that lane. And of course, Sans needs to get that level 4 first. But with this in mind, it seems like ONIC Esports, they are going to be able to clear and could be able to be more mobile on the map in this early game. But RRQ seems to have the better initiative on the board.
Vin has used his flicker already, so has Skylar. So ONIC Esports in the laning department already very aggressive. You can see that Sans was trying to make a play happen. Magic Worship on this Farsa as well, so beware of that extra bit of damage. Sometimes it does catch you off guard. As on the top side, look at that. Lemon gets chucked down.
That was the winning lane that we were mentioning earlier on, and that's why the Terizla came through. But Vin here.
But the airstrike with Keyboy as well, flickering. Sans getting very aggressive early on and getting the kill. Expect this Forza to go for a lot of aggression, right? This is not a standard Forza. It's Sans on the Forza.
It's a different situation altogether, and honestly, the Valentina pick really seems to be struggling in the current situation, in the current meta, but with the turtle up here, Albert using that early game advantage as a fighter to try and pressure Kyrie, but he does seem ready, and it's gonna be a big fight here. RRQ has a bit more of a combo, a bit more of catch potential. We'll see if they can get something of value right here.
Kyrie once again onto the back lines. Albert going to be able to actually dish out the damage right now as Kyrie wins the Retribution battle. Keyboy with a bouncing ball, stopping Albert as Kyrie jumps into the back line, but Clay jumps into the penalty zone onto 3 members. It's still Albert who's going to fall, and ONIC Esports are building their gold lead now. 2,000 built up.
Now that's not good, right? That isn't great for RRQ Hoshi in particular. ONIC Esports with a 2,000 gold lead, and the way that they have compose their draft with the fact that they are going to get that power spike in that mid-game, means that if they snowball from this early game, it could be over for RRQ Hoshi. Their only saving grace would be Skylar in the late game because of his Weapon Master emblem and the fact that he is going to scale better. And of course, with the WON, the damage coming in from the Blazing Duet will be nullified. But other than that, ONIC Esports means that they only have one target to have to go and punish.
Well, defensive bravest fighter here by Lemon. He actually dishes out the damage, but the Feather Airstrike comes in. Lemon forced to flicker out. A good bait in abilities, but it's the ONIC Esports who are able to make these proactive movements happen. Down below, Divine Judgment, Keyboy can be melted down. A good trade on the board. Good reactions to respond to ONIC Esports' proactiveness.
Ooh, it takes 2 flickers for them to try and get any success there, though. So clearly, there's a big difference in what they need to use, what they need to expend to try and make the plays happen. Later on, once the game gets rolling in that mid-game, ONIC Esports will definitely have a bit more pressure here. I mean, due to that mid lane, right? Sans roaming around, having that burst potential is just shutting down all the aggression, and RRQ are unable to try and use their pickoff and their crowd control to try and isolate Kyrie in the jungle.
Oh, we do have a fun fact by Grab, though. Albert holds the record for most Savages in MPL Indonesia, Season 6, Season 7, and in Season 8, he was able to get it twice. I think he's looking for the next Savage. Maybe in this game, we'll see what happens. As you can see here, RRQ already rotating towards the top side, trying to help out Lemon there in that losing lane.
You can see that Clay has been spending a lot of time in the top side of the map here, not really going for the mid-clear, so now Sans has a bit of advantage, but RRQ goes and tries to rush the turtle.
Kyrie is 1 level ahead here. Keyboy is going to be able to get popped back in. Sans actually just waiting around as Blue jumps into the penalty zone. Kyrie wins it again. The Tyrant's Rage able to knock them all back. Albert taken low. Kyrie with Temper the Blaze onto Lemon. Goes onto Clay. Picks the kill up. And ONIC Esports once again win in the turtle fight. It's a massive blow to RRQ. Hey, I'm alone.
Oh.
Mirko, we'll see.
Arashi, no!
we'll see if that... Whoa, what is that laugh, Mirko?
That's an evil laugh from the man who went for ONIC. Adi
The
in, bro.
only one.
Well, we'll see if Mirko's gamble pays off here. It didn't earlier, remember? But in the early game, it's going to be so difficult because ONIC Esports, they're just threatening so many different things. They can go and engage with a Blazing Duet out of nowhere. They can go for Keyboy, going for the pickoffs, and they can go with the penalty zone as well. Win, because the target, the Predator Airstrike, has been used right now. But this is what happens. ONIC Esports have so many ways to approach these skirmishes.
My main issue is the fact that Vin used his Divine Judgment not on Kyrie, and therefore RRQ Hoshi doesn't really have an answer to Kyrie, but
Skylar, that's the collapse. He's able to flicker out. Now with the Temper of the Blaze, Kyrie going to be able to jump out of the Divine Judgment by Finn. Slaps him in his face. Kyrie gets brought back into the team, and it's a shutdown to Skylar, the member that you do not want to give gold to.
And I just mentioned that. I was like, Vin didn't use his Divine Judgment onto Kyrie, and that's when Kyrie just went crazy ham on RRQ Hoshi, and that's exactly what they did, and they were able to get a little bit out of it there. A little bit of a trade, a little bit of a send-off for ONIC Esports here in the 6th minute of the game.
And a bit of a cast the curse situation happening again, but right there, it's a great play by Skylar to clear the waves using both his ultimates and then flickering away from danger, and that is what allows them to take out Kyrie, who just directly takes the tower aggro, and now Lemon with the Bloodlust Axe tries to get aggressive right here, but it's on the other side, so CW will be farming as the turtle is up, so RRQ has a chance, But of course, they have to be very careful on who they use their skills on. Like Eterna mentioned, Kyrie needs to be put under control.
Well, right now we have to see how ONIC Esports actually goes for the turtle. Remember, Kyrie's still super vulnerable to the Divine Judgment. They are actually prioritizing mid-control first, but CW rotating over, clearing it out. Vin doesn't have the flicker just yet. 3 seconds, a good reset by ONIC Esports as RRQ trying to look for another opening in this turtle side. They pushed in the bottom side, so they are both responding to each other's proactive movements here, and they're reacting pretty well. It's still ONIC Esports here who have more control. Keyboy in the bush, channeling that Tyrant's Revenge. Might just go for it onto Vin. Gets a solid target as the Tyrant's Revenge will be popped in as well. But the airstrike as well. Vin will be popped in. Kyrie wins it for the 3rd time in a row as Lemon is in the midst of it all. He's going to be taken down, and ONIC Esports have just won another turtle fight. Keyboy with the Tyrant's Revenge, but Clay with the rage, responding it back. Keyboy recalling in front of RRQ spaces, and ONIC Esports will be able to capitalize, taking the tier 1 in the mid lane and even up top.
That was really smart. That was really smart by ONIC Esports. They know the exact person who's going to be able to catch Kyrie is only Vin. And so, of course, Keyboy goes all in onto him. And it doesn't matter that he's a tank. The fact that he's the only one that can hinder the movements from Kyrie, it's good enough. He was taken too low, used the flicker to get out instead, and not to go for an engage onto Kyrie. And then they were just able to capitalize over that entire situation.
Again, Keyboy with the massive play! The Tyrant's Revenge, the penalty zone! ONIC Esports popping off in the 8th minute of the game. Those are the recalls, and even the ha from Keyboy, the emote spam.
Wow, what an engage, man. I was about to say, ONIC Esports right now, the issue is that they have so much more combo crowd control compared to RRQ. So even when RRQ tries and get a huge engage with the Bravest Fighter, yes, he can, Lemon can stun multiple people, but so can ONIC Esports. And if you're not careful, that's a penalty zone, a Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage combo, as well as Kyrie with a Tempest of Blade. And if you're still in the fight, a blazing duet on top of all that. So RRQ, they're trying their best to try and split the fight up, but they're not getting the fights they need. And even if they want to try and go for the pickoff, ONIC is not letting any easy pickoffs go in the way of RRQ. CW, Sans, and Kyrie are just not in a vulnerable spot for Vin to take advantage of. Later that might change, but for now, this is something that ONIC Esports is completely abusing.
6,000 gold lead, guys, in the 9th minute of the game. ONIC Esports, they're completely controlling it. It's so difficult, even if RRQ Hoshi want to take a gamble and they want to go and look for the contest on the Lord here. Kyrie, he's level 13, whereas Albert's still level 11. They're 2 levels apart.
There's some items still on the side of RRQ. It's a 6.6k gold lead right here. Notable items here is that Kyrie with an Endless Battle, Windtalker, as well as a Berserker's Fury. That's a lot of DPS if he's left alone. So that just means that Vin is forced to use the Divine Judgment defensively, and that also means that for RRQ, the only real engage tool is going to be Lemon with the Bravest Fighter. So ONIC Esports has been able to play around it. And if you look at the items, they're all getting a decent amount of physical defense as well. So the longer this goes, the more RRQ will have no options at all. ONIC Esports just trying to counter them with macro and with item decisions.
Oh, Divine Judgment finds Sans. Keyboy though finds the rage every single time. The response is just there. Lemon with the stun onto Boots. Clay flickering forward. Lemon might just be able to win this team fight for them, but Boots finds the triple kill. Doesn't have the flicker just yet. He goes for it, but Kyrie takes the Maniac away from Boots. It's the ONIC Esports with a victory. Keyboy still styling, recalling in front of Albert as CW tries to siege the mid lane turret down. It's Keyboy with a Tyrant's Revenge. Albert not going to be engaged on just yet, but will be poked down by CW here. Albert still able to clear out the waves with the help of the base turret passive, but it's a free Lord conceded once again. RRQ behind 10,000 gold.
They're in a tough spot for sure, because RRQ just really isn't respecting the potential for ONIC Esports to combo them. They got the pick off onto Sans in that situation. That's amazing. That's already more than they can ask for from ONIC Esports. But then they stick in place, and Keyboy is so quick on the re-engage. RRQ needs to go for more of those plays and always expect the retaliation coming, because there's no way ONIC Esports at this point in time, at this level, will let them get a free pass in those situations.
Man, oh, 9.6, almost 10k gold lead. The Lord already marching there in the mid side, and you can even see Kyrie. He's just looking for more things on the board for his team. ONIC Esports, they're playing it really, really disciplined. Even though they were 2-3 members ahead, they still went in for the Lord. And they were able to get an inhibitor turret in the mid side for it. But not more than that. They actually went back. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to make a rookie mistake, I would say.
Look at the goal difference here for both these teams. It's just abundantly for the side of ONIC Esports, and particularly for Kyrie. We talked about trying to shut him down in the jungle. He's actually the most farmed character right now, so he has a lot of damage on his hands if RRQ don't shut him down. And now the issue for RRQ is the same thing. There's just so many problems, and they don't really have enough solutions for everyone, and Keyboy is just always the engager, and his engage is a lot more dynamic than that Divine Judgment. The crowd control really isn't as severe like a suppression, but it still comes out a lot faster and a lot further away. And the follow-up comes in with the Feather Airstrike as well, so RRQ, they really have to try and wait for a chance where ONIC Esports make a mistake, or better yet, try and move in a way that will force them to try and use one of these ultimates as a deterrent.
I don't know how... That's difficult, right? Because when you're talking about Kufra, it's not just that, but it's also AoE. So he's going to be able to pick up 2-3 members at one time, and here we go. We'll see if Keyboy gets another one.
He doesn't just for now. CW, though. Oh my god, that damn. Oh, he even baited the flicker from Vin. That's a thumbs up by Vin. Just showing respect once again. And ONIC, CW, going back to his form. He is in form currently now.
No deaths, but 6 assists on that Claude, still scaling towards the late game, still doing more damage than Skylar right now. Because honestly, for Skylar, I think at any point, if he does not use the Renner, there's no real way for him to try and deal damage safely. And even then, at this point, with Kyrie this fed, he needs constant babysitting to ensure that he does not get instantly picked off. So on the Esports, they just have to wait and try and do the exact same thing. Wait for an engage from Keyboy, follow it up by a Feather Strike, and if anything goes south, they have ways to try and deal with it, and RRQ tries something different here. They go for the exchange, kind of, sending 2 members on the top side, but ONIC respawn with lightning speed, man. No time wasted at all.
It's risky. It looks like ONIC Esports definitely saw that, but it doesn't seem like RRQ have an issue with that trade. They know if they go in for a 5v5 because of how far behind they are, they wouldn't be able to win it, and they would just give ONIC Esports more to play with. So they were able to get a trade in that turret in the top side, but ONIC Esports, they're going to push with this Lord here in the mid side.
If they push, they still have the high ground to play around with. Yes, their marksman isn't as long range, but at this point, it won't even matter if Keyboy can go for a huge engage. That seems to be the main target. And look at that, Lemon goes in though.
Lemon now stunned up. He's going to be taken down almost instantaneously. He does get some damage and boots! Finds the penalty zone on the back line. No further follow-up. It's good micro management. Sonic has taken, wow, that's a lot of damage onto Sans already by the Valentina. But ONIC Esports are again playing it disciplinedly, rotating towards that top side, knowing that they've lost the mid lane, lost the mid lane wave. Now they're going in for it. Sans doesn't have the Feather Airstrike just yet. Keyboy already channeling it in. That's going to be the Feather Airstrike finally popped in to zone the members away from that base turret up top. ONIC Esports take it and recall again as disciplined as ever.
Now, what did you think about that move by Lemon, going in straight 1v5?
I think in that particular situation, it was good because it bought enough time for RRQ to actually clear the Enhanced Lord.
I mean, that's the best circumstances, kind of. And there was a chance they were going to only lose the mid lane base turret, but with ONIC Esports just pressing their advantage, they were able to get 2. So RRQ, man, it just seems like they're relying on Lemon to make the plays, but you cannot rely on only one person, right? Everyone needs to be able to surprise ONIC Esports because they're just playing it like a chess match. And like we mentioned, you need to be several steps ahead. That is exactly how ONIC Esports is right now. If Keyboy misses his engage, there's still so many ways for them to just get an advantage using the penalty zone again and again. And now with this orange buff being contested, ONIC Esports might go for something.
Again, Kyrie takes the orange buff. Albert is down. Kyrie and ONIC Esports. They've taken Albert down the for the third time this game, and even Boots was positioned really well. I thought at first it was just Keyboy buying some space, buying some time for Boots to get into that position, but in the end they actually decided to collapse onto Albert, who was all alone.
Look at the items here, CW, full items with the Wind of Nature as well as the Corrosion side. So there's a lot of utility built in for ONIC Esports because Kyrie has one as well. With no base towers available, the logical conclusion is to go for this Lord spawning in the next 19 seconds. I think RRQ has no chance but to gamble it. If they don't go for it right now, I think ONIC Esports can get a guaranteed end on the base, all things considered.
I mean, even if they go in 5v5, it doesn't seem like RRQ Hoshi can win that team fight. They need to look for a pick. But even that is so much easier said than done. They have zero map visibility right now. Nobody can go in to the front line and open up vision and give information because we see Lemon trying to do that and he gets insta-bursted down, but RRQ, they're gonna die trying.
T-Boy looking for a pick down below. Is going to be stunned up here. Sans is able to melt Lemon down with the help of CW. Lemon is down. That's the frontliner gone. Sans with the wings by wings. Now looking for a different angle to maybe go for some more. Clay gets chunked with one skill. Penalty zone popped in, but it's Kyrie who picks up the killing spree. CW jumping back in, only to get slain by the Decimate. Meanwhile, in the back line, Booth onto Skylar, able to find the damage as he is godlike in this game on the Terizla. They ignore the Lord. They don't need it. It's a 4-for-1. Sans with a flicker forward with a feather airstrike, stunning Finn down. Keyboy with a follow-up. Finn falling, and ONIC Esports are going to be able to lead the series with a solid wipe out. 12,000 gold lead in game number 1.
Absolute destruction. Absolute dismantling of RRQ Hoshi. And we're not really used to seeing that. ONIC Esports, from that early game, they were able to do so much, and it was so tough to watch.
I mean, they've been dominant so far, and now against ONIC, we talked about whose win streak's gonna get taken out first. From the looks of game number 1, it seems almost like a done deal that ONIC will come out on top here. They just had all the right tools necessary, and we kept talking about 60% of the game decided at the drafts. That is definitely the case right here. You just cannot let ONIC Esports have that many tools without anything to make plays with on your own end. If you have a Kaja, you need to make sure that, for example, in the mid lane, you have something to follow it up with, because otherwise, this is what happens, man. It all began with the roam and the mid lane in that lane for ONIC Esports, and they were able to translate that lead all across the map.
So even though that this best of 3 series hasn't finished yet, this means that ONIC Esports were able to crack the win streak that RRQ have built themselves from week number 1, not losing a single game, and now they've finally lost a game to ONIC Esports.
4-0. RRQ's record was, game rate was, before this matchup, and now they finally lost their first game in Season 11. They can definitely come back from this loss. We've seen that before. In a best of 3, anything can happen, but I saw it from the draft. ONIC Esports, what they lacked in M4 was they did not draft a winning lane for Boots. Once you do that, Boots absolutely snowball, steamrolls, especially up against a player. Lemon, sure, he is experienced, but in this XP lane, I think Boots is the more experienced player, able to utilize the maximum limits of his hero to literally bully Lemon out of the Land of Dawn.
How does it feel to be the only one right?
Feels good, man.
It is what it is. We'll see how the game progresses, how the match progresses, but honestly, I think that Lemon was still making all the plays happen. Like, remember, he was able to buy so much time to clear the Lord. He was still being a huge nuisance to Sans as well as CW in the back line. But unfortunately, there's nothing else. There's no follow-up coming in from the team. So if they want to try and bank everything on those big team fights, then don't pick a Kaja. What's the idea? What's the point, right? If they want to go for a full team fight, might as well get some more team fight utility. If they want to go for the Kaja, they need to try and have a bit more emphasis in the early game and try and get those pickoffs. Try and shut down Kyrie on the lane by using and abusing that Divine Judgment. Because otherwise, look at how Vin was playing in the late game. He just did not have any chance to try and make anything happen.
It's okay, Rashi.
It's okay, Rashi.
It's one game. It's
Calm
one
down.
game.
It's 1-0.
Best
it's fine.
of 3.
It's fine. You know, I've gotten used to it. Bigatron have lost like all their games. It's fine, okay? Now you're finally tasting what it feels like to have a team you support. Oh, never mind. We're still good, baby. We're still good.
I was trying to be as quiet as possible so I don't get targeted.
I
but
honestly
even
forgot.
then,
I honestly forgot. I looked
found
over
me.
and I saw
we
the
looked
look.
over. It's like,
I was like,
I
my
was
bad.
to be as quiet as possible. But anyway, game number 1, I really do believe that the drafts. I didn't think that RRQ Hoshi had enough to work with. Maybe if they were able to snowball from that early game, then that could have kind of helped them in that mid to the late game. But because they were falling behind in that early game, it seemed like they didn't have anything to work with when it came down to it. So that was an 18-minute game, Arashi.
It's an 18-minute game. If you look at the items right here, Lemon is just behind on the items. He's still trying to get those resistances. And considering that he is always the sacrificial lamb in every big team fight engagement, it's just very difficult for him to stay on curve, especially when he's against Boots, who's 8-0, by the way. Wow, that's a lot of gold for the XP lane, considering that he wasn't exactly a power farmer. He wasn't split pushing. He was just with the team. He's just farming heroes instead of farming minions. And if you look at the items, it's only a Bloodlust Axe, but this is the potential that the Teresa can bring to your team, right? It's a solid amount of crowd control, a solid amount of base damage. So against the tanks, maybe you don't do damage, but the second skill still does good damage based on missing HP. And if you're a squishy character and Boots is on top of you with the penalty zone, you can let go of the phone, man. It's it's a done deal.
Almost, right? So much kill pressure. I think kill pressure is the name of the game, especially for ONIC Esports that in that game, right? Boots with the penalty zone on the Terizla. You have Kyrie on the lane. You have, again, Keyboy on the Kufra.
Sans.
And even Sans on the Farsa. There's just no response to this killing pressure. Sure, you can place some more pressure towards that backline, but what backline are you targeting here? It's just Sans. If you take a look at the game again, how he plays is he's just a poke. He's just a poke. He doesn't care. Even if he dies, as long as he deals as much damage as possible, perfect timing, before he dies, it's all good, man. And you can see the carry, Sans on the far side. Every time it was up, he uses it. He pokes him down, and then he's done. Sure, take me out. It's fine. I have everyone else who can chase you down.
And it's not like everyone can dive in. Lemon was the only guy going in the back line. Everyone else has other things to worry about. Even Albert was forced to just take so much damage because he's trying to get Zakir onto the neutral objectives. And keep in mind, I think he won a single retribution battle here. So Kyrie definitely came out on top. And this first pick Farsa, remember, it's first pick Farsa for ONIC Esports, definitely came out solid. We talked about how it's not any Farsa, it's not a utility Farsa, it is Sans on that Farsa, and he delivers, man. Having the carry card, doing a lot of damage, and just being so flexible and so active around the map.
I think they overestimate the potential of Kaja. I think they thought that the Kaja was the solution to a lot of that backline kill pressure that they saw ONIC have and had the potential to have. But the problem is the Divine Judgment, there's only one. There's quite amount of a cooldown, so you'd either choose someone. What? Take out Kyrie? Who's left? Like you mentioned, they're like Hydras. The way that they were able to draft that composition was like they were Hydras. You take one down, there's still so many other people that you have to worry about. And even a frontliner like Boots, who was supposed to be able to be the sandbag, he also dealt so much damage and nearly, what, a maniac?
Wow. You look at the gold curve here. It's just a steady movement towards the bottom, potentially due to that mid lane synergy, right? We talked about having an assassin against a Martis is usually a very tough situation, but when you have a Valentina in the mid lane, you just have no pressure compared to a Farsa along with a Kufra. And this Kufra, by the way, we doubted it. We thought it won't be too aggressive, but the way Keyboy was playing it, second pick, I think.
In the first phase.
Yeah, first phase. It was Farsa and Kufra. And the way Keyboy was able to use it is just wave clear, but also aggressing, right? Almost going toe-to-toe against that Kaja. So the Kaja wave clear we've been like hyping up since the beginning of the day in the first match. It's just been completely defeated. And without mid-pressure, the jungle just can't do a lot. There's not enough backup. And there's not... the ONIC with the range advantage also did a very good job in keeping distance there, ensuring that even if there's any head-on collision, it's always Keyboy in the front. It's never Sans or any of the squishier members like CW.
Yeah, worst case Terizla, but usually he's going in for the kill. But even though everyone really stepped up by ONIC Esports, the main guy has got to be Kyrie, the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 719 KD8, 827 GPM, and an 80% KP. Whew, Samsung Ling, man.
Samsung.
He actually sold his boots towards the end there.
I believe he had a corrosion sight at one point as well, so he sold that as well. So even in the late game, still thinking, still continuously changing up the builds, making sure that your opponents don't know what he has, because there could be a potential situation where he gets jumped on, but surprise, Winter Truncheon. Who would be expecting that from a full item link?
That's the thing that I'd like to highlight about Kyrie in particular. I was rewatching a lot of the games from last week, and it's insane, that split-second decision when he changes his builds. Like, suddenly he has the Immortal when he knows that he's going in really dirty, and he sells something with a lot of damage. It's just, that split-second decision-making is just beautiful by Kyrie.
Probably practice as well. If you take a look at the heat map here, though, you can see that ONIC, they are completely abusing the fact that they had an absolutely strong EXP laner. If you take a look at some of the highlights right here, we'll be able to see that in these fights, it's always boots that just catches them out of position because they're just waiting for Keyboard to engage. Out of nowhere, the penalty zone comes in. And of course, with the flickers available as well, there's just so many more ways for ONIC Esports to surprise RRQ, and usually it's the other way around. So I think every single engagement you can look at here, there's always going to be a two-man big combo. And for the most part, CW wasn't even a big part of these big dominating team fights because he still hangs on to that blazing duet for the later stages of the fight. So even at the end there, ONIC Esports still has full control, and once they have some pressure, they use the buffs, they use the lore to bait out the members of RRQ still. And look at that. Of course, Clay can take the penalty zone, do a lot of damage, but afterwards, what else can they do? Not everyone is locked in by the crowd control, and he's just taken out instantly, and everyone else, they get suppressed, they get zoned away from the team fight, and it's just too much damage because, again, they are still 12,000 gold behind.
Okay, now Albert Assassin 2. Now.
I mean, the Hayabusa was open the entire time. The Ling was picked up, and I think in this series... Oh,
Hanzo.
I'm not too sure about the Lancelot. Hanzo, I think if you pick Hanzo against that team, you're inting, right? I mean, there's so many backline threats, so much dive. Your real body is going to be like caught almost every single team fight by... I don't know, a flying Terizla with a penalty zone flicker, maybe a Finch Poise. Even the Forza can get to you, grab you in the back, just like you guys can grab food and grab car or your bike to get over here to the MPL arena with a lot of discounts. 40%, I believe, for food and 90%. 90%.
For grab bike and grab car.
That's crazy. Have you used it?
Yeah, I do it every day.
Every day?
Yeah, that's how I get to work.
You come here every day?
Well, no, I mean
that's
like on
crazy.
the week. Come
I
on,
think we
Rashi.
only have MPL on Friday to Sunday turn. I don't know what you're doing here on Monday to Thursday.
Showing support.
Showing support.
Preparing, right? Watching analyzing the landscape to know what you can do. Anyhow, use the promo code. Make sure you get that efficiency the same way Eterna does, because you know how Eterna be doing it.
Yeah. We like to do it the hard way, not the easy way.
How do I open the website or get the promo?
The hard way is type in MPL ID X grab, but you can also do it the easy way, which is go back a few seconds on your phone, on your Samsung phone, and go scan the QR code down below, because you can also scan another QR code down below.
What is it?
If you want to ask, Eterna, I got to the venue, but I don't have a ticket. Where do I buy a ticket? Do you have a free one? And I gotta say no, because I don't have Blibli on my phone yet.
What? Really? Yo, I bought some MPL ID Season 10 socks.
Are you wearing it now?
Not right
Why do
now,
you never
but
wear it?
Not.
Literally. Inside of my shirt, there is a t-shirt. It's MPL ID Season 10. It was Blibli.
Doesn't sound legitimate.
You can't see it because obviously there's a tie in the way.
Press X to doubt, guys, honestly.
MPL ID
Are you going to do a
X
Superman
grab.
reveal?
Maybe later, right? Maybe if they release Season 11 merch. Because Season 10 merch is a bit behind. Anyways, though, speaking of behind, you can't go behind when you have Telkomsel Junior Games quota.
What's that?
What's that, Arashi? You're the data man.
It's a data quota to ensure
quota.
that you have all your online needs fulfilled with the best provider, man. Telkomsel.
Is that what you use? Is that your your provider?
Yeah, they actually have the best coverage in Indonesia. That's a fact.
True.
I agree. You know, I had to swap over from another provider onto Telkomsel because I was seeing how Arashi gets connection everywhere. Meanwhile, me
I'm
out here I'm just looking at my gallery.
And I think it's insane because I read about this, right? It says that if you buy quota for up to 3 gigabytes, you can also get a lot of items.
Like?
A lot.
A lot?
And vouchers. Vouchers.
Okay, so every time you buy items or vouchers for Mobile Legends using Telkomsel, how do you say it? Telkomsel. You guys can also get a lot of crazy promos from Dunia Games. So go ahead, check it out.
I should
On the
do it
app.
now.
Use the app. Use the
There's
app.
an app?
You got the app
Or
yet?
No.
well, you really gotta
apps.
utilize your Samsung phone, man. You don't
know.
have any of these apps, but it's fine because if you don't have the app, you can just type it in duniagames.co.id. So hey, you have a browser on your Samsung S23 5G?
I do.
Of course, of course.
So put the website in and go grab your Dunia Games quota.
I've been living my life the wrong way.
Yeah, you have. You really have.
Well,
it's fine though.
Get on the right track right now, guys. Take advantage of this promo because we all need mobile data. Let's be real, man.
We need mobile
we've been
data.
there where our mobile data runs out and we're like, it's over.
Yeah, and you guys don't want your mobile data to run out for this next game, right?
Oh,
Once again,
man, no.
1-0, ONIC Esports looking really strong. And, you know, I've heard a lot of rumors, right?
Okay.
There's like this ONIC fanboy backstage right now. I don't know if you guys know him, but his name is GONIC.
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 And he's been saying that for the past week. So precisely last week, ONIC Esports haven't been showing their full strength.
Wow.
They've been playing around. That's what he said.
ASG himself.
ASG himself. It's funny, right? Because he's an ONIC fan, but he has the name of his rival. The rival jungler, Albert.
Oh, right. You're right.
We're talking about Gani, if you guys don't know. Gani can't wait. Bang Bang is waiting and watching. He's probably smiling, and he will probably bully Arashi if ONIC Esports win 2-0.
Come on.
Arashi, just so that doesn't happen, what does RRQ need to do?
They have to try and adjust, man, because if they want to read in, like I said, if they want to try and go for a certain game plan, they need to make sure they have all the tools available. If they want to go aggressive, they need to make sure they go all in and don't go halvesies. You know, the gold lane is already good in the late game. The Beatrix with the weapon mastery, there's no way that you can still need to go for other heroes that don't really have the same kind of pressure in the early game, particularly if you want to try and contest all those early game fights. If they want to try and trade around, right, avoid those fights initially, maybe, right, maybe that could work out for RRQ, but if they want to go for a full team fight, they need to know that they're up against a very solid team with very good team fight understanding. They know who to engage with, they know how they can counter engages, and they know how to keep their backline safe. So you have to try and throw a wrench in at least one of those departments, right? Maybe go for a dive, maybe go for more crowd control, or maybe just try and predict what they're going to try and do in those team fights and have some answers for it. Like maybe some crowd control denial could really work well in the previous match, especially against a Terizla and a Kufra, man.
That could definitely surface here as we're entering the drafting phase of game number 2 between ONIC Esports and RRQ. And one thing to note is both of these teams have opted to swap sides, with ONIC with the first pick, RRQ with the second. But what's different is Hilda has actually been banned away by ONIC Esports, and they have decided to go for a Fredrin first pick.
Interesting first pick by ONIC Esports. They banned the Fredrin in game number 1, and now they actually opted to go for 2 very interesting bans, right? The Farsa and the Hilda. So they are already threatening that assassin pick once again. Here, we do have a comment from the future himself, KB. I think this is the role that suits Lemon the most because the gameplay of gold lane and mid lane is really different now. Now, this quote did not really age well from game number 1, but I can already see the adjustments made by RRQ. The reason Lemon fell in that XP lane so much was because of the mid lane presence from ONIC Esports constantly putting pressure down in the XP lane. Lemon, it was just an unfortunate game for him, right? Here, with better mid lane presence, RRQ have secured the Kaja and the Yve. ONIC Esports with a response with the Claude, a good pick up against the Yve. And honestly, if we're looking at it here, I would just say, this is very risky, right? Do they want to go for another assassin, or do they just want to go for reliable mid control? Because if they go for reliable mid control, Lilia can be a solid option to take up against the Yve with the Farsa banned out. But if they want to go for something risky, leave the mage till later and pick up a roamer. Wow.
All right, Kadira being picked up. And on that note, we do have a comment here by Boots. Lemon in the EXP lane, it's confusing.
Ooh.
The monster's gone, and the alien came. So they swapped out the monster for an alien.
I've been waiting.
We'll see if it works here. So far, game number 1, it did seem like Lemon's, what do you call it? Playmaking capacity was really
Nullified.
an impact with the way that ONIC Esports were playing. But with the Kadita being picked up by ONIC Esports, it should go to the hands of Keyboy, and RRQ picked up the carry.
Can go in the hands of Sans as well, though. So for ONIC, this Kadita pick has been a pick that's been respected all the way, I believe occasionally in the first match as well. I think it's just a very solid pick off hero. And in the right situations, it's also great follow-up. So for ONIC, that's pretty solid. But with a Kaja and a carry, I think they still need to secure some kind of front line here because there's no way they can get any control, any vision against this Kaja and Yves combo. This is the same problem that EVOS was having early on in the first match, and I think ONIC way too wise to let that happen.
Your team is banned.
Interesting choice of bans here from both of these teams. RRQ knowing that they have a very precious backline that they want to protect. They're taking away the Faramis, a hero that can basically force dives in for the opposing team. And ONIC Esports do basically the same thing to counter RRQ. They ban out a frontliner here, knowing that RRQ have a solid backline already. RRQ are going to be really lacking that frontline presence, and you can expect some more frontliners to be taken out of the fray, right? Maybe another jungle ban for ONIC Esports here. With the Martis banned away, I don't really see any other hero except for the Barats giving them problems. Paquito, I don't think so. I think RRQ are just lacking frontline, right? Akai becomes a solid option. I agree. The Akai might just be banned here by ONIC Esports, or they might go for an XP lane ban again. Remembering now, not too sure if they want to ban out the Masha again. The Lapu, they don't really have a backline, so it's just a frontliner. What do they want to ban out? I think the best ban is
still available as well if they want to.
I still
go
think
for
Akai
that.
then is the best ban to go for.
I think Masha might work as well because we see Lemon succeed on that Masha, and usually he plays it for not for team fight but for full macro, right? He just goes hard for split push, and that is exactly what ONIC wants to avoid. If they want to go for pickoffs, they need to be together and they need to be the ones dictating where is everyone on the map. If they allow RRQ to have that wave pressure, to have that split push pressure, and allow Lemon to draw away multiple members away from ONIC Esports, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to get the control they require to make this kind of game plan actually run smoothly. So now both bans have shown for RRQ, frontline, like you mentioned, will be important. Edith gets picked up by, I believe this is for Lemon.
Should be.
Completely forgot that Edith existed. She hasn't surfaced today, so I get it. There's a lot of CC towards the Edith. There's definitely playmaking potential, and there's a lot of damage. But it really depends on who she's laning against.
That's a solid point, especially against someone with a predictable counter, per se. I mean, we've seen the Edith kind of struggle a bit against a Benedetta.
Yeah.
They can go for the eye for an eye and just nullify most of the kit completely. So what they give to Boots right here will decide how that EXP lane goes around. They still have the chance to just flex this Fredrin in. It's gonna be a Grok. It's still flexible though. So ONIC just keeping all the options available.
Oh my god. It is Kyrie on the Haya. It's Fredrin XP, Grok Roam, and Kadita on... I don't really know who's playing Grok, who's playing the Kadita. It may be Keyboy who's on the Kadita. He may be Sans. ONIC Esports still just as flexible as ever. Once again, you thought the Fredrin was 100% going to go to the jungle. ONIC Esports pulls another... They subvert our expectations one more time. Now RRQ against the Hayabusa. They want to go for an assassin. They already have a Kaja.
Cho?
And let's see, it is the Cho. Perfect call from Eterna in the jungle for Albert.
I wish I sounded more like confident about that, because that would have been more epic.
Yeah, it should have been.
Cho! Well, you know, what's done is done, right?
Yep, it is done indeed. So with both these bans, it's an interesting situation, man. ONIC for sure has a lot of kill presence in the early game. They have crowd control, but they still are the ones relying on this pickoff, especially because now with the Grok, they can contest the map as much as possible. And for RRQ, they have more ways to play around, but for the most part, it's going to be a front to back with an addition of a Divine Judgment. So they have to try and play it flexibly and go for pickoffs when possible, but for the most part, use this Divine Judgment to shut down Kyrie yet again.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get into game number 2, match point for ONIC Esports. RRQ on their backs. They need to get a victory here to force a third game in the series. Welcome to the land of Dawn. We'll see if ONIC Esports can close this game off with another assassin pick up against RRQ's full single target lockdown composition.
But these compositions are a little bit more interesting, right? With Albert on the Cho, with Kyrie on the Hayabusa, in theory, the Cho should have a better time against Kyrie, especially when they go in for that 5v5 turtle fight. But we'll see. Right now, both of these teams have that kill pressure. They have the possibility for the pickoffs. It really just depends on how they're implementing it and how that wave clear in that mid side goes. Because if they're able to go around faster, then that's when they start to win. And RRQ, they seem to put a lot of emphasis here in the gold lane.
I think their early game is going to be very favored towards RRQ. They have more ways to try and do damage. They have flat damage as well in their kit. So ONIC Esports just waiting as much as possible. But Sans here with the mid lane Grok, that's just a lot of wave clear potential. And you can see he is just ducking out of vision every time there's an opportunity, so that later on, if he does that at level 4, it's a chance he'll make a big play happen with the wild charge. But until that happens, it's still a waiting game for both these teams. And you can see adjustments, though, coming in from RRQ. 2 Purifies to ensure that the crowd control from ONIC can be curbed, as you can see a bit of a taunt game in the top side.
Again, Sans is very, very easy.
Yeah.
It's very easy for him to actually walk out from the kill pressure from RRQ.
You're right. You're right. What I was about to mention was we've seen so many shades of Grok, right? We've seen Grok with the highest try, we've seen Grok with the Weapon Master, and maybe in some crazy times we even see it with the Killing Spree, right? But Sans has opted for a different emblem. He's actually opted for a support emblem. What edge does this give him?
Just gives him a more cooldown reduction, and if he wants to try and be the main engage tool right here, that can work out as Lemon takes a lot of damage. He pops the ultimate though.
Wild charge to respond that ultimate here in the second minute of the game. It's still RRQ who have more pressure around this turtle, knowing Hayabusa is still on the bottom side. They're trying their best to try to clear it here. Keyboy jumps in with the oddity, but the real world of Legend comes in, and it's going to be Albert who secures the first turtle here in game number 2. Already a change very early on.
The early game definitely favors RRQ, and you can see that ONIC, Sans is going to be relied heavily to try and make things happen with that wild charge, because later on, of course, Keyboy will be able to burn some of the purifiers from Clay and Skylar. Once that's done, though, it's all going to be on the shoulders of Sans to try and get that pick off. We've seen that Grok in the right hands is a deadly assassin almost, just looking for the chance to just knock up these vulnerable backline members. And with a Hayabusa very close on the follow-up, it's a dangerous combination that ONIC is bringing to the table.
RRQ now with a 300 gold lead hasn't been able to give ONIC Esports the pickoff that they intended, with the Kajita being picked up as well. But once again here,
wild charge onto Albert. Kyrie there with the retribution, able to secure a camp in the jungle, but Vin is just right there. Beautiful rough waves to prevent the Divine Judgment by Vin. It's still RRQ holding on to the gold lead here, but ONIC Esports already making their way down below. Oh, Keyboy! Oh my goodness, these plays. It's so risky knowing that Vin has a Divine Judgment, but he keeps on making these plays happen. Again, just putting some pressure down in the gold lane to give CW a bit more room to play with. Whoa! It's a good mix.
There's a ONIC and RRQ sandwich from both the English and Indonesian desk, so a bit of a contrast here. But honestly, it's looking pretty good for ONIC right now. RRQ, they have a lot more pressure in the early game. They have kill threats, especially with the ultimates ready, the World Manipulation, as well as the Divine Judgment, but they haven't been able to secure any big objective, any big structure, and any big pickoffs for the side of ONIC. It's still a 0-0. And you can see it's due to ONIC just posturing defensively, just threatening to just re-engage on them from the back of the turret. So it's something that they've been doing very, very well, and RRQ need to find an opportunity.
And one thing that I noticed is Boots hasn't been as active as he was in game number 1. I think there were a lot of team fights where Boots was able to go in at that perfect moment when everything else was already popped, and then he makes that groundbreaking play to swap things back around. But now that Boots is in the fray here, ONIC Esports, they should have a good chance.
Let's see, turtle number 2 being contested here. Lemon jumps in with Earthshatter, gonna be able to connect onto Santos. Boots gets the taunt onto 2 members. Kyrie now on the back lines, that's the full collapse onto Albert, who's still able to get out with a Chunpu. Vin taken very low, Boots with the taunt, Kyrie with the damage, but it's still not enough to take Skylar down. First blood picked up in the back line, it's Dashing Lemon who jumps in onto Kyrie, picking up one, flickering back again, dealing so much damage. Lemon with a double kill. CW securing the turtle as Lemon finds the onward and the Earthshatter onto Sans. It might just be the triple kill for the alien. He's looking for the kill. He might be able to get it here, but Sans with a very close movement is there. It's Lemon with an unofficial triple kill. ONIC with 2, but they get the turtle too.
Wow, that's a back and forth situation. And this is what ONIC was able to do in the previous game. RRQ, they have their whole backline zoned away by Kyrie. They used the Divine Judgment on him, but it was not enough. But afterwards, it turns out the second marksman comes in. Lemon with an ultimate just cleans house if they don't try and control this man's power.
Lemon is so unexpected. You know, in game number 1, he was making crazy plays. It didn't work out. And here, an unofficial triple kill on something like the Edith. That just shows the importance. But wait a minute here. B-Boy still going to get out?
Ooh, I was about to say Finn has the flicker, but again, they are not going to go for the risky play here. Just picking up a turret, trying their best to deny the minion from CW, but he will still be able to take that. Sans is rotated down below, but it is not just... It's not do anything actually, just to open up the map a bit for CW.
The longer this game goes, though, it's going to be much difficult for ONIC to try and establish a footing when there's a mutual objective dance, because they do lose out in the range department. They have a lot of potential damage, but look at that crowd control, though. One charge comes in!
Good cancel from Sans. The Blazing Duet has been popped in, but Albert is looking for some more pickoff here. Sans is going to be locked into the wall with the way the dragon is now. There is a rotation by ONIC Esports. Kyrie's looking for it, jumps in with a quad shadow onto Clay. Has a shadow kill as well, but Clay is able to get out. The Petrify locks him down, but Finn now is going for the chase onto Keyboy. The Breath of the Ocean has been popped in already as Skylar is looking for the play onto Keyboy. Now with the conceal, but with Lemon getting the... Oh my god! Earthshatter misses too! Keyboy gets out! There's a ha from Keyboy as he walks out, recalls again, feeling the confidence in game 2.
That entirety was just insane, right? The way that they were able to cancel the engage, but then it got traded back around, and then Kyrie came back. It's insane. Both of these teams are amazing as once again they're going in for the kill.
Lemon now in the midst of it all, gonna be chunked quite low with the quad channel, taunting again. Sans with the ball charge, CW with the Blazing Duet, comboed in. Lemon still able to sustain flickering out, dealing so much. Lemon in the midst of it all, finally taken down, and it's by Kyrie. It's a CW shutdown too, as Kyrie pops back out of the quad shadow. Albert's 1 HP, but ONIC Esports have more to say in the objective game.
2 for 2 trade, but Skylar was taken out in that engage, so I do believe that it was worth it for ONIC Esports. However, now 1,000 gold lead for ONIC, instantly turned around by just a few team fights, Arashi.
That engage coming in from Sans, that's a 4-man wild charge essentially, and that just sets up ONIC for success. And RRQ cannot overlook that, man. They have to try and position properly and control the vision, because right now Lemon as well as Albert, they're very tanky, they have mobility, so if they move forward and try and clear for information and ONIC over commits on them, they can very easily punish. They have to try and do that a bit more because they're getting outplayed in the vision department. ONIC is just so good at positioning in places where RRQ isn't expecting it.
1,000 gold lead now for ONIC Esports. It's not as far. The gap isn't that real that RRQ Hoshi can't, of course, take back what was theirs to claim back that map control clearly. As you can see that RRQ Hoshi, once again, they're looking for a play, but they gotta be careful when they grew up like that, because of the fact that Keyboy is still there. But look at this.
Earthshatter finding 2. Lemon taunted, knocked up and taken down, but Lemon is still able to survive just for a bit before CW picks up the killing spree. Meanwhile, on the back line, that's gonna be the shadow kill onto everyone. Kyrie, oh my god, he brings Albert all the way back, and now Albert is forced to run away with Boots, still able to survive for a bit, but Skylar will pick that kill up. Skylar falling back. ONIC Esports once again still holding on to that gold lead as Albert picks up that jungle creep. Albert jumping back in with the Jikundo and the Shampoo. Sans walling them off as Vin is going to be caught now as the Quad Shadow comes in. That's going to be the dive from CW with the blazing duet. He deals enough damage. Oh, CW one more hit. Skylar will fall. CW gets taken out in the fadeaway play by Skylar's basic attack, but it's still ONIC Esports with the dub.
Wow, 3 for 3. But the problem was Skylar got a double kill that actually might give him a little bit of an edge.
Keep in mind, in the late game, this carry will be a lot more difficult to deal with, and so is this Yve. Right now, ONIC is using the Assassin Power Spike to try and make the plays happen, but soon, with something like a Winter Truncheon, with something like a Wind of Nature, RRQ can completely ignore that backline threat, and that will allow them to be a lot more aggressive in these fights. But until then, they are forced to adjust and beware because ONIC Esports, they are just displaying insane teamfight mastery.
Wow, you can see now RRQ Hoshi, they're already rotating towards that next objective. Vin, conceal play?
Divine Judgment, locking Sans in place. He has used the wild charge. RRQ with a solid pick. Lemon clearing out the mid lane. Just like you guys can clear out your lag with Dunia Games Telkomsel. 3 GB free with the quota. Scan the QR code as RRQ tries to scan the area here in the turtle side. Boots gets a taunt onto 2, gets onwarded back, but the Lord helps Boots out. The Earth Shatter as well. Kyrie in the back line with Quad Shadow going to be locked up in the way to Dragon, but it's still going to be Kyrie looking for the Shadow kill onto Clay. Finds the kill. CW with a follow-up. Finn knocked up. Alfred taken down. And ONIC once again have won the team fight with Kyrie securing a double. Lemon is looking for Kyrie. He pops the onward in, but Kyrie has the Quad Shadow to get back out. It's a 2 for 2, mid for jungle, and XP in Rome. I think ONIC wins this one again.
Do they want to commit on to the Lord here?
It's a bit risky, but they seem to expect RRQ to back away. They are going for it right now, but Lemon will not let that slide. He's going in.
Lemon looking for the play, onward, not connecting. Earth Shatter as well, trying to predict the Quad Shadow movement, but he's going to be taken down as Kyrie picks up the Lord. The Divine Judgment doesn't do much. The Shadow kill on the Skylar, who does not have a Wind of Nature. Kyrie silences Skylar. 4,000 gold lead built up, and Kyrie is massive once again.
Kyrie, what? 515 KDA right now doesn't even reflect the impact that he's able to make in the game. His outplays on the mechanics that RRQ Hoshi possess has been insane, and he's going against a Cho who should be able to counter him.
RRQ, they're just not respecting the potential fighting prowess of ONIC Esports. They keep getting flanked. They're not respecting the positioning they need to have to ensure that Kyrie does not get his way going into the back line. Now with them stuck in the base, this might be what they require, but ONIC, they're trying to make plays as well.
With Earth Shattered, that's the combo as well. All onto the roamer. Kibo still surviving! My goodness, I thought that was a guaranteed pickoff. So many single target abilities were used for Kibo, yet he was still able to escape, and ONIC Esports once again utilized the First Lord just to take all the tier 2s.
With all the tier 2s gone, this means that ONIC can be a lot more creative with how they approach the fights as well, as if they haven't been creative enough so far. If you take a look at the items here, obviously, Kyrie is having a massive game right here already with the Malefic Roar. CW catching up as well, already on 5 items. On the flip side, for the side of RRQ, 6k gold behind. The Winter Truncheon is available for Clay, and the Wind of Nature, finally, is available for Skylar. But with if the fights go the same way, right? If ONIC can go in and out of the fight as they please like that, then RRQ will eventually be forced to be outplayed, even though they have the right items, but they go for Sans.
Divine Judgment, Sans gets out the wild charge, boots for the taunt onto 2 members. That's CW with the blazing duet on the back line! He pops the Purify as well! He is untouchable! Albert's gonna be very low, Lemon flickering forward, getting the kill, CW falling as well! Lemon against the world, but will fall! Kyrie popping the Shadow kill. It's gonna be the Winter Truncheon. Clay sidestepping away from the breath of the ocean. A 3 for 2 trade. ONIC once again still with the better trade. Lemon is alone here in these team fights, practically trying to carry RRQ.
Well, it's not his fault, you know, because like Skylar tries his best to participate, but he's completely zoned away. Kyrie goes for him, Keyboy goes for him, even Sans and CW, they're all diving onto Skylar. And I dare say, at this point, he might as well build a bit more tankiness items because Carry has some built-in damage in his kit. If he can't survive the initial burst, then he is essentially useless in these fights. He has the Wind of Nature, but he's forced to use it for both CW and Kyrie. They can cycle, just wait for the Wind of Nature to finish before they go in again. And even if he does that, there's still the threat of T-Boy here being a massive magic damage assassin. That is why Lemon is the one that's doing all this DPS, because Skylar is just having a very tough game, being the main target for all the members of ONIC Esports.
And it's better less damage than no damage at all. But the problem is, Skylar is so far behind that he may not have that much of a choice in terms of items. What was his build? I think third item, he instantly built WON just because of the kill pressure that Kyrie and CW have. And that's already him trying to adjust to how much damage is being output onto him. As once again here, Suppress goes in on Boots this time though.
Oh man, did you see that bait? That was beautiful. Kyrie with the Quad Shadow, then Boots walks in. Knowing that Vin might try to predict that Quad Shadow movement, he actually gets Boots, and with that, that's one lockdown ability gone. A massive ultimate burnt out. They're looking for the Lord fight now. Vin, no Divine Judgment again. This is going to give so much free room for the players to come in, and it's a wombo combo! Lemon gets petrified, Immortality falling. Sounds in the back line as Kyrie jumps in with the Praiser's Wrath as well. Now with the Shadow Kill on towards Clay, it's going to be taken down. Albert with the Wave, the Dragon only knocks him back to safety as Kyrie jumps in with the Quad Shadow once again, chasing Albert down, who has the Retry, pops it in. Keyboy looking for something, Breath of the Ocean knocking Albert up, but RRQ are able to disengage, and Kyrie looks back onto the objective.
Mission already accomplished here. They were able to zone members out. They were able to get 3 members down for RRQ Hoshi. And their main mission, their main target was to get this Lord, and they were able to get so much with it. 6,000 gold lead already, and it's looking like a deja vu to game number 1.
It's a very, I think the fight was a lot closer than you would think. Because they used all their resources to shut down Lemon as well as Vin in that previous fight. So Skylar was actually able to output a lot more damage, so he actually has presence in that fight. And everyone else from ONIC was so low, but again, showing teamfight mastery, they're able to just fight back and survive with a sliver of HP. They trade 3-0 right here. And RRQ in the base defense, again, they have a bit of a lead. They have the high ground damage, but that relies on Clay having enough items, and he is not exactly doing the best. He has the Winter Truncheon and the Ice Queen's Wand, but we haven't seen if he has any other items to supplement that wave clear that RRQ desperately needs right now.
What are they supposed to do here? RRQ, how do they clear this out? How do they defend? The wall has been placed, the base turret has been taken down. Skylar can be able to clear the enhanced door, but the mini waves in the mid lane keeps on pushing in. This time Vin does have the Divine Judgment, but CW is going to be able to clear that wave out, taking the base turret as well. Keyboy with the conceal up top. Still going in, actually very interesting. Wow, with the rough waves. Now it's the RWM knocked up, and that might just be the collapse from ONIC Esports. And yes, it is. It's a kill picked up by CW. Sounds going to be chunked low, but he is only the second roamer to the squad. He flickers out to safety as CW does the same thing. Skylar almost bursting him down still. And that's the orange buff. Kyrie picks it up. Doesn't want to give it to CW. They're fighting for the purple. Who's going to get it? CW lets it go to the hands of Kyrie.
Yeah, ONIC Esports, they need to be very careful when they go for these engages, right? Because RRQ Hoshi, they have 2 sources of percent HP damage. Look at this.
Kyrie, jumping back and forth. Keyboy locked in, but the rough waves every single time. Keyboy is able to bait out the ability. San's doing the same thing, even waiting for him to get CC'd before he pops that wild charge.
Still, 10,000 gold here for ONIC Esports in the 18th minute of the game. You can see all 3 waves are pushing, and going back into the items, you can see a distinct difference. Although now Clay has his items, right? He has the Brute Force, Arashi.
He has the Brute Force and he has the Enchanted Talisman, so a lot more spells being dished out, being thrown out there towards ONIC Esports, but not really quite enough damage. So he needs some more items here, a glowing one perhaps, or a genius one to try and ensure that these front lines at least start melting due to percentage HP damage, because now they're just shrugging off his damage and just walking through it. And if he just tries to move too much further in front to try and get the backline, get his damage on the back line, that also opens it up to some kind of engage from ONIC Esports. It's such a difficult time for RRQ right here. If you look at the damage dealt, CW all the way up there, but Skylar is not so far behind, so they have to try and figure out how they want to play this out. What can they bait out from ONIC before Skylar commits, because Skylar or Lemon, someone needs to try and get in here and play cleanup crew, because I get that they're all very vulnerable, but unless they go in after ONIC has used all of their spells and make a huge gamble, it seems like ONIC is on the way to a same conclusion to game number 1. But it's just a split push coming in for RRQ.
Good turret take down below, but look at Keyboy, he's already rotating down below as well. RRQ have taken back control of the Lord, and this might just be a mistake from ONIC Esports, unless Kyrie is that confident to go for a 50-50. It does look like he wants to do it, and it is just Kyrie styling once again, winning the retreat battle. Sans gonna be melted down, but he does have the immortality. Sans still surviving, boots flickering out. The RWM finds his mark. Keyboy with a 4-man stun. Skylar able to escape with a Purify. Sans finally taken down by the RWM there, but it is still the Evolved Lord. I cannot believe that ONIC, that Kyrie was that confident to just go for a 50-50. They didn't even bother resetting it.
That was insane. I mean, in that position, you'd be like sweating, but it doesn't seem like Kyrie was bothered at all. That insane steal once again. The retribution on this person, on this man, Kyrie. Winning, making plays for his team. RRQ Hoshi now, they're the ones close to the pen.
That's Jade Kundo onto Keyboy, but nothing just yet. No base turrets, but RRQ, knowing that there's a huge missing threat from the side of ONIC, no wild charge. They just confidently clear out that Lord, and they're pushing to try and find something extra. ONIC understands that despite the fact that they are so ahead right now, it can only take one team fight. We're at 20 minutes in this current game. Any big team fight, any 3-man wipe could be all RRQ needs to try and get the ball snowballing to a impressive comeback. We take a look at the items. Yet again, you do see the fleeting time being built by Vin, but at this point, there's just so little action available to him in the situations. And I do feel like RRQ maybe went too much in the direction of the single target crowd control. They have the Jeet Kundo, they have the Divine Judgment, but now you can see that they're just not able to control long enough the members of ONIC Esports because the crowd control is on such a long cooldown. So ONIC just moves in and out, and they're able to bait out these spells as well. Like Mirko mentioned, I think Keyboy and Sans is just so good at just being a complete nuisance, keeping you guessing who's going to try and get in and go for those big team fights.
I mean, to be fair, Edith does have an AoE stun, right? An AoE knock-up with the Earth Shatter, but of course, it's a little bit more tricky for him to go in for those plays because of how much disengage potential that ONIC Esports has. With Keyboy with the knock-up as well as Sans with the wild charge, basically. So I get what you mean, it's a little bit more difficult. I think maybe one thing that RRQ can do is look for a counter-engage. Wait for ONIC Esports to go in as 5 and try not to clump up. Is that something viable that they can go for?
Well, knowing how RRQ is positioning right here, that is a definite option because they can predict where ONIC Esports are going to go, right? Everyone's going to go straight towards the backline, either towards Skylar or Clay, or if they jump on Lemon, then you can also determine, like, okay, what has been used onto Lemon right here, and what can we take in advance? So now, Albert goes in for the Wave of Dragon, but Keyboy, so mobile with the blessing of the ocean as well, will be able to just get out of the situation, but whoa, ONIC goes in.
Sans with the ball charge, Clay with the Purify. Lemon in the midst of it all going to be caught here as he tries his best to sustain back up. That's the RWM trying to help Lemon get out of the situation, but actually the 3-man taunt from Boost as he rocks up there. Keyboy finds the Petrify. He's going to be caught by the Divine Judgment, but the taunt comes in again. Skylar has been slain. CW is on a killing spree, and ONIC Esports keep on going. It's a shadow kill here. The Earth Shatter trying to predict, but it's going to be the way the Dragon Lock can carry in place just for him to bait the abilities out. CW picks up a double. Albert is the last man standing, and it's a clean sweep from ONIC Esports in the Royal Derby.
RRQ Hoshi went to 0 game losses to 2 game losses in a row in the hands of their royal bestie, which is ONIC Esports. And today, Coach Achil, or Coach Adi rather now, has a lot to prove, and he proved himself here. 2-0 against his former team. That's gotta be a showing, especially after what Field did on the stage before the match started.
The fans are mauling, man. Imagine being an RRQ fan who hated on this man. Hashtag Achil out the entire way through Season 10, M4. Every single time another person asks, why did RRQ lose? It's all Achil, bro. And now Adi is saying, hey, it's Adi in. You've been spelling it the wrong way.
Man, what a somber day for the RRQ Kingdom, but it is what it is. That was a great showing from ONIC Esports, flexing again, showing that it's not only about the architect. Every single one of us, every single player in ONIC Esports can be that dynamic, that flexible, and they know how to just cycle around the roles, the spells they have to try and get the best of every single team fight. And they were able to get dominant performances in the team fights against RRQ, a team that is notorious for turning around fights that they are not supposed to win in their favor.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that last engage from Lemon, honestly. He went in for the Earth Shatter, but the counter engage was so strong, like we mentioned before, and that basically lost. That was a team fight that lost him the game.
At that point, he was also kind of caught in the situation, so there's always improvements available for both these teams. But I think RRQ, they have to try and fix some of their adaptability issues for sure.
For sure. And now we're going to take to Bude Clara Mongstar for the interview with ONIC Esports.
Wow, begitu luar biasa dengan kemenangan yang bersih 2-0 dan akhirnya mereka memecahkan win streak dari RRQ. Boots, congratulations dengan kemenangan di Royal Derby pertama kalian.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Ini di season 11 ini kan mungkin semua orang juga udah tahu ya. Dan dari tadi juga banyak yang ngeributin nih. Adi, apakah menjadi peran besar dalam kemenangan kalian di match ini?
Iya.
Ya, seperti apa ianya?
Saya banyak banget ngajarin kita buat preparation minggu ini.
Ada nggak yang paling kamu ingat mungkin kata-kata dari Adi untuk minggu ini?
Apa?
Apa nih, Kimoy mau kasih tahu nih, asik nih. Kasih tahu dong.
Kalau dari Adi di ONIC, yang penting sih lebih ke arah mainnya rapi, agresif, dan objektif. Sesimpel itu.
Sesimpel itu. Jadi match tadi cukup simpel buat kalian ya? Oh wow, Adi dan juga mungkin coach ya bersama Mars mereka bikin kalian sekuat ini. Dan bahkan kita melihat bahwa performa Boots di game yang pertama. Kita ngelihat bahwa kamu wow berhasil untuk ngedapetin 2 game juga. Tapi berhadapan dengan Lemon ini adalah mungkin kali pertama ya. Kan jarang banget kamu berhadapan di Royal Derby Lemon sebagai EXP laner. Gimana kamu ngelihat Lemon?
Jago banget, tadi editnya barbar banget.
Barbar. Hal apa yang paling bikin kamu mungkin berkesan banget tuh tadi di laning?
Landingnya
Boots, tapi mungkin kalau kamu kepengen tahu, kamu bisa panggil coachmu sih sekarang. Head coach Adi jadi apa? Analis atau? Analis ya? Adi mana nih Adi? Katanya Adi mau bergabung bersama kita di atas panggung. Adi kalau mau langsung ke sini ya. Adi, dicariin. In Adi we trust. Mana Adi? Sembari menunggu Adi ke atas panggung ya. Kayaknya itu lagi dipanggilin Adi di belakang. Adi sini dong, banyak yang nyariin. Kita bakal langsung beralih juga kepada dari... Oh, lagi Adi nih bos. Udah pada rame-rame nih. Tapi how about you Carrie? You met Albert. Finally, after you say that you want to meet Albert and you slay RRQ today. How is the fight?
Good.
Good. Any good impression? What is so good about this match?
It's good because we won.
Ya katanya ya ini bagus, ini super oke karena ya mereka menang. Dan bener ya Sobat ONIC ya. Oh, but after you met Albert and you won it, is there anyone you want to meet in this MPL season 11?
Other than Albert? Dilar.
Dilar? Kepengen mana ya? Oh udah pulang ya? Tadi nonton ya? Kepengen ketemu Dilar, tapi Dilar belum bermain. Akankah bermain? So you hope Dilar will play soon?
Ya.
Oh well, kita akan tunggu juga. Dan dari Sans sendiri, Sans, kamu pakai hero yang sangat unik melawan RRQ. Apakah ini special case untuk RRQ? Dengan hero Grok di season 11 ini baru banget tuh.
Nggak tahu sih, aku jalanin apa yang dikasih tahu di pas review. Aku jalanin kayak gini gitu. Ya gitu.
berarti udah pernah ya? Udah pernah pakai sebelumnya dan emang ini dikhususkan juga untuk RRQ dan semua tim mungkin?
Semua tim kayaknya, tapi nggak tahu sih itu tergantung dari coach kita juga.
Tergantung dari coach Sans. Banyak banget Sobat Onik yang dari tadi teriak-teriak yang ada di rumah juga. Tolong dong sampaikan sesuatu buat Sobat Onik.
Makasih yang udah support kita terus biar kita makin semangat di season 11 ini. Makasih yang udah support kita terus, dukung kita terus ya, sampai selesai.
2-0 and last Carry. Last time Sans translate Tagalog to Indonesian right now. Please translate Sans to Tagalog.
Translate Sans?
Yes.
In Tagalog. Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa Onic tsaka mabuhay.
Mabuhay! Once again, Onik! Inilah dia Onik dengan kemenangan 2-0 yang kita akan nge-breakdown untuk dua game ini. Langsung kepada Profesor KB, break it down!
What's going on, Eterna?
That's what Onyx coach needs to do.
Oh.
They can close their eyes and give any of their players any heroes because that's how well they performed. 2-0 against one of the top contenders to win MPL ID Season 11 once again. And it's just an incredible performance by Onyx Esports.
Incredible, I think, is an understatement, especially for Jay Arashi. I mean, on the left here, Arashi Hoshi, his name was Eterna.
What is it now?
Arashi. Hoshi has gone.
Arashi.
Arashi only. It's Arashi only.
Oh no.
And RRQ only have lost here. That's their first match loss. They have won both their matches so far in MPL ID with a stat line of 4-0. Full games. This time they will have to lose 2-0. It's a big punch in the face, but remember, it's still the first leg of the season. There's still room for growth. It's still week 2. That's what I and Eterna have been saying for the last week.
What have we been
because we've been saying there's still room to grow.
Oh.
Our teams can improve.
Yes.
It's usually the copium quotes. It's
all the copium.
Ghani's the only one now who's still all smiles.
He's gonna say I'm bothered.
But usually the team that does well in the first leg, you know, they do a weird thing where they do really bad in the second leg. So I got my fingers crossed, man. Just saying.
Okay.
So you're saying the teams who are down there are going to pop off?
Maybe, perhaps,
All
possibly.
right. I'll take it. I'll take it. But that match was a true testament of Coach Adi's redemption story, redemption arc.
Yeah, his redemption arc is in full throttle right now, Eterna, you can kind of say, right? If they go on to win Season 11 and then MSC,
oh, bro,
I can imagine the RRQ fans who hated on this man for, oh my god, like, dude,
it's been a while.
It's been so, M1 was the start of Achel out when they lost to EVOS Legends in the grand finals. They came so close, but again, let's try to dissect this game. In game number 1, Arashi, what happened?
In game number 1, it's just them getting surprised by all these long-range, dynamic, quick engage tools that Onic have, especially because Keyboy and Boots, they can just alternate who goes in for the play. And if you take a look at it, the back line, Sans and CW, they're very, very safe. The only person that can go and dive towards them and cancel out anything is only going to be Lemon, because even Albert was unable to do so. And with time, it's just the same thing again and again. And despite the best efforts from RRQ, despite the efforts of Clay, just come in with the burst damage, stealing away the penalty zone, it just wasn't enough. So that was game number 1, right? And RRQ made adjustments, but even in the first place, in game number 1, we already mentioned that there were some holes in their game plan. They have a lot of pick-off potential, but they don't have a lot of wave pressure, right? Especially in the mid and EXP, man. I mean, against Onic Esports, we were just talking about it during that small interlude. If the mid lane and the EXP are allowed to have strong picks, to have good lanes, it's just such a difficult team to deal with.
The winning formula for Onic Esports, Boots on a winning lane. My goodness. everybody was saying, including me, that maybe Boots underperformed at M4. But looking at his picks here and looking at his picks at M4, it was super different. They were always prioritizing Boots' pick initially, first pick at M4, and that just gave him a losing matchup almost every single game. The team was literally playing for the gold lane, but now you can really see with an adaptation from the coaches in the way they play, they're prioritizing the XP lane now with a winning matchup for Boots, always picking his heroes last, making him the mysterious pick, and you can see he really is a playmaker on top of just the carry.
Here in game number 2, he is on that Fredrin, so not nearly as aggressive, but as a trade-off, right? Kyrie on the Hayabusa and Keyboy on the Kadita. There's just way too many threats for the squishy backline of RRQ, and they only have 2 solid card control tools, but they weren't able to use it to shut down Kyrie or Keyboy, the Way of the Dragon and the Divine Judgment. You can see that in this game, it was present, but it wasn't nearly as effective. Here is that fight where they use everything onto Lemon after Lemon got that insane triple kill, and you can see that Skylar has a lot of room to try and output some damage here, but we've always said that he is a very careful player, and here it's no surprise because it's justified, right? He's against 3 heroes. They can just take him out of the game instantly, and he's just not allowed to play the game at all. So if they want to go and rely on Skylar to try and win that late game team fight, they have to try and find a way to just deter these assassin picks coming in, especially from teams as flexible, as dynamic as ONIC, because there's no way, man. He has to deal with the physical burst from Kyrie and also the magical burst coming in from Keyboy as well.
The chemistry for ONIC Esports is just out of this world as well, unparalleled so far. Maybe someone to come close to that is maybe EVOS Legends. I mean, we'll never know until they match each other and go against one another, go head-to-head with one another. But one of the main things that I saw with the gameplay coming in from RRQ is there's a disparity between Lemon and the rest of his teammates. I believe that they're not really on the same page. I'm not really sure if it's because Lemon is just an alien and nobody understands him and nobody knows what he's going to do, and not even his teammates.
The language barrier.
Language barrier, right? He's an alien after all. But this is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for that last game. It's Keyboy on the Kadita. And there's a reason why the Kadita is always banned away from ONIC Esports, and it's because of this guy.
You give an Indonesian hero. And this is what an Indonesian does on the Indonesian hero.
69 kill participation, man. That's nice. And he was just able to just be a huge threat in the back line, and he was able to actually find a lot of opportunities to try and scout for information, abusing the Breath of the Ocean to try and get info and get out again and again. Even though there's the Jeet Kundos, the Way of the Dragons, and the Divine Judgments from RRQ, they were unable to actually deter Keyboy from being in the front. So it's just usually the issue when you have a Kadita as a roamer. But I guess in this situation, they also supplemented Kadita with a mid lane Grok. And I think that combination is what makes it so difficult, because now they have tools available as we take a look at the mic check.
Aman gua. Nice. No skill, no flicker dia. Nice!
Di mana, Bet?
Lapu jauh. Dapat semua gua nih. Bantai aja, bantai. Ayo.
Chill.
Kontil. Let gua nih. Dua orang.
Nice boy.
Gas.
Aman gua. Mati dia.
Mati kelai. Gua demo.
Nice boot.
Kau coba hack down.
Mati kelai. Masih bisa gua. Ayo datang, Bet.
Let gua.
Nice. Si Skylar, nice.
Ayo guys, bisa end guys.
Bisa.
Limit ini. Nice. Mau flank ya.
Nice.
Legendary bro. Nice banget bro.
Majuin aja.
Ayo maju.
Tutup ghost box tuh.
Gua mati. Nice, Bet. Mata.
Aduh, mati gua.
Mati dia.
Mati gua.
Nih, dua.
Ulti 2 depan nih. Gua peter lagi.
Lemon mati.
Imo dia.
Ulti. Let go.
DP dulu pelan-pelan.
Mati.
Cow.
Cow dulu.
Ayo, cow.
Boot, clear mid. Bisa apa dia ya?
Lemon sekarang ya. Mati Lemon tuh.
Awas konsil guys. Aja. Dari gua. Masih mau guys.
No purify, mati karinya guys. Mati karinya guys. Imo dia. Mati dia. Gas. Aman.
Gajah no flicker.
Majuin. Kita angkat semua cok.
Pegel. Tangan gua pegel guys.
Wow, the mic check. ONIC Esports game number 1 and game number 2 mic checks in most of the highlights, and it was really interesting to see them actually.
It's a good combination, right?
Yeah.
They communicate well, and then there's just a massive noise.
I mean, that's just Keyboy doing Keyboy things. Boots has gone back to his roots, very quiet. And then whenever he speaks, it's
legendary
always
guy.
Legendary, bro. Legendary, bro.
Shades of Season 8, man. The Season 8 MVP.
The quiet, silent
Boots.
but deadly.
No, you can't use that.
Why not?
Because I use that for Evo.
Well, we're gonna use it for Boots as well.
All right.
Boots, silent but deadly.
Okay.
Quiet but devastating.
Okay,
Quiet,
we can do that.
but
A little bit of a
twist.
reword. A little bit of a twist.
Same difference.
Same. A bit difference, but same.
Same, but different. But what's not the same is match number 3.
Oh.
That is coming really soon. Who is it? Who's playing?
I think a rebellion might be brewing here against the likes of Alter Ego.
Against old names, you know, there's a potential that we have yet to see the double Kage.
Ooh, maybe. We've seen Rizal and Rossi play, but will we see Nino and Psycho step in to this lineup, the dual Kage lineup that a lot of hype has been building around in the preseason, right? When this transfer was announced, everybody went crazy for Psycho, Udil. They're back together, but we haven't seen that combo just yet.
My question is, do you think that Psycho performs better than Udil?
I think Psycho should roam.
Oh.
Well, here's the success here. Keyboy and Kyrie got the power heroes, and they make ONIC just completely dominate. That wasn't the win conditions, but honestly, this win condition is kind of unfair because how do you curb them from the comfort heroes when they have like 6? Even if you ban all 5, right? There's still going to be that one hero that they can just pick up, you know? So it's just completely unfair. And I think it just comes down to, instead of targeting their heroes, you need to focus on your composition and what you want to do and just see what fits in here, because eventually ONIC will find something, right?
And honestly, props to Yeb for that incredible Game 2 draft, man. He let everything go. Barca Hilda Glue was banned. So many heroes on the line, and that's what happened.
That's what happened. And we're going to see exactly what's going to happen in the last match of today. To close it out, it's going to be Alter Ego as well as Rebellion Zion. But of course, we have to go on a short break. Don't worry, we'll be back. Still me, Eterna, Mirko, and Arashi. And we'll see you afterwards.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ
ジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Basti. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti Kelas, Pasti Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
うぜ。
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Will Alter Ego Esports finally break their lose streak? Or will Rebellion Zion push them further down in the brackets? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to MPL ID Season 11, Day 1 of Week number 2, where we are just happening upon the third match of today, and the last match as well. And to accompany you through this match is still me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. And of course, this tournament, MPL ID Season 11, would not be here without our wonderful sponsors. MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Our official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, our official gold partner by UBS Gold, our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blee, our official broadcast by Maxstream, our official broadcast partner by TVRI, and our partners, of course, Indomart and Point Coffee. And MPL Indonesia Season 11 is supported by PBSI. Mirko.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I am lip syncing.
I can see you in the corner of my eye.
I'm trying my best to lip sync all of your words so that there can be an edit out there where it's Mirko talking, but it's Eterna's voice.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
That would be
Wonderful?
That would be pretty funny, right?
It's funny, but I'm not sure if wonderful
It's
is the word I would
wonderful.
use here. But
Well, there's a lot of words that we're using. Wonderful, phenomenal. We didn't use that word, but I'm just adding it into the mix
Jokes.
because the best word here to describe Season 11 so far has to be awesome,
Awesome.
right?
Right.
Why is it awesome?
Because it's just been so predictable.
Predictable?
predictable.
It's been pretty predictable.
So far, it feels like it is somewhat predictable, right? We are seeing ONIC Esports still on top. I actually got the power rankings fully correct. That says something about the season so far, but there is a hot topic we're going to be talking about here. Arashi.
Alter Ego never had a too-match losing streak, especially right in the first two matches since MPL ID Season 4. So if they lose again right here, with the first time having a 3-match losing streak
That's
from
crazy.
the start of the season.
In history.
They
of
haven't been
Alter
doing
Ego.
so hot, man. Oof.
Well, technically they have been doing hot, depending on what hot means in your book, right? Because down there, it's pretty hot. 0 losses as the fans. But, you know, as a hater, you're probably doing pretty good. Hot topic, though, 0.8 in standings. This is an alter ego we've never seen before, literally.
No, we haven't. Right, so there is predictability in the teams that are and were very strong in the past, but I don't know. I mean, Geek Fam also stepping up, but with that in mind, Alter Ego doesn't seem like they're progressing through the seasons, but seems like they're regressing.
They're still keeping in Psycho, Sully Boy, and Nino. As you can see right here, a lot of achievements to their name. So the question is against Rebellion, right? And against the possibility, the prospect of creating history in a negative way per se. Are they going to bring out the hidden weapons right here? Because a lot of fans are just waiting. Where's our guy? Where's Sally Boy? Where's Nino? You know?
That's you.
If they come up, we have to see if the development we're talking about, we have to see if it improves with these 3 in the picture. We take a look at the team head-to-head right here. Rebellion. It is overwhelmingly having an advantage in all the stats right here for now. And honestly, it's a bit unexpected, but we've been talking about Rebellion being the next big thing all the way since last season. And in contrast, Alter Ego has been using potentially not their main lineup, so maybe the stats could be very deceiving right here because the turtle control rate is still pretty much contestable for Alter Ego. And if they still want to go with this aggressive early game style, I think they still have it in them, but it depends again on who's actually in the field because it's a different synergy, different compositions, right? Different hero pools. So I think we'll see what the coaches have to say about this.
It's not the Alter Ego we know and love, for sure. The Alter Ego we've seen from week 1. We'll see who is going to be playing, like Arashi mentioned. I do hope, you know, I think everyone's wanting it, right?
At this point.
The dual Kage in the mid. I mean, Psycho as well as Udil finally going back together. I think that's one of the main things that a lot of people are actually vying for here. And seeing how the roster that they have used in week 1 hasn't been finding any significant victories, I think now might be the perfect time to bring them in.
Okay, Eterna, stop with the chit chat. Just tell him what you want. You want Nino to play, okay? Don't even try to fake it, right? You're saying duo Kage. I know what you want, what you really want, and it's Nino to step back in. Maybe even Silly Boy here because we're gonna be talking about the junglers here for Rebellion Zion and Alter Ego. Technically, 2 new players.
2 new players, and they have a very similar overlapping hero pool, but the results they're achieving are not even similar at all. Kids has 0 wins right now, whereas on the other side, Vincent, he is doing really well aggressively, and it seems like Kids somehow, remember he was standing out on that Hayabusa in last season, and now he's just playing a lot more defensively and reactively, which is not something we come to expect from Alter Ego, right? This is an aggressive team that likes to go in and pull off those crazy fights, those crazy skirmishes, and get a lead that way.
I want to know how the teams are doing right now, but now we're going to take a look at the highlights for Kids, in particular the jungler here, replacing Selly Boy. He came from MDL, but how has he been doing so far?
He seems to be playing a lot more of these defensive heroes, and yes, the meta is part of that, but he's stuck playing more reactive, and he's never been able to actually set up for kills and plays the same way we come to expect from the other junglers at the current moment, right? And he just seems to be a bit uncomfortable in those heroes where he's not able to just make those crazy flashy plays. He just struggles to try and achieve something macro-wise, trying to pick off members and get to that back line. It depends a lot on whether or not his team can follow up on it, and also play a role in how they want to dive in together, right? Because I think Alter Ego, we've always mentioned, is a team that's very united, for better or worse.
And that's so contrasting to how Vincent has been performing. He's been incredible. I think one of our first successful stories on the Fanny as well, with an amazing KD of, 12 on the Fanny. Right now, it's a little difficult to compete against. And you can see here, Kids on his remarkable hero, 9 times picked with a 77.78% win rate. But that's on the Paquito.
It's a Paquito that we haven't even seen today, so it's not exactly a popular pick. We had some questions about it, especially because of the changes and the quote-unquote buffs in the most recent patch. But so far, it seems like he has not really cracked through the meta yet again. So if this is Kid's signature hero, the opposite is just different for Vincent right here, who's been very active and a lot more flexible in his approach, even though a lot of people were questioning, like, you know, Vincent is a relatively new name right here. On this Fanny in particular, he was just so deadly, so devastating, and he cannot be left alone for sure. If he has this hero against your team, you need to find some kind of solution. Otherwise, this is what you can expect, right? Very dynamic cable movement and good knowledge on when to go in and how to go in, and more importantly, the burst damage potential if he has an advantage, if he has a chance or a small window of opportunity.
Honestly, for me, looking at it here, you're right. Vincent has just been remarkable. He's picked it up 8 times. This is obviously also calculating in his MDL win rate. He is an MDL player. He was an MDL player, just recently promoted to the MPL team. What I do want to ask right now is the hard-hitting question, right? They beat Aura 2-1. Now, is Aura better than Alter Ego? Based on what we've seen so far, are they better than Alter Ego? Because if they are, then it's already a solid reference to see how strong Rebellion Zion is.
Well, look at the chart of the team players for both these teams. Putting aside the question of Aura for now, you see that these players have different focuses almost, because for Alter Ego, it's a lot more aggressive, right? He goes for more individual plays, but it seems like Kids, if his team gets rolling together, you can see that a lot of these stats show that he's just participating in the sieges, in the whole big team fights. So I think it's a contrasting of styles, and if both teams want to go for those team fights, perhaps this is where we're going to see Kids shine in that different playstyle compared to Vincent.
So,
back to your question, right?
Back to my question.
Alter Ego and Aura Fire. It seems like they're caught in a similar situation where their gameplay hasn't changed that much, but Aura has brought up their main 5, whereas Alter Ego, they haven't. So the question remains, it depends, Mirko. Will it be the 3 people that we are expecting to come up on stage today, or is it still the same 5 that we saw last week? And with that in mind, we also have the keys to victory for Alter Ego Esports.
By the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for sure, protect the backline during the team fights. Seems straightforward, but we've seen that right now in MPL ID, if you think you can just get an easy time with a solid backline player, it's going to be so difficult because everyone, the jungle, the mid lane, the EXP lane even, everyone can just dive towards you and make your life miserable. Not only using damage, but if they can get to you using their crowd control, using a Grok, using a Kaja, that's just a recipe for you to literally not get to play the game. So it's not only about the gold laner skill, it's also about the team and how well they can protect their gold laner. And on the other side, the keys to victory for Rebellion here, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, is to contest that Fanny from Alter Ego. The Fanny enables them to be a lot more aggressive, it gives them a lot more options to play around with, and in the current meta, flexibility is just so valuable. We just saw a direct example from ONIC in the previous match. If Alter Ego can get that Fanny pick, they have a lot more choices to split push, to team fight, to flank, to front to back, all the works, man.
Yeah, ONIC's been awesome lately.
They have been awesome, right? Their mechanical plays have just been top-notch, even better than last season because of an awesome device, right, Eterna? You can tell us all about what you see on screen, or right there in front of us.
Everybody, that is the best phone in the business right now, right? It's equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, a memory of up to 1 terabyte. The screen is a dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120Hz refresh rate that makes gaming every day to get way smoother than it already is. And of course, the battery is 5000 mAh, which means that you can push rank all day long and not even charge a single second.
I lost my rank game just earlier because I wasn't on a Samsung phone. If only I had the S23 Series 5G. I do have it right here. And you know what? I want to grab it just like you guys can grab some food or a bike or a car, depending on what you want, to the venue or to eat at home, right?
Grab a bike.
Grab a bike.
Grab a bike.
Well, on the road. It's literally called grab bike, Arashi. That's the thing, man. You want to get it or no? Because there's a 90% code.
90%?
You have to get it now.
There's no choice, man. It's a no-brainer.
No choice. And do you want food?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Do you want food, Eterna?
No.
What?
You better, because there's a 40% discount code with MPL ID X grab. grb.to/MPL as well.
I was gonna say no because I already used my 90%. I mean my 40% discount. 50% discount. But you know what's not discounted? This lineup. It's still the same. But
Sally Boy.
wait,
It's the Miracle Boy.
Sally Boy.
Sally Boy is coming back in, which means there has been a change. Kids has been swapped out in that jungle position, replaced by Sally Boy. Now, for Rebellion Zion.
Still gonna be Suelo, Sayap, Heis, Vincent,
What?
and Wijanarko. Wow.
Wow, okay.
What's wrong?
So a bit of a change.
No cars.
Yeah, there's a bit of a change for both these teams. Different roles, but we'll see what the impact has. Because we talked about Alter Ego and kids being more defensive. Now, with Sully Boy in the picture, it's a different situation, but they're up against
the Blue Bulls, led by Sway Low with pure swag walking up there with a stage presence. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Rebellion Zion.
The Blue Bulls. They have not failed just yet here. They always are able to catch our eye with all their plays, their mechanics.
Every time.
The insane draft as well coming in from Coach Chico. And they are looking as one of the main contenders perhaps for this season. But on the other side,
a team that needs to rise from the bottom of the standings. Once again with the Miracle Boy in the lineup. Welcome, Alter Ego Esports.
whenever I see Pi, I just can't take him seriously. Like, have you watched his live stream?
It's Sir Pi.
Sorry, Sir Pi.
There you go.
Sir Pi. But yeah, with all his live streams and like the way that he's able to just be a good force and presence for his team, you know, even though they are bottom 8, Alter Ego Esports somehow, some way, they're still able to have that sense of camaraderie. They're always able to back each other up. And when the going gets tough like this, I think that's very important.
Well, how they perform is going to also rely on the coaching staff right here. Coach Navari just heading against Coach Chico here. Both men with a lot of experience. But with the new players in play today, we'll have to see. Because if Sully Boy can go aggressive, maybe Alter Ego can have a better time in the early game. And if you talk about the win condition for ONIC in the previous match, Mirko, if they can try and get Sir Pi ahead, maybe that's exactly the kind of impact, the kind of pressure they need on the map to try and get those crazy plays in the mid game.
There's a little bit of a fun fact though, maybe for those of you guys who are watching from home, that there was a little bit of a swap up in the coaching staff for Alter Ego Esports, right? KCS was brought down to analyst. Wait, sorry, what was the swap?
Assistant coach.
Assistant coach, there you go. So on stage, you don't see KCS anymore, but you see Nafari and Ars. So maybe that is the change that perhaps Alter Ego Esports needed to get out of the slump that they're currently in.
Well, you know, there's going to be a lot of things here to be questioned about Alter Ego Esports. The reason that they have been losing mainly, in my opinion, looking at their games, again, based on the data, it has been Rasi underperforming. I would say that, right? You have a solid jungler in Kids, you have a solid jungler in Sully Boy, but what Sully Boy now needs even more, I think what Kids brought into the roster was independence, right? He's a very good utility jungler. He can be the independent jungler who doesn't really need a crazy roamer presence, but on the other side, Sully Boy, he needs help in the jungle. That's what made Leo Murphy so essential to the Sully Boy lineup. That's why he was always paired with Leo Murphy, who was constantly just putting some pressure back on the enemy team instead of playing around the gold lane. Rasi, he plays around the gold lane, and Sully Boy is going to be very, very vulnerable. And if he's forced to play the utility junglers, I'm sorry, but if you play Sully Boy, you have to go Assassin.
I think that has to be the case, right? If you go for a utility jungler on Sully Boy, it's a bit of wasted potential, and it doesn't really suit his personality, which shows in how he plays. He doesn't seem very comfortable, and they're just not a good look. Unlike the look you can get with the new UBS Gold exclusive merchandise.
Oh, it's coming soon, guys. It's coming soon. And remember, it's available on ubslifestyle.com and e-commerce UBS Lifestyle.
You want to know a fun fact, Eterna, Arashi? Whose birthday was it yesterday?
Mirko.
Yes, you're right. But it was also Sully Boy's birthday.
Oh,
we have the same birthday.
Are you twin?
Maybe.
You play jungle?
I do.
Mirko is secretly Sully Boy confirmed.
But he is 1 year younger than me.
Oh, so you're not twin?
No.
He's younger than you?
Yeah.
That's a new situation.
2003.
Usually, Mirko is the youngest guy on the block.
I am still the youngest guy on this desk.
Hoax.
Unless someone steps in who's like 15.
15?
So maybe if you guys... Okay, I don't want to even continue this topic, but going back...
Point is, happy birthday, Selly Boy. That's
Happy
the
birthday, Selly
bump.
Boy. I'm wondering where Selly Boy has been this entire time. Like, why did the coach opt for kids more? Because I've been hearing that Selly Boy has distractions.
Distractions. You know, well, it seems like Alter Ego, the way they choose junglers is based on the name, right? They always like younger people. Kids, Selly Boy. Maybe now he's evolved to a Selly Man.
Selly Man. If he's manned up enough to try and take on Rebellion at their own game, we'll have to see. Let's take a look at some audience comments here. Finally, my favorite team playing. Hopefully, there'll be good news. Hashtag Alter Ego, go, go.
I wish the same. We do have another audience comment here. My heart says Alter Ego
don't
wins
jinx it.
MPL Season 10.
Oh, no.
So keep going. Good luck, champs from Malaysia with love.
Ooh.
Aw.
From
That's so
Malaysia.
cute, Alia.
Is that Lafel?
I'm pretty sure that the Instagram handle isn't exactly Lafel.
Why? Lafel. Lafel is so...
He's Malaysian.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Things are stating the obvious,
Yes,
Mirko.
thank you, Mirko.
Let's go. Stay motivated. It's time to wake up and don't fall to the red zone. Unfortunately, they already fell to the red zone. Maybe they need to rise up. So yeah, technically wake up and get back up there. Because I think Alter Ego, with the 2 consecutive losses, it's a big smack in the face. And hopefully that is the wake-up call that they need.
Alter Ego Esports, they thrive on momentum.
They do.
And momentum is not something that they have right now. And I think a lot of people have actually talked about Alter Ego Esports over the seasons. The fact that whenever they're paired up with a really strong opponent, that's when they start stepping up. So the question is, do Alter Ego, do they think that Rebellion Zion is worth that fire?
I think RRQ is worth that fire, and they got too old. So
true.
I think that pattern just doesn't work anymore in Season 11.
Have to see what kind of pattern they have now. It might have changed by now, so we can't keep looking at the old Alter Ego. It is all out with the old and in with the new as we take a look at the drafting phase for game number 1 between Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. As you can see here, Alter Ego with the first pick, Rebellion Zion with the second. Alter Ego Esports already taking the Faramis out of the board here, along with the Fanny. So already so much respect onto Vincent, like the keys to victory, and Rebellion Zion will respond with a 1-1 ban.
So far, we've seen that the second pick has always banned the 1-1 and the joy, without exception today, I think. And usually the third one will be a bit flexed out. So far, it will be the main 2. And for Alter Ego, they want to try and control Rebellion. I was going to say something in the mid lane, but I wasn't expecting a Valentina. So I think they're lining up for a long distance kind of mid laner, maybe a Farsa, right? Uyo's signature pick.
I would actually say maybe they're leaning more towards something like a Faramis, right? Sure, the Farsa can work here, but
it's banned out as well.
It's banned out early on already, right? So
exactly.
The thing is, Rebellion Zion now, do they want to let the glue open? That's a big question. Alter Ego banned the Faramis and the Valentina.
Julian.
They have set up... technically, yes, the Julian can still work here, Eterna. I heard your whisper, but Rebellion definitely did not. They still went for the Kadita. Julian, by the way, with his buffs, have been
talking about the hero or the player?
Darn good. I'm talking about both, right? Because when Julian, the hero, gets buffed, Udil, Julian, also gets buffed. Kanja, though, is going to be the first pick, letting the glue go. Which is interesting. Very interesting.
Like, you would have thought with the Faramis ban, they want to set up for a glue pick, but Alter Ego Esports, they've actually picked up the Kaja, which can be the counter towards the Yve, but in return now, Rebellion Zion, they get both the Yve and the glue.
The purple meta.
Wow, purple meta, and keep in mind that in the hands of Rebellion, occasionally we have seen just once that this glue goes into the roaming position. So now Alter Ego gets put in a difficult spot, in a confusing kind of spot, as we take a look at a comment here from Demon Kite. When it's Season 8, my idols were Selly Boy and Albert via Demon Kite's Facebook.
The MSC champion himself. Demon Kite, RSGPH. Again, you can see that even during MSC, he was always just mentioning how he had to go up against his idols in the grand finals. Albert, He was up against Albert, yet he performed so well. And it just shows, again, that Celiboy and Albert have been in the game for so long. We look at them still as young players, but meanwhile, purple meta still going strong for Rebellion Zion. Still all purple heroes. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, like you mentioned, that Forza pick does come out with the Fredrin as well. They have a solid front line, a pretty solid back line, but both gold laners still up for grabs, and I think Rebellion Zion are going to have a better time here at just banning the gold lane. I think Highs definitely has a bigger, a wider hero pool to play on stage. Yuzong can work, Eterna.
Yuzong ban, I mean.
Oh, are you secretly a Rebellion spy? You're purple. You have purple hair. They are going for all purple picks, so Alter Ego need to ban the Moskov.
The more you know. I was about to say, I wonder if they're going to go all in with this purple meta. Moskov is available, and aside from the Moskov, what else could be picked up here? I wonder if Chico is going to go all the way to try and get a full purple team, because Alter Ego right now has a lot more diversity in how they want to play it out, and also in the color palette.
I like how that's a thing. But coming back into the game here, Alter Ego, they've actually opted to ban the Ruby out instead, taking it away from Rebellion Zion, realizing that Wijanarko loves this hero. He has found a lot of success on the Ruby, but like you mentioned, the glue can still be flex, and I think that's what gives Rebellion Zion a little bit of an edge, right? I think flexibility has been so important in a lot of teams, like ONIC Esports and now Rebellion Zion. They have that same sort of flex potential. But coming to this second phase, they've banned out the Claude already, taking it away from the gold lane, taking it away from Ryzel. Do you think they're going to opt for the Moskov ban too?
Is it going to be a Moskov, or... Because if they ban that, the last time I've seen Highs just pop off with something they have with, so that's still a possibility. It's going to be a carry being banned from Rebellion, so they want to make sure that their front line, their glue, can actually sustain for a lot longer. And if they go for the Moskov, I guess they can ban the carry, it's just a prio ban. It doesn't really counter the Moskov in any way. Now Alter Ego have a chance. They predicted the purple Valentina pick. That could make sense there. But is it going to be the Moskov? It's going to be an Atlas instead.
I think it's a solid ban here, noticing that Rebellion Zion want to force Alter Ego to clump up together, right? Honestly, at this point, they can just go for a roamer, leave that gold lane up for the last pick, but I think there's a reason as to why they banned the Claude and the carry. They want to pick up a gold laner here, not just to pick it up for themselves, obviously because it's prio, but also to deny the pick away from Alter Ego. Now with the Claude ban and even the carry, the big, the two heroes that I would consider here for Rebellion Zion with the amount of kill pressure they have is maybe the Brody if they want to play it aggressively, or the Moskov if they want to just play towards the later stage of the game and even have a pretty good global presence on the map.
But remember, Highs also uses a lot of APC heroes, so the Carrot or the Lunox could also come through. But
oh my god!
They go for the Melissa. Do you think they have the new skin?
I think, of course.
For sure.
I'm saying it, Highs, it's going to be a crime if you don't use the Nobara skin, but Lapu gets picked up. Now, honestly, looking at Rebellion's composition, I really like it because the reason now that, well, initially we thought that Moskov was going to be denied by Rebellion, picking it up against against Ryzel, which is his signature pick in scrims and even in right now MPL ID. But now they picked up a counter to the Moskov. They're basically forcing Ryzel to play that Moskov. And if he doesn't, if he goes for something like a Brody, it's, again, Melissa who can outscale, who can just wait it out, doesn't have to go for anything too crazy. And Alter Ego takes the bait. They say, we can play this lane with our active mid laner.
Wow, alright. So the side is going to be very scary. Having a Lapu Lapu, having a Kaja, a Fredrin, and a Moskov. Every single member on this team can actually initiate a ganking sequence that can be very devastating for Rebellion. So Alter Ego, you can expect a lot of early game aggression, because if they don't, they are at risk of falling behind, of getting kited, like Miko is mentioning, when Rebellion eventually inevitably scales up, they go for that rock. So it's going to be an EXP lane glue. It's up against a Lapu, so it's not that difficult of a matchup per se. So
it's glue roam.
It's still glue roam with a rock EXP.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. All right.
But remember also that Melissa has the go away, right? So even if Alter Ego want to go for the flanking or the ganking or whatever type of initiation that they deem is right, it's a little bit more tricky with the go away. That's gonna actually nullify that for a certain period of time. But the audience prediction there, very 50-50 now between Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion.
it's crazy to see. Honestly, looking at two of these teams, their track records, the history, Alter Ego have always been seen as one of the best teams in MPL ID. Seeing it so close means that Rebellion have stepped up, have risen so much. And this is it, the compositions.
It really is. We'll see which is going to come out on top here. Is it Alter Ego Esports with the Moskov, the Lapu, the Farsa, the Fredrin, as well as the Kajo? Or will it be Rebellion Zion picking up something crazy like the Melissa and the Grok that is going to be filling in their respective positions? We haven't really seen Highs play the Melissa just yet, so this is going to be the first time. And thinking back on it, it actually might work. And with that in mind, we're not going straight into the Land of Dawn just yet because, you know, even the system's not ready for it.
It really isn't, right?
Really isn't.
It's crazy, the drafts, the level of competition here on the stage. Can you, if I told you Rebellion Zion would give Alter Ego a run for their money 2 seasons ago or 3 seasons ago, you'd say, Mirko, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, people are going to question your sanity for sure, but this is a different time we live in, and this is the time of Rebellion, and they have a good chance here. They have that very oppressive glue roam pick, but honestly, against so much crowd control, against so much setup, I do feel like this suits Alter Ego, but the execution needs to be on point here because Rebellion, they know how to stall out a game and pick their fights depending on the situation.
With that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 between Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion. We'll see exactly how they are going to be able to implement their respective drafts in this first game.
And I was thinking that it's going to be a glue in the XP lane, but that is not the way that Rebellion Zion is playing it out. And right now, you do see that the glue is... Hang on, wait a minute. The glue is just on the top side trying to make plays here. That was confusing me for a bit, honestly.
Yeah, it seems like he is trying to play to that gold side. Rizal already having a really hard time as well, right? And I'm wondering, that is the Jujutsu Kaisen skin!
Of course, it's Nobara Kogisaki in the flesh. MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen skins are now available in the game. Join the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen gacha event from the 18th of February all the way to the 20th of March. So you still have a lot of time to enjoy the 50% off on your daily first draw one time, okay? A collab item or even a permanent collab skin is guaranteed in the first 10 draws. My God, what a skin.
The economic way.
The economic way.
Yeah, don't go full like Mirko and Arashi. You guys can go the economic way and do it every day because of that 50% discount. But back into the game here, it does seem like Rebellion Zion already having a slight lead here, 200 to 400, 500. I wonder why that is.
They have been more aggressive and they got a bit of turret gold as well, right? So that's probably it. It's just a small, minute amount right now. I think it's going to be pretty even all the way until the first turtle, but as I mentioned, the early game for Alter Ego is very, very dangerous. Although for now, Udil has not been able to actually pull off a significant gank. Even though Vijanarko has been in the gold lane, they haven't been able to actually push out that mid lane decisively enough to actually get extra as highs here. This precious Rizal, the turtle, is going to be contested by Rebellion for now. They make the first move.
Again, on to the first turtle. It's Vincent first with the Martis. Whoa. Fido with the Bravest Spider trying to go for the zone. Setting away, finishing it off with the Retribution. Solid one. Is that Pi who flickers forward with the stun, gets the damage done. The Divine Judgment now brings Swaylo back into the fray. And it's Sellyboy who picks up the kill. Alter Ego looking like their past selves here. Sellyboy goes in for the invade. Vijanarko is onto him with a split. Might just be going for it, but will not go for the full engages for now. It's still Alter Ego with just an 800 gold lead.
And with that in mind, it was really interesting, right? Both of the mid laners, wait a minute here, talking about the mid laner.
Uh-oh, hi, the Inspire surviving for a bit, but like we mentioned, the mid lane, like how active you are in the mid lane is gonna be playing so much for that gold lane. The matchup is a losing one, but with the mid lane constantly roaming, it can always be a winning one. It's never a 1v1. Town prediction, it's definitely not a 1v1 here.
2v1 rather.
2v everyone.
2v1
A bit of deja vu here, because me and the Golden Ranger on the Indonesian desk, we have Alter Ego, only 2 of us, but now Vijanarko makes that play at the top side.
It's never a 1v1 in the gold lane. Rizal gonna fall here. It's just, man, as a gold laner, you gotta get used to this, right? Highs picks up the Corrosive Scythe, and Alter Ego, again, with the 1,000 gold lead, sure, they are leading in the early stage of the game, but it's very easily reversible still. 1K, one team fight, just one pick can turn it around.
Could be right now, actually. Look at the way that Alter Ego are positioning themselves. Vincent might be caught.
Good opening here, because there is a bit of poke, but Rossi doesn't decide to go for the Divine Judgment, knowing that maybe they do not have enough damage.
Early on, this crowd control is amazing, but of course, with the crowd control immunity, Vincent has a lot more leeway to play around. He so far hasn't been able to try and be aggressive and shut down Sully Boy. We talked about him being on a tank utility jungler, not exactly part of his personality. So far, we haven't seen how well he can perform or how bad he can perform on the flip side. But with this turtle coming up, we'll see if he can secure the second turtle, because it seems like Rebellion Zion, they are making moves to try and deny that from Alter Ego.
Vincent is one level below. They're still going to go for the contest right here as Vincent jumps in with the anti-CC. Divine Judgment finds it, and that's going to be Vincent taken down. Also, Sully Boy finding the Retribution aside, jumps in with a wild charge, getting the stun down, but Sully Boy is going to be able to zone the backline away. Highs not dealing enough damage just for now as he pops in the puppet, dealing some damage to Sully Boy, but it's only just the utility jungler. Alter Ego still with that 1,000 gold lead, holding on to it. Top side, Rizal going to go for some damage here. Highs ends up winning the trade. And Rizal is forced to back away with Regenarco and Suelo rotating up top. It's Highs who can actually shove the wave to deny some minions.
1,000 gold lead though for Alter Ego Esports, and you can see Rizal already having a really difficult time. He is actually behind in gold as well compared to the Melissa.
But if you look in the jungle though, Sully Boy is ahead of Vincent, so there's always that to play around with. And in the mid lane, similar story as Udil has been able to clear and be participant in a lot more skirmishes in the early game. That's contributing to the 1K gold difference. Still a small amount though, so Alter Ego, if they really want to start snowballing, they need to try and get something extra, try and take control of the game, and with Pi picking up that Bloodlust Axe, that just might be the leverage that they need to try and start imposing their will onto Rebellion Zion.
They also need to help out the Yve a little bit, right? Suelo is quite behind compared to the Pharsa. I know that the Yve already has some really good basic damage and basic slow, but still needs those items, still needs that Ice Queen wand and some more other items to be able to have an impact, especially with the real-world manipulation already being outranged by the Feather Airstrike of the Pharsa.
Oh, the go away doesn't get you out of range of the Divine Judgment, and it's Rossi who finds an amazing pickoff up top with the activeness of Udil, the Kage. Again, this is what we mentioned. Losing matchups don't really matter if you're able to rotate up there.
That mid presence is just so important, and with that play, with that sequence of events, Alter Ego extended gold lead to 1.5, and they're still not done yet, looking for more options, more opportunities, and once they start snowballing, if Rebellion Zion isn't careful, even with Janarko on this blue will be pressured quite a bit. He's already being more susceptible to damage, but he makes moves to the gold lane, trying to make sure they have presence in the lane before going for the neutral objective.
Oh, missed flicker there. Rizal is able to step out. Udil gonna be taken down though in that mid lane. It's a kill onto the mid laner, traded for the turtle. Alter Ego with full control on the neutral objective, and Sully Boy, despite what we said, he's popping off on the utility, man.
It's safer. It's a safer pick, and you can't go too wrong on it. But with that in mind here, Wijanarko already trying to pressure Sully Boy as they are trying to get a little bit more on the top side, right? They are trying to get that turret away from Rizal, but unfortunately is not going to be able to happen just yet.
I think Rebellion Zion will be resorting to a split push kind of strategy. They do have a Grok with the high-end dry, so that is something they can explore. Although I do feel like right now, their focus seems to be to shut down Udil, right? If Udil is doing way too ahead, way too good, and he's way too ahead in gold, that effectively shuts down Highs as a damage dealer as well. So it's a wise move. We'll see if it's enough though, because as of right now, it's still a 1.5k gold lead, but Rossi makes a play again.
Again with the flicker. Highs cannot react to the play fast enough. As Vijanarko goes on to Udil, gets him immobilized, brings him back to the team. It might just be a solo kill. Sully Boy jumps into the back line. Suelo's gonna be caught very low, but he's still able to kite back. Udil solo killed by the roamer in that top side. Meanwhile, you can already see Rossi trying to put the damage back in. The conceal has been popped in. Vijanarko still looking for a pick, but will be forced to back away now. Pops in a split, soaking a whole lot of damage, but Sully Boy isn't able to just finish him off for now. Saib has rotated towards that top side, but he's a level behind of Pi, who can definitely put in more killing pressure towards Rebellion Zion.
1,700 gold lead still for Alter Ego Esports. And the problem is, I feel like there was a lot of setup coming in from Cars before they swapped it out for Sayap, and the effect doesn't seem to be the same. Rebellion Zion, they can't control the side lanes, and it looks difficult for them to play around and have that map pressure that they initially had.
Right now, Rebellion Zion are relying on Vision Arco just being very oppressive, 3-0, and being able to actually solo kill the gold lane essentially. So it's a appropriate plan, it makes sense, but at the same time, they don't have the same kind of teamfight pressure without Vision Arco acting as the main initiating tool because he's diving all the way towards that backline. So they can't really have any chance to catch the members of Alter Ego. And aside, in turn, that allows Rasi to just seem a lot better at going for these pickups.
Look at Pi once again with the stun onto the back line with the Bravest Fighter as well, forcing Swaylo to back off, but the goal is placed down. Heis is looking for the kill, but Pi is still alive for so long, by so much time, as Vincent's going to be stunned up against the wall. Ryzel just spacing enough to get out of the wild charge. Alter Ego are taking full control of this game with a 3,000 gold lead now.
Pi gets taken down as he's kind of like the distraction for Alter Ego Esports. We saw that in the team fight where he was distracting in the front side, and the way that Alter Ego Esports is playing, you can see Rasi just full on babysit, full on protect Ryzel mode, and he doesn't go in for that initiation. The person to do that is Pi.
Pi already has the Hunter Strike on top of the Bloodlust Axe, so you saw that in that fight, he was able to actually get a kill, 1v3 essentially, and now with the Blade Armor as well, that means that he's a problem for Heis to try and shred down as well. If you look at the composition from Rebellion Zion, Heis is one of the only sources of actual DPS as of right now, so it's going to be a tough situation for Rebellion to try and curb Pi as that strong, dominant backline diver that can just ruin their whole backline presence and also get followed up by Udil, who already has a Divine Glaive.
It's looking tough. Right now, Alter Ego Esports, 6,000 gold lead. It is still an unenhanced Lord, so it should be a bit of damage, but wait!
Look at this, Sully Boy even jumping towards that backline, but Heis is still going to be able to dish out the damage right now. He is in the backline. Free hitting for Sully Boy! Finds the Appraiser's Wrath max range! Rossi is able to bring Swaylo back, but it's only just for the flicker. My goodness! Heis, with a miscalculation in his positioning there, ends up dying to a very, very short-ranged hero. Rebellion Zion still trying to defend in the mid lane with the help of the Sieve. High ground clear is on their side. They will be able to do this for now, but in that top side, you can already see Ryzel putting the damage down. The Feather Airstrike taking so much of Swaylo's HP away. Even Vincent is going to be forced back as a frontliner, and it's one of the base turrets cracked open.
7,500 gold lead. A lot of trades on the board for Alter Ego Esports. And it poses another question whether or not Heis is actually comfortable on the Melissa. Looking at the player's gold here by Ubias, you can see how far behind Heis is. 6,000 compared to Ryzel at 8,700.
With a Farsa and a Kaja constantly ganking your lane, it's easier said than done to try and stay alive and stay farmed up. 7k golded for Alter Ego, and that just means that at any part of the game right now, they're always behind in clear, in burst damage, and Rebellion Zion actually has a lot of utility, a lot of catch, a lot of chase potential, but considering how behind they are, Alter Ego doesn't really mind because they can just match Rebellion Zion and win the fight through sheer gold difference. So unless Alter Ego makes a mistake, Rebellion Zion need to be very careful in how they pick these fights, because if they wait too long, they get poked down by the Feather Airstrike, and if they get engaged too early, they're also not exactly at a place to dictate the kind of movement. So it's very situational, and Alter Ego are the ones who has all the cards as of right now, at least.
Yeah, you can even see them like just freezing those lanes, right? Trying to look for a pick-off on the board, but Ujinarko here goes in for a conceal play.
Down below, it's Ryzel who's going to be caught in the RWM. He jumps forward here, but the damage comes in. Ryzel, oh my goodness gracious, is still able to find a trade. 1v4. Heis picks up the shutdown. Definitely not good for Alter Ego, but it's a trade they will definitely take as they are going to be able to secure the Lord. They're taking their time though, trying to time it just right. But I wonder, oh yeah, it was a risky move to go for it. I think they were trying to get it above the 10th second of the 13th minute just to get it, just to give Ryzel a bit more time to set up with the team.
I think the idea was to send Rasi along with Ryzel in the bottom side, and whoever is sent to try and deal with the split push gets picked off, right? Gets Divine Judgmented and then gets stunned on the wall, and Ryzel will take him out. But unfortunately for them, Rebellion Zion by sheer coincidence, or maybe they read through that idea, they go and get the kill onto Rizal. But as you mentioned, Mirko, able to get a kill in that situation, that is insane. He is one more item away from a full item build with the Wind of Nature already secure. So even later on, when the going gets tough, when it's a dirty team fight where everyone just hitting each other, he will have an advantage and more sustainability as Udil is still doing more and more damage, but there goes the wall charge.
A good Flicker Wild Charge combo onto Udil, forcing the Flicker out, but now it's the base wide open. The base turret's falling left and right. Vincent trying to act as the front line as Pi has popped in a Bravest Spider. Zaev, once again, just holding on to the mini waves coming in as that's the Divine Judgment onto Arco. He's been taken down. The base is wide open. Vincent is looking for the kill, finds it onto Udil. Alter Ego putting their focus on the wrong target, trying to save Sellyboy and Udil, who's already dead. Meanwhile, the base right here going to be defended just for a bit, but Rizal steps back to pick it up. It's Alter Ego who secure game number 1.
Leading the series, the best of 3 against Rebellion Zion right now, and I gotta say, that was a very dominant showing by Alter Ego Esports. A lot has changed, right, since the last time we saw both of these teams play. We saw kids being swapped out. We saw a difference in the coaching staff. We also see that Kars was replaced by Saeb. Not really sure which one it is, but Alter Ego Esports, they're capitalizing over this swap.
I love that you brought up the coaching staff here, Eterna, because if you look at the drafts, initially I thought with the glue in possession of Rebellion Zion, they're going to be so much more oppressive in the early game, until I saw that, if you look at it, the combination of burst damage and crowd control from Alter Ego is very dangerous in the early game. So if Arco thinks he can just exert his dominance like usual, like we've come to expect from glue players right here in MPL ID Season 11, it's going to be very difficult because the crowd control can ensure that the split won't be popped if he tries and buy time like that. And it all begins there, and initially Arco was still able to find some moments, but afterwards it's just way too much damage, way too much catch. And it's almost like a similar story from game number 1 between RRQ and ONIC, I believe.
Agreed, man. Again, I think the main difference here has to be in the drafts, right? It really enables the team to pop off in the way that we all used to know. Alter Ego, this is their style. Jump in, fight, fight, and fight. Go for these neutral objective takes as well. I think that's just a bonus here. Mainly, it's just how they're able to skirmish at will. They can go for pickoffs, they can go for team fights with the help of Pi, with the help of Rossi as well. And all over, it's pretty interesting how they're able to make Sellyboy on the utility jungler work.
I think it's safer. I think I mentioned it in-game as well, right? The fact is, sure, Sellyboy has that edge, right? He's really good at going in for that killer instinct. He's really good at doing that, but sometimes it doesn't do him well. He gets picked off, he gets over-aggressive, the decision-making isn't quite there, but when he's on something like the utility jungler, like someone like the Fredrin, even though he makes those slight miss mechanics, it's not as... what's the word for it?
Fatal?
It's not as bad. Yeah, it's not as fatal as if he was on an assassin, because he's not as easy to get picked off.
True, right. If he takes damage, it's part of his job description anyways.
Right.
And now with the team doing so well, technically he's not an assassin, but on a hero like a Fredrin, he has chances to go for those aggressive plays. We saw earlier the Appraiser's Wrath that caught Mirko's attention. Like, whoa! Because on this kind of hero, you're not just pure utility. You can be aggressive, you can dive in and get the quote-unquote big plays, right? The taunts, the dashes, the Appraiser's Wrath onto multiple people. So I think in a way, it's a bit of a good compromise by the side of Alter Ego, giving Sellyboy something that's a bit of a fighter utility kind of.
The killer instinct is still there.
Yeah,
it is. It really
you can see
is.
It's aggressive in this game.
I honestly think, though, if we look at it based on the drafts, it is an equal game. I feel like Rebellion Zion definitely had the opportunity to snowball, to play with their winning lanes, but unfortunately, again, they just lost track of what their draft was meant to do. The reason they picked up the Melissa, the reason they banned out the carry and the Claude was to force this Moskov, was to force this matchup. But they didn't utilize it at all. Highs was solo laning.
Against Akaja.
Against
a Farsa.
A Farsa. And a Moskov. And when Rizal gets ahead, now we really were able to see why it's so prio for him.
He's about 3 gold ahead if you take a look at the item builds right here. And don't forget, Pi on the Lapu Lapu, right? This is what we've been talking about. If this man has the right tools for the job, he'll be such a thorn in your opponent's side. It's not like Suelo had no damage, but you really barely felt his impact here because Pi is constantly on his back, looking to try and deny any kind of participation. And that's what that matters. Once the Heave is no longer in the picture, if Wichinarco, if Heis tries to make a play, there's so many more options available. They can deny the Melissa using the Farsa Feather Airstrike. They can deny Wichinarco, stopping his split using the Divine Judgment. So crowd control really is the name of the game if you want to try and go head-to-head in those team fights. We saw it early on, we see it again now. So if Rebellion wants to try and fight fire with fire and go for those aggressive plays, they need to try and get more tools for the job.
Even just like, I was like thinking back into the game, like even in the early game, right? We knew that there was going to be a clash for the first turtle, right? 5v5. And the problem was that the Farsa rotated towards the XP lane, got that level 4 faster than the Eve. So she was able to pop out that Feather Airstrike first, and that led them to be able to get the dub on that first turtle, and it kind of snowballed from there, as we are now also going to take a look at the post-game stats. And there you go, Udil, Farsa, the carry.
Definitely the carry in the situation. A very early Divine Glaive. I saw that. I'm like, okay, that's trouble for Rebellion. Even with Athena's, that's a huge amount of penetration that Udil, especially on a signature pick, can use. And don't forget, a lot of questions were on Rasi, right? Can he perform? Can he find the picks? And on this game, at least, he was able to do so. I mean, we were talking about him previously, and I recall one of my memories of Rasi is him just diving all the way in the back, knowing that the right pick will win the game, right? I feel like he understands how important the picks are. So in this game on the Kaja, you can see how desperate, how strategic he is in positioning when he knows who he has to go for the Divine Judgment.
Now we're also going to take a look at the gold curve. What exactly happened between Alter Ego Esports and Rebellion Zion? And you can see, even from that early game, before that mid-game started to peak, that first 3 turtles for Alter Ego Esports really got the boat rolling for them.
And afterwards, it's all about using those pickoffs, using the crowd control to ensure that even if Rebellion Zion wants to try and disengage, they don't really have the tools, right? Their composition is meant to chase down the vulnerable members from Alter Ego and run them through. But unfortunately, now on the back foot, how are you supposed to, I don't know, peel for your team using a wild charge, right? Using the splits, the slams. It doesn't really help out your team to try and back away from dangerous situations. So I think it's what Mirko was mentioning. They have a particular kind of draft, but they didn't really go and use it to its maximum potential.
They didn't utilize it at all, in my opinion.
At all, even.
At all. I mean, look at it again. The reason they picked up the Martis. Why do you pick up a Martis against a Fredrin?
Why?
Look at the matchups that we've seen based on the data in Season 11. Martis always has a lead. Farm, XP, gold, something. The Martis was so behind even in the first turtle fight. Why? Because they didn't play to their winning lanes. Martis didn't farm up. He went for the 50-50 even though it was not a 50-50. Lapu, level 4, definitely a bigger power spike than the Grok, who wasn't really able to find anyone. Remember, there's always that Divine Judgment as well. The Martis, anti-CC, but up against the Divine Judgment, what are you going to do? It's a suppress. That's a CC that you cannot anti, and this is it. Your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Very good reactive plays from Rasi on the Kaja. But again, it was Rebellion wide open for the taking for Rasi.
This is the person that you mentioned, that actually a lot of us, it wasn't just you actually, we were talking about
so many doubts
in the talent room, right? We were saying that he has been underperforming and it doesn't seem like he's the good fit in that roaming position. And a lot of people are also questioning whether or not his type of gameplay, the aggression that we saw in week number 1, could be translated over with the gameplay of Celiboy, which needs cover. And the fact is, what Arashi said earlier, I gotta disagree. I don't think that Rasi was looking for big picks. I think Rasi most of the time was just trailing Celiboy, who was protecting. No, not Celiboy, sorry. The gold laner, Ryzel.
Yeah,
he was trailing Ryzel.
He likes playing in the gold lane, right? And this heat map basically shows that.
It shows that, but it also shows that he is a lot more like aggressive, moving all around the map, just being for the most part, like Eternal was mentioning, just try and zoning away with Janarko, right? Threatening to go with the Divine Judgment on him or on that Martis, and just curbs the aggression and allows Celiboy to be more secure. It allows Ryzel to play a lot more aggressively, and of course, it makes it so that there's a double threat, right? There's a gank coming in from the Kaja and a gank coming in from the Farsa as well. I'll take the disagreement, Eterna. But I do believe that, I guess a better word, a better way of putting it is the fact that Rasi is a bit more one-dimensional per se, in a sense that he likes to do one thing and one thing only. If he finds a way to do so, he will focus on doing that as best as possible. And here we see it. Always aggressive. Goes for the divine judgment on Vincent here. And for the most part, with all the tools available, with Saeb, he's unable to land a wild charge on multiple people. It just means that the pick-up gameplay is just working so well for the side of Alter Ego. First, Udil on the Farsa with his signature aggressive style. Not any Farsa can pull off this kind of playstyle because he does not mind getting jumped on, trading kills, as long as he knows that it's for a good cause. And once you can see the snowball begin for Alter Ego, 3k gold lead, 4k gold lead. He just keeps going at it, and there wasn't any breaks on the Alter Ego trail, and that is an aggressive play we're talking about from Sully Boy. And here, you can see that Alter Ego also has a bit of development in the macro department. They went for the trap in the EXP side, in the far side of the Lord, from the Lord, and afterwards, with when being so ahead, right? It's a bit too difficult for Rebellion to try and find any kind of success. And with the Lord there as well, just keep going for the base, not going to risk it, not going for the signature Alter Ego BM.
You know, actually, after watching the replay, it wasn't Highs who miscalculated. It was so unfortunate. Vincent actually knocked Sully Boy with the Appraiser's Wrath 2 Highs with his second skill. It's so unfortunate. I just saw it again. It was a knockback, and you know how his second skill pushes people back? Yeah.
The wall?
No.
Wait.
Vincent on the Martis. Boom.
Right.
He was going out, and then the Appraiser's Wrath got placed literally
that
on
is
High, so it was
unfortunate.
very unfortunate. Highs actually calculated the distance perfectly there, and then Vincent, it was unfortunate. Definitely not what he had in mind, but he just wanted to get out of there, man.
Sometimes that's how it works out, right? That's what happens when you thread the needle. You want to be that efficient with your movement. Sometimes things don't happen according to plan, and if you're that close, it can be fatal. It comes back down to how they want to execute. Do they still want to try and go aggressively, or are they going to try and switch it up and take it a bit slower? Because we know that Rebellion, in a way, is a lot more flexible. Because we've seen Highs, for example, on something like a Harith that doesn't not mind the game going all the way to like 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's a question, right? Was Highs comfortable on the Melissa?
Honestly, looking at it, I feel like he was okay on the Melissa. It's just that he fell so behind because of all the ganks. How are you supposed to do that when your opponents just buy so many of the items, getting the power spike much faster than you? It's like they have like a special app to get the items.
And there is.
Oh, what?
You know?
Whoa.
Oh, come on, we were talking about this the entire day.
Really?
Blee Blee!
Bye-bye?
Can you buy a brain on Blee Blee?
Whoa, wait a minute.
Why would you want to pray?
Because I forgot.
Oh, yeah, true.
Because you forgot.
Well, you guys, if you guys want to come here to the venue at Menara Kuningan, you guys can go ahead and get your tickets at believely.com. Watch MPL ID Season 11 live. And if you guys want to check that out or want more information, you guys can scan the QR code down the cute boy Arashi over on that side.
He's not a cute boy anymore.
Cute man.
There you go.
My bad.
That's a weird word, cute man. It's like, doesn't sound like it fits together.
That's you though.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment, but soon we're going to go into game number 2. But before that...
Numero dos.
Numero dos. What does that mean?
I'm channeling Goni.
You're channeling Gone. But I am channeling Indomart Point Cool with its loyalty or membership app to get the maximum benefit and best deals. Whoa. Arashi got really aggressive. Arashi violence bang here. He really wants the Indomart points. And you can, Arashi, okay? By becoming Indomart Point Cool member, you can get points for every purchase. Exclusive great deals for members and even free products, Arashi. So don't be mad. Free. It's all free.
All right, I'll calm down.
Or you can also get special merchandise or presents. Download the app, be a member, and always use
Indomart Point Cool. My point.
Yes, that literally translates to Indomart My Point.
We're gonna translate for the foreigner.
Indomart Point Cool, Indomart My Point.
That's a fair point.
Ooh.
That's my point.
It's Indomart
the point is, we go for Indomart Point Cool.
I like that point, right? Anyway, speaking of points,
Yeah.
let's get back to the point.
Number
the main
one.
point. The game at hand. Game number 2. Rebellion
Numero
Zion.
dos.
Cars
Point.
step in.
What?
Cars step in. Cars needs to step in the XP role. Because
Maybe? Yeah.
I honestly feel like
I agree.
Sype did not have much to say in that game, despite getting a Grok, which isn't the best of matchups against the Lapu, but it's an okay matchup. You can still make it work. We've seen it work before on hands of different players, and I think that playmaking potential wasn't there from Sype. He's way too passive. Obviously, if you're Rebellion Zion, you want your new members to get some more playtime on stage, but Rebellion, you're not really doing too well when it comes down to the scoreboard, when it comes down to the standings. I think this is a match where you really have a potential to take the dub, right? You need to go all out here because the point is going to matter. Knowing how competitive the season has been, GEEK SLATE, Bigatron Alpha, or a Fire can all step up, and even RRQ after that loss.
It does seem like Sype's plan there is to go for a split push. He has the high and dry, but against Sir Pai, that's just a bit
Dry.
too difficult.
Oh, I
It
thought you
just
were
goes in
rhyming.
dry. Well, again,
Have a good die.
have a good die. You're from Australia, mate. Heard Eternal was from Australia.
I was
No,
born
that
there.
was a
Thank
lie.
You,
You're
Rashi.
not weighing on that.
Anyways,
What
back
is
to this
going on?
matchup, right? Okay, so Miracle thinks that Cars should be swapped back
He's not.
in, but it doesn't seem like he is.
Let me look.
I think Nino should be playing, but I don't think he is. You know, sometimes we don't always get what we want, Miracle.
And it's fine.
Really is.
Yeah, because that's not the point of the competition.
The point is the drafting phase, guys, because we're going straight into that. Game number 2, Rebellion Zion and Alter Ego. And it seems like both of these teams have swapped positions. We see Rebellion Zion with the first pick and Alter Ego with the second. The Kadita, the Valentina ban already in place here by Rebellion Zion. Alter Ego with a Wan and Joy ban.
What season are we on? We're on season 1-1. That's why the 1-1 has still been the prio ban throughout season 1-1 or 11, right? The Joy, can't really rhyme anything with Joy, but basically the Joy takes the joy out of the competition because of how broken she is, Arashi.
Going up against the Joy, it's definitely not a good time. So for now, second pick has always banned away the 1-1 and Joy. So we'll see what Alter Ego can do with the second pick and what will be the first pick for Rebellion, because we've seen a lot of different possibilities. But now if they don't pick properly, Alter Ego can pick up 2 of those high prio first banning phase heroes. That's something that they might be a bit averse to, as they ban away the glue instead.
Okay, already a glue being banned out by Rebellion Zion here. Alter Ego Esports now, they have a choice, right? They have the Kaja, they have the Fredrin, they have the Eve. Who else is left open? Carrie,
Fanny, Faramis.
Farsa.
Farsa.
Well, they won't
Are we
ban it
just
though.
naming every hero?
All the meta picks right now.
Marcus
Alter Ego.
Fredrin, just naming Kaja. I think Kaja is a worthy ban though, this time, right? I think the teams who secured Kaja today, let's just check again. Oh, no, never mind. It's not at 100% because RRQ lost on the Kaja.
Yep. That's true, that's true. So the final ban will be that Kaja that has been used as a first pick for a lot of these teams. So for Rebellion, no glue, no Kaja. They can try and take away the Farsa from Alter Ego. It was a big part, a big reason why the mid lane was so oppressive, so dangerous. We'll see though, because for Rebellion, they have a lot more options to play around with still, because Coach Chico has shown to be a bit more experimental depending on the situation.
Yeah, unpopular opinion, I like the Farsa better than the Eve. I think she's way more mobile. I think she does a lot more damage. I think there's a lot to play around with the Farsa, whereas with the Eve, not as much of potential in terms of that rotation. She's slow, she does DPS, it's not bursty, and it feels like it's more effective to have the Feather Airstrike as compared to the real world manipulation, but that's my unpopular opinion. Rebellion Zion, though, they aren't going to choose any of the 2. They have opted and prioritized the Fredrin Flex.
She's a safer pick.
Who?
Eve.
Yeah, agreed.
She's a safer pick, right? Her ultimate can't be cancelled unless it's a suppression. You rarely get those suppressions here with Kaja being banned out, with Franco not really having the same level of presence or impact as he used to have, right? It really depends on the user. So Alter Ego can definitely pick that up here up against something like a Fredrin. You might as well be doing more DPS utility up against a Fredrin, slow him down before he gets too close. The Grok is still going to be the pick here, and they seem to agree with you, Eterna. They're going to go for the Farsa. Udil likes the Farsa more than the Eve.
Dude, I think he's liked her way more
For a long
for
time
a long
now.
time. Like
It's a
every
signature
time
pick.
you see Alter Ego, you
He likes
usually see a
himself more.
Farsa.
He likes himself more.
He likes himself more.
What's his full name?
Udil.
Julian.
Julian Surubakli, I believe.
Yes.
Oh, that's where you're going with it. I was like confused, but okay, yeah.
Right. I think for Yeev and Farsa, I feel like it's a weird dynamic here. Because in the long range and in the gank potential, Farsa brings actual stuns, right? A crowd control and long distance burst damage, whereas Yeev brings a lot of poke damage and utility. So I think it's a different usage, even though on paper, it's just two very long range mages. If your team's idea is to just keep doing damage without exactly putting yourself in danger, and you have security to save that backline, I think Yeev is better, but Rebellion, man. You see the Harith and the Paramis and the fan base just starts banging on those drums.
I don't know if it's too early to go for the Harith or not here. Alter Ego can honestly just pick up something like...
Just CC.
CC? I'm thinking more like Kufra, but again,
Yeah,
Rasi. Yeah, not just CC, but also anti-dash, right? They can even go for... yeah, I think Kufra fits Rasi. No, never
If
mind.
this
it
was
really
season
doesn't.
ago, I'd say Phobius, but Phobius has really fallen off the meta.
Not a good XP laner at this point of the
Yeah.
game, right? I mean, unless you have 5 dashers on the enemy team, even then you might not want to go for Phobius. But the answer is the Matrix. Interesting choice for Alter Ego here to lane up against the Harith, who is kind of a lane bully against marksmen. But I guess if you were going to go for a safe marksman, it has to be the Beatrix. With so many different choices, you're very flexible as to how you want to lane.
Also, in how you want to clear the wave and how you can engage in the poke, in the all-ins. And if Alter Ego has a hero, they can help out with the burst damage, like the Farsa, like the Grok. If you can land a stun, crowd control, and a Beatrix has been a very signature combo. As we take a look at the... Did he hear Eterna? Maybe.
Hopefully. I don't know. I'm really biased, right? I see the Harith and I want to see the Esmeralda, to be honest.
Oh, good ban. Good read, man. This is something that Rebellion has done before.
Yeah.
It's the Estes into the Feramis. A Rebellion really like... They're very flexible. At one point, we thought Janarko only played the healers, the supportive heroes. Then he pops off with the Ruby, with the Franco, with the Grok, and then you say goodbye to Foul.
Oh, yeah. I mean... Unfortunately, it's just a different style, and the flexibility and the performance of Janarko, you can't really argue with the results. And now with the final ban right here, it does seem like they want to go all in for these team fights. They have to fight an airstrike, the wild charge, and all manner of ultimates coming in from the Beatrix. And with that, they get away the Ruby just in case Rebellion wants to try and go for those big fights, because with a Harith and a lot of crowd control and the Cult Altar to boot, Rebellion can be as willing to engage in these big team fights, and they don't want to have a lot of crowd control, especially in the hands of Janarko. It's a signature pick, this Ruby.
Yeah, full respect, right? The Estes, the Kaja, as well as the Ruby, and it's starting to limit down his choices, but I'd like to say the same for Alter Ego. They also need someone to be able to pin this Harith down, especially when he goes in with his Shaman Force. I think CC would be an option for Rebellion Zion to actually ban out here in the second phase.
It's tough because you don't know where the Grok is going, right?
Yeah.
I think the safest pick would be just the jungle, but they are going to go for the Atlas ban here, respecting Rasi. Despite them usually going for... Well, the Harith usually going for Purify, right? That usually is going to kind of force Alter Ego to, you know, not go for the Atlas pick. But Rebellion, I think they're setting up for a Yuzong pick that works really well up against a Beatrix and a Farsa. If Alter Ego pick it up first, or if they pick up something like a Terizla later on to go up against the Yuzong, oh my god, let's go. All right, so they are denying the Yuzong pick by picking its counter up. You want a Yuzong? Sure. You want to roam around? Not if you're 1 HP.
Winning the lane will be beneficial, and I guess for Rebellion, it's just denying the AoE, the big combo here, because of the Feather Airstrike and, let's say, a Nibiru's Passion. If you add the Fatal Links on top of that, that is a devastating combo, and it won't matter if you have the Cult Altar at that point. So I think for Rebellion, the question is how many Purifiers are they going to bring, and are they going to try and have something more aggressive in the crowd control department here, or are they going to just go full peel back and enable highs on that Harith, because he has popped up before. He is a reliable, quote-unquote, in carrying the game, but it's going to be a Hayabusa and a Cho.
Fredrin XP.
Okay.
All right, I mean, with that, Alter Ego Esports, they don't really have an answer to this Hayabusa. Initially, we were thinking Kufra, but right now, with the Terizla pickup, the Grok should be placed in that roam position unless they want to flex that into the jungle. But that's not something that we've seen Sally Boy do. So, Alter Ego, another one, they're the ones caught in quite a corner.
Yeah, it's tough for Sally Boy now, but looking at the Haya, they can go for something crazy here. They can go for something like a Lancelot, a hero that does really well against the Hayabusa. You pop the shadow kill, instantly you can just go for your second skill. Oh my god, no way.
Sakai.
It's a Panda. It's another good choice if you really want to bully the Haya. I just really wanted to see Sally Boy on an Assassin.
I think we all do, Mirko, deep down inside. But that will be... I assume there's going to be crowd control. I thought it's going to be something more aggressive. And Akai technically can be aggressive, right? If you go with the proactive heavy spin, you can pin someone down. And Sally Boy with a killer instinct, that might just benefit how he plays around. It makes sense, although with the Cult Altar in play, I do wonder how Alter Ego is planning on dealing with that and how they're going to try and use the crowd control in the middle of those big fights.
I like how they added CC, but I'm not a huge fan of Dekai. Sure, it might do great in the jungle against the Hayabusa, but they needed someone with a little bit more, you know, like instant CC onto the Hayabusa, because looking at their composition, it doesn't look like anyone can. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 between Rebellion Zion and Alter Ego Esports. In this best of 3, Alter Ego are leading the series, and this is match point. Will Rebellion Zion be able to force a game number 3, or will it be a 2-0 clean sweep for Alter Ego?
I think it's going to be an interesting game, and I think the EX lane is just so critical here. We saw how much impact Boots was able to get on the winning Terizla lane, and right now, if you look at the composition from Rebellion Zion, how they play around that team fight won't be that much different. So if Pai gets rolling, this is potentially a lot of damage and a huge engage possibility for Alter Ego that they can still kind of, you know, cycle around, engage with the Akai, and then engage with the Terizla.
This is what I noticed Odil do as well here, actually. He likes to go to the bottom side. He always tries to get a rotation towards that EXP lane, trying to get that level 4 as fast as possible, but here in the mid side.
Sharko gonna go in with the Shenpu as well, gets out. Rasi flickering out just from the shurikens from Vincent here. Sally Boy has actually picked up a level advantage just for a bit, just a bit more XP. But Vincent is going to be able to go up top there to pick up just a few more jungle camps to get level 4 right on time for the next turtle.
For now, it becomes a bit weird because for Alter Ego, technically, they could say that they have 2 winning lanes, you know, on the top side and the bottom side, but look at that movement. Shadow Kill is being used.
Oh, no! Hit away! Alter Ego. Oh, Wijanarko is looking for it. Doesn't have the flicker here. Ryzel is going to be able to kite away, and Wijanarko is off position. But again, it's just one hit away. The miscalculations coming in from Rebellion Zion. You can say it's unlucky, but you can say Ryzel is just really good.
Oh. That's a tilter, man. Grandma, it's only one, and with the space being bought by that play, Alter Ego goes for the turtle, although a contest is being done by Rebellion Zion.
Sally Boy, gonna easy, no contest whatsoever by Rebellion Zion so far, as you can see here. Still though, Rebellion Zion is leading with quite a bit of gold, even though it is walking back and forth, Arashi.
Well, Vincent has been able to steal the orange buff from Sally Boy, so he's still being proactive, finding ways to make the value better. If you look at the talent predictions here, and the only Alter Ego, I'm the only guy who picked Alter Ego on the English desk, so we'll see how that works out. But so far, this Hayabusa pick, Vincent has shown to be very deadly, so I think Alter Ego needs to respect that quite a bit and understand that if Ryzel mispositions, you know, he's going to be at threat of Vincent just going in on him.
I'm not sure how they're going to do that, right? I guess after the ultimate in the quad shadow, there is a slight opportunity for them to go in for some CC or try and snowball from the early game. Maybe that's exactly what Alter Ego Esports was trying to do. And there's a fun fact here by Grab. Vincent was in the Rebellion lineup during MPL, but he was previously known as Walrus. But wait a minute.
Oh, it might be known as dead here. First blood, Alter Ego picks it up early on again. Vincent, it's so unfortunate. First, he almost killed Ryzel, 1 HP away. Now he gets invaded, perfectly chained, CC'd by Rasi, Udil, and even Sully Boy. That's another tilter for Vincent.
I think that's the main threat here coming in from Alter Ego. Having Udil on that signature Forza pick just means that before you know it, Alter Ego can be setting up and you couldn't even see it because Udil is so far away. So go for Rasi right now though. It's going to the way of the dragon and a kill picked up by Vincent.
That's a lot of resources for Rasi. Only, what, 3 ultimates almost burned up there? And you can see that that might actually be a mistake, seeing as Udil
doesn't have, he actually does have the Purify, he's waiting on it, still is holding on to it, my goodness! Pi jumps in, Udil calculates it perfectly, even still having the Purify to play with. Sully Boy is going to be able to take this turtle for free again, wow! What a play by Alter Ego!
It's almost like Udil walked up aggressive to try and bait out resources, knowing that he has to Purify if it actually gets that bad. So that just allows for Alter Ego to go for the turtle without any contest. But on the top side, in exchange, Rebellion Zion will take a bunch of turret gold. And so far, with so limited action, the gold difference is only about 1K.
Right now, the Hayabusa opted for the high and dry. We don't see that coming to too much of a success or an impact just yet. Sure, he has a pick-off on the board, but that was onto Rasi, the roamer. We'll see if he can do more with it as Alter Ego Esports, once again, with the better rotation, with the faster rotation.
Ooh. Sully Boy isolating Ouija-Narco. Ouija-Narco brought back all the way, my goodness. Ouija-Narco is super far from the team, but he can actually look for him. Oh, and the Dragon Ryzel, my goodness, with a brilliant flicker out there. Udil's going to be able to walk back to his team with the Wings by Wings. It's all so calm. Rebellion are trying to make it chaotic, but Alter Ego are staying composed.
1,000 gold lead now for Alter Ego Esports. And it seems like Rebellion Zion, even with the fact that they have so much pickoff potential, they haven't been able to utilize it properly as Rasi is going to get brought back.
Oh, but Sully Boy is right there for a knock-up. Syam on the back line, but the penalty zone finds Vincent. Pi, massive once again. Now onto Syam, who's forced to flicker out. Alter Ego Esports have now come back fully from their 0-2 match rate. They're looking as strong as ever. Even Sully Boy showing no respect. Jumps in with a heavy spin. Ouija-Narco able to cancel the feather airstrike, but the Shampoo comes in to get out of that heavy spin as well. Still, Rebellion showing signs of life.
This is such a terrible situation for Rebellion because Pi on this Terizla is just terrible. And now with the Bloodlust Axe, he can just be a lot more oppressive. And I think not a single person can deal with him 1v1. So he's going to have a lot of pressure in the lanes and even later on the fight. If they focus too much on jumping onto Udil or jumping onto Ryzel, they're just setting themselves up for a huge penalty zone.
But remember, Heis hasn't reached his power spike yet. Beatrix already has the BOD, so the damage is there earlier on, but Heis still hasn't come online yet. Alter Ego Esports, they still need to be careful about this.
Don't let Pi into his zone. Rasi with a wild charge onto 2. Ouija-Narco and Sway Low. Getting a bit of action. My goodness, the snipe. And Rasi with a smack of the power of nature. Sully Boy still able to find the retribution. Rasi gets taken low, but it's ultimately going to be able to get out. Meanwhile, Sully Boy versus Simon Sway Low. For the airstrike baited out. Sully Boy brought back with a Shadow Stampede. But Alter Ego move back. And again, it's just so disciplined. This is the Alter Ego we've been waiting for, that we all know and love. And this is the certain Pi we know and love.
It's 2-0, and he really does not care what you throw at him unless he is really, really out of position. Even if he gets taken out, that means Alter Ego can commit that much harder to these fights because there's no way he gets taken out that easily. With the Festival of Blood emblem as well, he has a lot of sustain, and now you can see that Ouija-Narco tries to make a play, but he's just caught in a tough situation. He does not have an easy target to go for, and he is constantly getting knocked up, getting bursted down. Oh no, you never know, but look at that solo play.
Don't let Pi into his zone. You let him in his zone, and there's a penalty. You get taken out. Now the shot out to Heis with the airstrike. My goodness. The Zaman Force, I think he panicked a bit there, popping the Zaman Force just for safety as Sully Boy steals, oh my god, to add salt to the wound. It's the purple buff. Vincent on the Haya, already a level down now with no purple buff. Oh, not even the small jungle creeps. They're taking everything away from him.
It's okay, Rico. Calm down. But it's true, right? Rebellion Zion, they're getting completely outclassed by Alter Ego Esports up until this point. If you guys want to see... Oh, wait a minute.
Don't let Pi into his zone. But he is in his zone and he's gonna fall. No, he's so low, still able to escape for now. But Heist, no! A miscalculation, the wall! What a brilliant wall to cancel out the movement by Heist. My goodness, Rassi's starting to pop off as well.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
That's going to be a turret picked up by Rebellion in the top side though. So overall, I think it's still a play that benefited Rebellion. 4K gold lead for Alter Ego. And in that fight, the execution was a bit messy in my opinion, right? You see that Rassi went for the wild charge only onto Wijanarko. Not exactly the right target, not the best combo they can get, but it will do the trick. So now back to the waiting game, and Alter Ego is waiting for a chance to go for initiate a fight, and with this Lord in the picture, they can use it to its full potential, and Udil and Rassi is just waiting already, looking for a chance to just completely burst someone down.
Right now you can see that Vincent trying to do a split push setup in the top side. He's consistently doing that because I guess that's the only thing he can do up until this point. No pickoffs on the board just yet, but Wijanarko goes in for something. Udil still able to purify Mirko.
Ooh, it's Rizal who secures it for his team. Alter Ego now isolating the members down as Heist is unable to utilize the Zaman Force. Wijanarko gets the Jeet Kune Do down onto the Panda, but it's a very tanky Panda. He's still going to be able to knock Wijanarko off. He is caught in the sandwich by Alter Ego, but they are going to decide to pull back, just go for the tier 1 and go for the invade onto the purple buff.
Wait. Udil just secured the lightning truncheon now, but he was already dealing that much damage, Arashi?
Yep, that's the power of a Farsa, but Swaylo now also has lightning truncheon, but Wijanarko cannot withstand the snipe and the burst coming in from Udil. That's a deadly combination from so far away for Alter Ego.
Now you see him, now you don't, and Alter Ego Esports with that in mind, they are going to go hit in straight first here in the mid side. Sayep!
Oh no, Sayep pinned down to the wall, the feather airs everything! They throw everything! And the kitchen sink on Sayep. My goodness! Have some mercy to the rookie. Penalty zone! Pi on the back, forcing Heist with the Zaman Force. Pi deals more damage, he even connects on the first kill. Wijanarko with the way the dragon canceled out. The snipe by Rizal as well to pick up the killing spree. As Swaylo is just looking for scraps at this point, but the scraps he's looking for are two very tanky frontliners. That's the base turret passive popped in, and it's Alter Ego with a 7,000 gold lead.
And one minus turret though, because even though they had to lose an inhibitor in the bottom side, Vincent was still able to get a second tier turret in the top side. Not exactly the best trade, obviously, for Rebellion Zion, but up until this point, I think anything goes.
Rebellion Zion are now relying maybe for the late game, but here comes the other problem. If you look at the damage being dealt by Rebellion Zion, it's on Swaylo and Hive, right? That's a lot of magic damage, and you can see Radiant Armors and Athena's being built by Alter Ego already. And if you look at the kind of damage, Rebellion doesn't really have a lot of DPS. Harith with the Zaman Force can do a lot more damage, but only as that Zaman Force is up and running. So Alter Ego, they can just drag this out. If the fights get longer and longer, they have more chances to make it work. But look at Rassi getting kicked by the way of the dragon.
Oh.
Weird targeting by Wijanarko going on to the tree. And now he might just pay. Nope, he doesn't pay it with his life. He pops in, just a little bit of vision down there. Magic Sentry, Sully Boy with the heavy spin, zoning other members away from the base turret as Rizal picks it up. Good siege down. Zaman Force being popped in by Highs. He's in the midst of it all. He's still able to sustain for a bit, dealing a whole lot of damage. Sully Boy gets knocked up and Rizal does more! My goodness, 2 shots! Oh, so close on the Renner. Wijanarko looking for a playback, has the Way the Dragon but doesn't have the flicker. They decide to back off, and Alter Ego do the same.
Yeah, I don't think they want to commit onto that. That would be a huge mistake, especially before the Lord spawns. You can see now that with all the members up, they are going to look for an engage as Swaylo.
Ooh. Oh my god, no, I don't think you want to bring Pi back in. Pops the Cold Alter just defensively, man.
Oh, it's not good.
Feather Airstrike being used as well though. Udil purifies away from the way of the dragon, and Wijanarko once again gets denied. This man does not get any chances at all.
Rossi now gonna be caught here. Has Power of Nature. Vincent gonna be taken down, gunned down by Rizal. He's looking for some more. One more hit, picks up a double. 3 kills still up for grabs. Now with the Renner. Does he want to go for at least a triple here? That's the Renner missing just by a bit. Pie with a penalty zone, and the damage, it's more than enough to take them down. Wijanarko now running for his life. Mid lane base turret gonna be gunned down by Rizal as they look for the siege and possibly the end. 10,000 gold lead, 13 minutes. Sway Low trying to buy some time, but will just fall to the hands of Rizal as that's a desperate wave of the dragon, but it's a double for Rizal. Sway Low once again respawning with the passive of the Fairman. Is gonna be gunned down once again, but they are staying objective. Clean sweep by Alter Ego Esports.
It's over. It was over from that beginning. Alter Ego Esports from game number 1. It's a different Alter Ego that we see today. It's a more composed Alter Ego. It's a more disciplined Alter Ego. And it's a more competitive Alter Ego. And I guess that 2-time lose streak really put them on edge.
They certainly understood their mistakes and they play around it. They know they're an early game team. They know they can rely on Udil to make the plays happen. And honestly, despite the signature members, of course, just showing out and just performing really, really well, I think overall, Alter Ego is just playing so well as a unit, right? You see that whenever they go for aggressively, they're on the same page. They go for those disciplined plays. Nobody gets left behind. And Rebellion, we talked about how they're going to be aggressive. They can fight fire with fire, but against Alter Ego, they just proved to be too tough of an opponent.
So impressed with that development, right? That swap, that
just with
instant swap.
Boy stepping in, just with Nafari stepping up, just a few micro adjustments. But obviously, when we take a look at Alter Ego's victory, there's the thrill and the agony here. And Rebellion are going to have to swallow that bitter pill. Chico, I don't know whose decision it was to experiment with the lineups here, but that costed them 2-0, not a single game win.
And even if they went for Udil there, there's still the issue of Serpai in his zone, man. Huge penalty zones again and again. Was he playing Teresa both games? No, in game number 1, he was playing something else.
No, he was playing Lapu. And same presence, basically, right?
Just diving in the back line being such a problem. Even we talked about Hai is gonna just pop off late game on the Harith. With Serpai in the mix, no thank you, sir. He just shuts down Hais completely. He's not even taking damage.
No, he wasn't, right? With the Bloodlust Axe, even if he took damage, he could always just sustain back with one swing to the minions. One swing is all it takes.
One swing gets him back to more than half HP, man. Like, that's a lot of spell lifesteal coming in. And then Alter Ego, they're just so good at abusing what they have at their hands, the crowd control, the distance even. That combination between the Feathered Airstrike and the Renner shots is just way too much. And the Purifies, they just read into the fact that there's going to be a Wave the Dragon being used. But let's take a look at the host.
Akhirnya kemenangan pertama, apakah ini sebuah miracle atau miracle boy? Kemenangan, kamu datang ke sini langsung membawakan 2-0 di minggu yang kedua. Apakah kamu datang membawa keajaiban?
Gimana ya Pak ya? Emang udah takdirnya aja sih ya. Udah diatur sama yang di atas. Alhamdulillah kado ulang tahun juga.
Oh, happy birthday! Kado ulang tahun dan memang ini keajaiban yang sudah diatur. Tapi kayaknya nggak mungkin diatur ya. Ini kan kemenangan kalian setelah minggu pertama yang kayaknya berat banget nggak sih? Untuk mungkin Kak Pa yang ngejalanin minggu pertama nih ya.
Iya.
2 match, disapu habis, 0-2. Apa yang sudah kalian temukan sih dari pelajaran mungkin dari minggu yang pertama?
Gimana Pak, kan lu yang kalah.
Sally Boy belum kalah.
Bener juga kata bapak lu. Yang ditemukan week 1 ya, nggak ada selain kekalahan sih Bude. Jadi ya evaluasi, gosok gigi, bilas muka, evaluasi, itu aja sih.
Jadi yang diperbaiki dari minggu pertama ke minggu kedua adalah kebersihan diri?
Iya, kebersihan diri.
Oh, kalau dari in-game atau apanya gitu nggak ada?
Ada dong pastinya, karena kan week 1 berat juga ya, lawannya tim-tim seleknas semua juga.
Berat ya?
Berat banget.
Berat banget. Jadi memang kalian dari lawannya sendiri yang menurut kalian itu berat. Kalau dari diri alter ego sendiri berarti sebenarnya udah matang nih.
Enggak sih, belum matang juga.
Belum juga?
Iya, belum matang juga.
Jadi season ini alter ego udah di berapa persen sih Pak Kapai?
Apanya tuh?
Dari performanya yang udah diberikan ini, progres mungkin?
Progresnya 69.
Oh 69% ya,
Iya.
berarti masih bisa lagi nih. Ini hari ini udah 2-0 dari alter ego. Kemenangan pertama ini ya sebenarnya penting banget dong buat kalian. Jadi pressure tersendiri gak sih kayak minggu pertama? Apa yang terjadi pas kalian tuh menerima kekalahan di minggu pertama tuh? Mungkin Udil bisa curhat sedikit, Dil. Kena mental gak di minggu pertama, Dil?
Kena nangis dia.
Oh.
Jaga mulut tuh Celi Boy.
Jaga Gimana Dil untuk comeback dari minggu yang pertama? Atau apa yang udah kamu laluin sih sampai hari ini nih?
Apa yang dibilang apa benar sih Bude, kita cuman evaluasi, sikat gigi. Udah cuman gitu-gitu doang.
Coba dong ajarin sikat gigi yang benar gimana Dil?
Lidah harus dibersihin itu.
Oh lidah harus dibersihin ya, harus dibersihin juga. Dan untuk Rasi, kamu berhadapan tentunya di sini banyak sekali lawan-lawan. Ada nggak Rasi yang kamu kepengen lawan di MPL season 11?
ONIC jelas.
Udil juga dong?
Enggak.
Berdua dong?
Kayak semuanya sih, soalnya kuat-kuat sekarang, menarik.
Menarik banget.
Ya.
Yang paling menarik kalau di minggu pertama siapa? Kelihatan nggak kan 8 tim udah bermain semua nih sampai hari ini.
EVOS. Kuat.
EVOS kuat?
Ya.
Oke, dan Rizal sendiri, kamu di season 11 ini ya, apa yang kamu harapin dari kawan-kawanmu alter ego nih? Boleh kamu sampaikan dong?
Apa ya harapannya ya MSC.
Oh berarti kalian aim untuk tim ini ngedapetin kemenangan di MPL season 11?
Kayaknya gua doang dah Bude yang mau MSC.
Loh, yang lainnya gimana nih?
Tadi enggak.
Malu-malu semua.
Mau semua berarti.
Mau semua ya? Rizal, seberapa seneng kamu ngedapetin kemenangan di hari ini?
Biasa aja.
Wih, biasa aja serius? Kalau pas kalah, gimana kalau pas kalah?
Sama biasa aja.
Sama biasa aja. Ini anak siapa? Kak Pai gimana ini?
Anak Maman.
Oh, anak Maman ya. Oh anaknya mau jadi biasa aja. Dan kalau dari Rizal sendiri, menurutmu sendiri match up sama siapa sih yang bakal jadi berat banget atau bakal yang kamu nantikan? Ada nggak player yang kamu tunggu-tunggu?
Nino.
Ya mohon maaf nggak bisa.
Semuanya
Di-scream
Bude.
ya? Semuanya Bude,
Iya.
semuanya. Oke, tapi Udil terakhir. Banyak banget alter Sams yang mungkin minggu pertama udah nungguin kemenangan kalian dan akhirnya kalian ngedapetin hari ini di match pertama kalian di minggu yang kedua. Please say something.
Pesan dan iya terima kasih banyak Alter Champs telah mendukung Alter Ego. Meskipun di minggu kemarin kami terpuruk, semoga besok menang.
Amin. Diaminin langsung semua tentu saja dan ini lihat sekali lagi Alter Ego. Dan kemenangan 2-0 akan langsung di breakdown oleh analis kita yang sudah bersiap di sana jadi Profesor KB. Silahkan.
With Alter Ego, it's always a very fun interview. And, thinking about it, right? Thinking back onto it.
Okay.
With Alter Ego Esports being able to get that 2-0 victory, this really sets their momentum forward. What's their next matchup? Does anyone know?
I don't have it on the top of my head right now, so unfortunately we cannot confirm Eterna. But considering they're not actually coming off an impressive win or anything, they perform really, really well. So maybe the momentum-based Alter Ego is no more.
Momentum is a thing of the past for Alter Ego. Now they are reformed.
Momentum, what?
What? All we need is Sully Boy. That's the key, right? Because technically with Sully Boy in, 2-0. Sully Boy not there, 2-0, but losses.
Well, take a look. Game highlight. Sully Boy's initiation as a tank jungler helped Alter Ego break their losing streak. So, of course, we're going to take a look at some of that highlights later on. And I think we're going to see a lot of Sully Boy aggression. But I think overall, as a team, they were just going in, man. There were no breaks on the Alter Ego train right there for both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, everyone from Alter Ego, they were just going in and getting down and dirty, you know, just really being aggressive in those team fights. Everyone had their own respective job description, and you could see that being implied in the gameplay that we saw in game number 2.
So here earlier, this is game number 1, where they're just able to, well actually this is game number 2, where they were actually able to use all this long-range burst damage to its maximum potential. And if they just misstep just a bit, there's a wild charge, there's a heavy spin, and of course, the penalty zone. Pi was just so aggressive, so dominant, and they had no solution at all. Because for one part, they took way too long to scale, and afterwards, the damage they have isn't exactly DPS either. It does not shred, and this is part of why I think Alter Ego kind of planned out for Highs to be on this Harith. Because with the Radiant Armors and Athenas, you can see that everyone is just going in aggressively, and in particular, Selly Boy, Pi, and Rasi, they weren't too concerned with the possible damage traded back from the side of Rebellion. So, with that being said, it's a great play, it's a great composition. Of course, it's not without a counter, so a lot of teams are definitely taking note of this impressive victory and already thinking, okay, how do we deal with this, right? Do we shut down Sir Pi? Do we shut down Udil? You know, if we do that, will Ryzel just pop off like in game number 1? Seems to be a bit of a tough situation, but this is MPL, man. These teams are top level.
I know I like to mention Nino a lot, but I want to say that it's more of a joke. I mean, it doesn't mean that I like Nino more than Ryzel. I think Ryzel has been performing really well. And it's good to see, because I honestly thought that one of the main reasons why Alter Ego Esports wasn't looking as strong in the first week was because of the gold lane. I didn't feel that aggression coming through, but when he was on that Beatrix, he was able to get a lot of good pick-offs, a lot of good plays, and a lot of good snipes as well that Nino was notoriously known for.
Well, Nino's snipes are pretty notorious at this point, but Ryzel was able to actually match and just follow up on the majority of the plays, and sometimes, right, with your team doing so well, that is enough. The MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is Sir Pi on the Terizla. A terrible opponent for Rebellion right here. 0 deaths, right? How many times did he just dive in to the back inside the base? 0 deaths, man.
What did you guys say in the game?
I think we were yelling the win condition.
Don't let him into his zone.
Don't let him into his zone. Because if you let him into his zone, you get penalized. Just that. That's literally the name of the ultimate. Penalty zone.
He even went for the Queen's Wings. Look at that, dude. Just for good measure. Just in case he wasn't unkillable enough. Wow.
The Pi zone is what I like to call it here, right? Usually you say it's the P zone, penalty zone. Now it's the Pi zone.
P zone.
P zone.
I like that. We're going to take a look at that.
Gua cece lagi.
Gua bisa tarik Martis. Gua tarik Martisnya. Tar tuh. Nice. Mati. Enjoy.
Flicker. Flicker.
Bantai guys.
Target. Udah farming kali.
Cukup. Paling aman lu inin Martis gak?
Lihat dulu nih.
No.
Gulu. Gua gulu.
Nice. Dodot gua ada tarik Martisnya. Yuk, Martis yuk.
Melisa lo.
Bantai.
Nice.
Mid. Udah mid.
Ya. Ajar.
Gua tarik gulunya, bunuh aja dulu gulunya. Usahin. Nice.
Drop gak ada.
Udah ulti.
Martis.
Mati. Aman chill.
Gas.
Bisain yuk. Nen.
Gokil yuk.
Gokil dul.
Nastun. Haya. Haya mati. Nice.
Ready. Target.
Flicker.
Oke.
750.
Birunya.
Oke, setup.
Lihat.
Gua bisa datang, sabar. Gua bisa datang.
Bantai cownya ya.
Anjay.
Bye.
Mid.
Gak bisa lewat tuh dia.
Belum ada flicker dia.
Ready dulu. Gua bisa stun lagi. Nice.
Ulti.
Oke, let's go. Lihat gua.
Hajar.
Bantai. Ayo mati. Depannya dulu.
Harit. Hajar depan chill. Lanjut aja terus. Harit purify.
Coba nggak ada
Ini, nggak ada flicker.
Ini menang kita guys, pelan-pelan.
Nice, bye. Gua ikut play. Orang.
Kadea.
Depan aja depan. Nice.
Kadea.
Nice.
Orangnya lagi.
Chill, orangin chill.
Chill, mundur chill.
Ayah hidup. Pisahin.
Nice.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the mic checks. I'm not really sure if we introed the mic checks perfectly there. I'd have to watch the replay, but that was the mic checks of game number 1 and game number 2 between Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion. And wow.
Two things, man.
What a mic check.
There's two things.
Two things.
First of all, Alter Ego, the bulk of their communication is bantai. Which
What
means
does it mean?
Just massacre them. Like, destroy them. So the whole time, whenever there's a fight going on, it's like, bantai, just keep going. So it just shows again how the team fight, and it's just so frantic. And then when the other part that sticks out to me, they go, all right, guys, pelan aja. Take it slow. And as they say that, Sir Pai just goes into the penalty zone.
Don't let him into his
destroys
zone.
Ice.
Oh my god. That's what we all know Alter Ego for, right? Like, literally aggression. You can tell Pai to chill. But Pai, he takes it as a suggestion, not as an order.
Right.
Alter Ego Esports, they sleep, they wake up, and they choose violence. But this was the keys to success for their 2-0 game. Selly Boy, the optimization of the early lead that he was able to do on a utility jungle.
And his retributions have improved so much.
Yes.
One of the main reasons why Selly Boy and Alter Ego actually lost in the playoffs first day of Season 10 was due to Selly Boy's retribution. Remember that? 2 Lords stolen. 2 Lords that gave Aura Fire a chance to come back.
But now we can see that it's a lot better. And overall, as a team, we talked about the flexibility, how you can put people in different positions. So now it's Selly Boy on the utility jungler, but maybe later on, it could be Selly Boy Assassin and even Udil on the more utility-based hero. So Alter Ego right now looking very, very flexible, depending on what kind of tools you even allow in their hands, because there's so many things to watch out for.
Still waiting for Julian, Alter Ego. Still waiting for that. When was it going to pop off? And I'm still waiting for Esmeralda at some point, but I'm also hoping
that you have the quota to watch when those heroes actually make an appearance. Because you use Dunia games, for those of you who play Mobile Legends, you make sure that you have the good enough quota, right? The speed and the amount as well, to make sure you don't miss out on the second week and you don't get to support your favorite team, right? So that will be terrible, so make sure that you do get the quota.
Well, watching your favorite team play, surely you want to play too, right? Marashi, we just played earlier, literally just now as well, right? Make sure you look cool using your favorite heroes and skins, and don't forget to check the quota before playing, because if you run out of data while you're in the middle of the match, say goodbye to your points. This is perfect timing as well, because there's a promo from Dunia Games for you. Get up to 3 gigabytes of quota every time you buy items or vouchers for Mobile Legends using Telkomsel. Hurry up and buy it on duniagames.com.id or on the Dunia Games app.
Gotta get that app, man.
Yeah,
you need to get a whole lot of apps.
I know I need to get Bleebly, Grab, Dunia Games, but what I don't need to get, because it doesn't make sense, is the standings, right? This is the standings for week number 2, day 1. And as you can see here, okay, there you go. Rebellion Zion, because of the loss against Alter Ego, they are going to drop to the 7th place, meaning that they're buddies with Aura Fire in the red zone.
Technically, they're buddies with Bigatron Alpha because they're literally
the
same. 29% game rate, 2-5, 1-2, even -3 aggregate points, everything the same. Presented to you by our official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. But like you mentioned, there is a standout here, and it has to be just, honestly, Aura. What happened, right? They're still 0-3. They're the only team who haven't gotten a win, and it's only going to get tougher from here, because remember, their first match loss was against Rebellion Zion.
Ooh, I'm getting flashbacks to Season 7, maybe. But this is tomorrow's schedule. We have 4 matches ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to kickstart it with RRQ and Aura Fire. Not the best match for me, personally. Second is ONIC Esports Alter Ego. The third match of the day, EVOS and Bigatron Alpha. And to end the day for tomorrow, it's GEEK against Rebellion Zion. I'm hearing a lot of uh-ohs here, Miracle. What's going on? What's going on?
Well, at first I was just memeing it because I saw RRQ Aura. Then I saw the third match, and I am worried for EVOS Legends.
For EVOS Legends, all
I like
right.
it. Confidence.
You know,
achieve, believe, conceive.
Hey,
Maybe
it was my birthday yesterday.
Too optimistic?
It was my birthday yesterday. Aldo wished me happy birthday. I said, and Ray's boy too. I said, Coach, I just want one gift, and that's to grab food with the promo code. No,
MPL
obviously
ID
not.
X grab.
MPL ID X grab, but also
what a segue
for MDL. The battle of playoffs is heating up. Prepare to witness the battle every Monday to Wednesday from 10 a.m. on MDL Indonesia's YouTube channel. Hashtag esports for everyone, because there's open qualifiers. There's also the play-in. So you have two open qualifier teams, Yasbi and Kylo. They're open qualifier teams. They joined out of nowhere. And they made it to the MDL.
Wow, so you guys can check out
Exactly.
Mobile Legends literally every day, almost every day, but most of the week. But ladies and gentlemen, that match marks the end of today. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi will be signing out for today. Bye-bye.
Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa